'cause you're under pressure, under pressure. Pressure. You're cooked. Pressure. Like your shitty ass book. The pressure is real. The pressure is real. The pressure is real. Pressure. You're under the pressure. Drowning in the pressure. You're now under pressure. Pressure. Pressure's got you by the tongue, and it's over now. You're under pressure. The pressure, pressure. Full force, no lecture. 'Cause we're here for pressure.
Morning, ladies. Morning, gentlemen. Morning, everybody. Come on in. We're getting ready. We're getting ready for day. I don't even know what day this is. Is it 8? Is it 9? Of the Kouri Richins trial. Kouri Richins, who very innocently wrote a book about grief when her husband died, is now being tried for murder of her husband. He died of a fentanyl overdose, and the state would like to prove that it was administered through some through some drinks. She put some stuff in his drink, but we've yet to hear proof of that. We have a lot of evidence around, but we don't have the exact evidence. And so we're waiting. We're hoping that this lady gets what she deserves. We want justice for Eric and those poor children. I was listening to another creator this morning, and she was talking about when this first happened, when Eric first died, that Kouri she was going around in the house hunting to see if there was money, anywhere money and stuff. And she knew her husband had a safe, and she called the locksmith. This is the day after he died. And called the locksmith, and Eric's sister, driving through the neighborhood, I'm making air quotes, followed the locksmiths to Kouri's house and told Kouri that she could not open the safe, that it belonged to her brother. And Kouri said that it was her house, and the sister says, I got news for you. So yeah, Kouri it wasn't Katie, it was the other sister. Kouri punched her in the throat, and the police had to be called. And it was a terrible situation. It's just the whole completion of the whole thing is quite a big mess. Quite a big mess. And, on one way, it seems like they had her number from the start. I'm guessing they did have her number from the start. Let me see if that other channel has their show up. Y'all doing okay? Hey, Michelle. Hey, Betty Boop. Woo! We're so glad you're here today, Betty Boop. Fancy Nancy. Thirsties. I wish. Yes, that picture was of where the children, the memorial for the children that was on the fence. And Beach Bum came by. Sita says, she said that she has been, she's had several funerals she's had to go to. She's having to help get all these kinds of arrangements made, and her daughter is injured. She broke her leg. She's in the Navy. And so It's just a lot going on all at the same time. And we certainly love Beach Bum, and we missed her. We talked about it yesterday. I hope she said she's going to try to come back through. She's got her hands full, but she's going to just come through the chat. She says, I hope y'all are not mad at me. I said, we could never be mad at you. We're not mad at her. We're not mad at anybody. We're just, everybody's so glad to have you come by. Yes, Betty Boop says they all knew about Kouri using the power of attorney and the loan that she took out on the house. I know they did. It's just, I'm sure they tried to talk Eric out of marrying this girl. I really don't know how all this happened. Carolina Hurtago. Good morning, difficult research. Sis, you should have been a detective, Donna. Although I can't say I always support Cresh's channel. I like the hype and all her videos. Well, you should come on in and support our channel, because if we don't say something you like this time, we'll say something you like next time. Everybody's got their own ways about them. You know, I'm not sure what we did that you don't support, but that's okay. I'm glad you're here today. Oh, look at that. Beach Bum's listening, but she's driving. Girl, you better be careful and stay safe and not get hurt. Everybody say hey to Beach Bum in the chat, but you better not look at it. So I'm not sure about this court thing about what time it's supposed to start today. It seemed like that they had said at one time that it was going to start later, but maybe. I'm trying to make sure that I can get that KUTV 2 Salt Lake City station, because they have a better feed. They have a better feed, but I sure would wish they would be a little more pronto amigo with it. But and a lot's going on there. Can you just think about that? Tyler Robinson is going to have that same lady to be his lawyer. They got a lot of loose pieces over there in that trial too. But I think everybody has decided he's done it. Yeah. I'm checking to see if I don't want to miss anything, y'all. This is 18 minutes, so that's about right. Wish I had a fun story to tell y'all right now. You all are great. I just have responsibilities. Yes, Carolina. That is fine. We know, as long as we haven't made you mad or something. Betty Boop says Nestor is as salty as Lot's wife. That's a good way to put it. Carolina Hurtago is very, very has we all, yes, I'm proud that, and you need to take care of responsibilities too. People who have, people that things that they need to care for, you take care of those things. Give us an ear if you can, an ear when you can. But we understand people have life going on. Yeah, Peach Plum says that is very salty. Nana Canadian, we're glad you're here. Yes, Fancy Nancy, Carolina Hurtago is glad you're and hope she's doing well. You know, our Fancy has been sick too, and we love her, but she has to deal with some stuff. We all do, and everybody has got a good balance around here. We bow in and bow out and take the reins, and I'll run the road for a while, and you run it next. Yay, Fancy Nancy has no pain today. Everybody knock on wood. Everybody knock on some wood. If I'm a wood, Brutus will be barking because he'll think somebody's trying to get in the house. Uh, I told you. Brutus, it was me. You don't have to bark, Brutus. It was me. It was me, Brutus. He thought that somebody was knocking on the door, and he's not having it. I should have known better when I did that. He'll get y'all's dogs barking if I let him. He'll have dogs barking from Australia to California. Yes, this Kouri Richins was very busy after her husband died, trying to dig up some more money. I do think it's crazy that I guess that's all's fair in love and war and murder. But I only rent. But if somebody came in here and told me that this was not my house, and I rent, I probably would kick them up in my house too. So she shouldn't have been. She was way bold. She took stuff that she had no right to take. That's stealing. Crazy things people get into. I am not married, but when I was married and when I had a significant other, if I did anything, and I'm not talking about a big thing, but maybe I spent too much money or something like that, I would have great anxiety about telling them and then being mad about it or something. And money, I'm not talking about $100,000. I'm talking maybe I spent $20 too much and was scared about busting myself out. You like to think, well, everybody is like me, but apparently people are all different, have different ways of handling things. And I say right now that I would never marry somebody who showed up with some kind of like agreement on the wedding day. But I'm guessing if it was somebody I was really in love with, I would think, who needs that thing anyways? Oh my gosh. So Michelle Salter, you saw that Lauren was going to be at court for the trial, so she's going to be there today? Or wow, that'd be kind of weird to come on a Thursday and the long weekend. But she lives, I don't know where she lives. It's none of my business. It's hard to stop the back and forth when you think that you've heard everything you can hear, something else happens. And apparently, people just are tribal and they pick their tribes. But don't do it at the expense of other people. Michelle Salter, where did you see that? I said, what? Listen to me. I'm all of a sudden talking funny. I'm going to look and see what Nate has to say, or if Nate's even there yet. Do any of y'all watch Nate Eaton's Courtroom Insider? Okay, so it says here, Grossman was released from the stand and court is in recess till 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. So that means that it's an hour and 15 minutes till court starts. Yikes. I thought it started later today, but maybe that's 9:30. Brutus, you cannot talk. No, you don't need to talk. Brutus is wanting to tell y'all something. He says, I am going to talk for an hour, is what he said. That he was going to talk for an hour. So I don't know whether Nate has it upside down or we have it upside down or Court TV has it upside down about when this thing starts, but we'll be here for it when it does. We will be here for it when it does. Let's see. Let me check my other. Excuse me. Excuse me. Let me see. Oh, heavens. I'm looking under this. Hi. Well, I'm not. I'm here, y'all. I'm just being quiet for a minute. Nope. So I'm not sure. Let's see what Nate has to say. I'm going to read from Eric's obituary while we are waiting for court to start. From his obituary, he lived to the fullest and with few regrets. He loved his family, hunting, and the family cattle ranch. His insane drive as a successful entrepreneur. He spent countless hours helping his dad work for the ranch, hauling hay, feeding the animals, and mending fences. He was an attentive and loving father to his 3 sons. He loved all sports. Eric was an avid outdoorsman and a dedicated hunter. There was never a dull moment when you were around Eric. Eric loves to have fun and was always the life of the party. He served a 2-year mission in Mexico City where he learned to speak Spanish fluently. Eric loved fully, laughed loudly, and lived life with reckless abandonment. That was quite the write-up. Dear Eric. Now I've lost my place. There he is. And I'm not saying anything, but Eric and Josh kind of favor each other. Carolina, you go on and be careful now. Hey, Angela Davison, I'm really glad you're here. He was a nice guy, wasn't he? He loved to fish. What's not to love about this guy? So sad. Okay, so let's go back here to share this one instead. It sure makes a difference, though. I'm just going to say, you just, and I'm so glad we can't wrap our mind. If we could wrap our mind around it, we'd be in trouble. I'm not sure what I just heard. I'm not sure. Lamacia says, I have a feeling that he and Kouri were living pretty separate lives most of the time. I think he really wanted to be happy, steady home life, and for her to be happy, but she wasn't. It's just crazy, isn't it? It's really hard for me to understand at this state in my life. I have a lot of I don't even know the right way to say my attitude is about things, but complacency, no, that's not a good word. It's, I guess I've ran out of energy to fight the dragon on a personal basis. Okay, let's see what a difficult race. Man, I'm sorry. We have been having the worst time with our little, oh, baby. He was bad, but it's kicked up a couple of notches, so I'm late, and I will be there shortly. Sorry for this. Honey, you take care of little one. Take care of little man. Take care of that little man. She is just, we're doing fine over here. I was having problems with my brain, but I'm doing okay. Lamicia says, I've been thinking more about the boyfriend too. Honestly, that was so upsetting to watch yesterday. She never cared about the guy, and he was still broken up and smitten. Yeah, he got that he had been used, and he said he wanted it. He wasn't leaving until he told him about it. Kelly Blue, who says, morning, y'all. So I slept through the entire sad side piece. He was terrible. And then I woke up, consumed it whole, and fell in love with Josh. I was cured of sad Southern boys, but I guess not. Well, I felt sorry for him, but I wouldn't want to take him in or nothing. Not unless he could mow grass and rake leaves. Can't find a man that will rake leaves and mow grass. He pulled at my heartstrings too. He really did. Let's see. He pulled at my heartstrings too. So my mom is feeling better. Boy, the sun is shining bright out my window today. I keep thinking that KUTV2 will get with it, but they haven't done it yet. I don't know. Lamacia says, but then halfway through the Paramar had a pretty much been steamrolled by the defense. It was awful. Lewis manipulated him real bad on stand. Yeah, it was. And it was like he didn't even realize, he didn't know the difference between the defense and the prosecution. He just wanted to tell what he wanted to tell. And I really felt like that he didn't understand even what was going on around him. Kelly Blue, who says, that's why you're smarter than me, sis. Like I said, I thought I was cured. It's the hormones, Kelly Blue, who at 67s, those hormones cut right on down for women, and you don't do stupid stuff like that. You do other stupid stuff, but not that stupid stuff. Difficult research says, thank you. It's been crazy around here. Tell you more. Okay. I'm glad you're okay. Y'all be yes, Crusher, this will pass too, and just be safe. Lamacy says, I once loved a sad Southern Michigan boy. I've loved all kinds of sad Southern boys. And in recent years, Southern boys have not been impressing me very much as a whole. Very few of them. Without the hormones, they are not that cute. Okay. So we're waiting on Court TV. I think Court TV set it up too fast. Like, whew. I keep seeing stories on the KUTV tube in Salt Lake City News that I think are interesting. It's talking about there's Utahns that are stranded in Dubai due to the Iranian war. Okay, we're going to see one of the new emojis. I don't think I know. Where are the new emojis? You're going to have to show them to us when you get here. Note to self, cancel estrogen. I never got estrogen patches or none of that stuff. That might have helped me to clean the yard up. I don't know. Right now, I'd take anything if it would help wake me up and get me going. You have to see them through YouTube. Okay. Well, I'm confused. That's okay. I stay confused a lot. I'm like that. I should have had more sympathy. That I did have sympathy for that man, the boyfriend. But like I said, I didn't want to like call him up and offer him a place to stay. And that's so weird because my brother and his wife have never ever said, hey, we've got somebody when you want. And they said that they have somebody that they want me to meet. And my first question was, is he a MAGA man? And they said, probably. And I was like, well, that ain't going to work. And then they said, he's very secretive. He teaches Sunday school, but he doesn't want anybody to really know where he lives or anything about his past. And I was like, that sounds like a detective story. That does not sound like a romantic story. I guess maybe they want me to investigate him because they know I'm a damn detective. But no. He better look like Tom Selleck 10 years ago. I have a bad attitude right now, so I don't think I would. Maybe if I got one of those patches you were talking about, I might get over my bad attitude. Ugh. Well, I'm on YouTube and I don't see him. Yes. Well, fiddle. YouTube, people, difficult research. Okay, I'm going to do all of them. I think that I'm not seeing, maybe I need to update my computer. Difficult research. You need to, okay, he can't have diddled the babies. This is important one we have to add to our list on. Okay. Damn it. Now I'm really confused. Yeah, that sounds mega secretive teaching Sunday school. That does not sound good. They said he's very funny and they know I appreciate humor. Yes. Yeah. Of course. Damn it, man. I'm like I said, I'm I'm intrigued because it's a detective story. But I don't like I have a bad attitude towards men right now. Look, Beach Bum's daughter is on a ship. I mean, she's not on a ship now. She was in the hospital, or she's out of the hospital, but she's has to be taken care of. She was in the Middle East earlier before all the wars started. Their ship had already been there, but her ship is a ship that's not meant to be in the heat like they had in the Middle East. And so after they did their part, they moved on. So it's different ships there now. Beach Bum's daughter, yes, we're praying for all the service members, but she's left that area and she's back in the United States now. So that's very good. And she did not break her leg on the ship. So that's, but we're really, I know, pray for all the service members. I saw some of the ones that have died and they look such like good, kind, dedicated people. Okay. I guess this KUTV is not going to start till the last minute. Okay. Okay. Well, that's all right. We're just going to go on and pretend like we got a whole nother hour. Hey, Stephanie Willow. Yeah, we're so glad that Beach Bum. And two, our chats are all upside down. None of this stuff's working exactly right. She is missed here. She sure is. Look, Angela Davis says it's good to see you, Beach Bum. She's all missing you from all the way over there at Facebook. Okay. Her boat leaves for the south, like Panama and Chile. But also, her daughter is not able to be on the boat right now. And she's totally bummed that she wants to be on the deployment. It's the last trip for that ship, I think. Difficult research. The same on my end, Beach Bum. But my prayers are so with you and your baby girl. Yeah, we are a beach. Beach Bum says, thank you, Krisha. We are a bunch, aren't we? Yes, we are. We're regular messed up individuals, humans that are not perfect, but have good intentions. And with all the striking and stuff, I'm just trying to not play other people's stuff too much because let's see. I'll plead the fifth. Me too. I want to talk and say things, but somehow or another, it seems like I can't get it straight. The most important thing is everything. So let's see. I'm going to play something else while we're waiting on this. Just take a look at
into this YouTube Live. My name is Jim Spiewak. I'll be your host. I'm with KUTV2 News. And joining us is Sky Lazaro. She is a defense attorney to help us break down some context around the Tyler Robinson case and a motion that was recently filed by his defense team for an upcoming evidentiary hearing. So, Sky, first off, how are you today?
Doing well, Jim. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us. So for those that are just getting caught up on this case, Tyler Robinson is the man who is accused of shooting and killing Charlie Kirk back on the campus of Utah Valley University in September of last year. His court proceeding has been playing out over the last few months since his arrest. Again, he was charged with aggravated murder. The prosecution is seeking the death penalty in this case if convicted. And so we have been working through the court process, through his court process. And one of the things that we're here to talk about today is an upcoming evidentiary hearing, which is set to take place on Friday, April 17th. And the thing that we found interesting is that his defense team, Sky, filed a motion to try to remove the media cameras, still photographers, and the video camera from a portion of this upcoming evidentiary hearing. Now, I just want to read this from the motion real quick to kind of set the stage. His defense team says that they plan to introduce evidence demonstrating, quote, harmful and prejudicial media coverage of the case so far as one of the reasons for wanting to remove the cameras for part of this hearing. So I guess first and foremost, when you see a motion like this, what's your first takeaway?
They're really just trying to protect their client's right to a fair trial and limit the number of times that things get reproduced. So they have this motion to limit cameras, to seal some of the stuff that's already been produced out there. And what they're asking for at this evidentiary hearing is, we're going to show the clips or the things that we're complaining about that we believe is the problem, whether it was decorum issues or things that were picked up on a hot mic or whatever it was. They don't want that to be then reproduced yet again, because that's already the problematic material that they're complaining about at the basis for them bringing this motion. So I think this motion makes sense. To be quite frank, I would do the same thing. You know, when you're arguing to get things removed, the last thing you want to do is allow it to be produced yet again. So you can say, no, this is the stuff that's the problem, which just highlights it.
So we have seen so far, as you alluded to right there, the pool photographer. And for those that are not familiar with what the pool photographer is, that is one member of a media outlet here in Salt Lake that gets the court's approval to be inside the courtroom and shoot video or take still photography of the court proceedings. Those images are then distributed to the rest of the media outlets that want to cover that court proceeding. So that way you don't have 15 photographers in the courtroom. You only have one. They're the pool photographer, and then they distribute everything out. Now, the pool photographer has violated the decorum order multiple times so far in this case. The judge has had to call out the photographer. The camera has been moved several times. I believe last time that Tyler Robinson was in court, the camera moved behind him. So you really couldn't see his lips moving at all if he was talking to his attorney. That's been one of the criticisms by his defense team, is that the camera caught him talking with his attorney, and that could be client-attorney privilege. And so just to set that context right there for people who may be unaware with violating this decorum order by this pool photographer, but the defense team also clarified in its motion, it's not asking for the entire evidentiary hearing to be closed, only portions that include that potentially harmful, prejudicial or misleading or private information. So Sky, do you think this is referring to things like that we just talked about? Or do we think it could be his defense team doesn't want the public to see other pieces of evidence that the public has not seen yet?
Could be both. I think it's more likely the way that they're asking for it is that they're saying, hey, look, we're going to acknowledge, even though they've complained about it and want to take it away, we acknowledge that the court said that cameras can be in the courtroom. And so they're not asking to close the entire hearing, which I think is a really reasonable take on this. They're just saying, hey, look, when we re-show these things to the court to make argument that these are the things that we're complaining about, these were the problems, whether it's the, I think there was a lip reading person who was trying to interpret what he was saying to his attorneys. What they don't want to reproduce that yet again, because then it just puts it out there one more time. I think it's an appropriate motion. The stuff is out there. Yes, it's hard to get back. I mean, the internet's the internet. Even if the court orders it sealed, what do you do, right? Once it's out there. But I do think there is a legitimate reason and a very good reason not to reproduce it. It's like objecting in trial and then objecting and objecting again. You're like, this is the bad stuff. This is the bad stuff. This is the bad stuff, because it just highlights it. And that's really problematic for a defendant.
Because we want a fair trial. I mean, that's the system that we have. So that's really the argument that's being made by the defense is my client needs to have a fair trial here, and this could impede that. Absolutely.
The fundamental basis of our judicial system, one of the most important things is our right to have a fair trial. And sure, there's other things that they can weigh against it, public access and different things. But at the end of the day, like that is really one of the core roots of our criminal defense system is that you have the right to a fair trial. And when things like this happen and continue to happen, I think the defense is right to ask to limit the reproduction of it, because every time that it gets put out there, that's exactly what it does, is erode his right to a fair trial.
And Sky, you have represented clients that in very high profile cases that get a lot more media attention than maybe some other clients that you represent. This case is getting international attention. Mm-hmm. I mean, just all over the entire globe, not only here in Utah, but just everywhere. Does a case like this that has such a light shining on it and under such a microscope lead to motions like this, or are these pretty common and standard, or is it the high profile nature of a case like this that we're seeing things like this?
I think in just about any high profile case, you're probably going to see defense attorneys try to limit certain things. Under the rules that allow the cameras, there are things that cameras can't capture. Right. And there's things that are limited by statute as to what the media can record and audio or video. And so I think you'll always see these. I think this case has probably gotten more because of the violations to the decorum order. Had there not been any problems, maybe they, again, bring something saying, hey, we need to limit this for this purpose. But we keep seeing this issue come up. And I really think in this case, it's because of the problems that have arisen because of the pool camera that's in there.
If the judge does allow the cameras to film the entirety of this evidentiary hearing, could the defense later argue prejudice? Could that come back and be grounds for an appeal?
I think it certainly could. That would probably come if he's convicted and once he's sentenced. I don't think that is probably I shouldn't say this. it's not a final judgment. So I don't know if this is something that the courts would take on like an interlocutory appeal, like mid-trial. But if he's convicted and sentenced, whether that's to life or life without parole or death, I think this is a good grounds for appeal, because, and that's why they continue to raise the issue every time there's a problem. Because if you don't raise the issue, the appeals court is going to say, hey, you raised it once and then you let it go. So there's a potential they'll just say it's waived. So they have to raise it every time. And defense attorneys, especially in cases like this, get a lot of scrutiny from the public because, they're like, you already raised this issue. Why are we still talking about this? Move on. But the problem is procedurally, defense attorneys have to continue to raise it every time it happens in order to preserve that issue for an appellate court to review.
And this might be in that same line of questioning, but on the flip side of the table, can you help our audience understand, is there any risk, maybe at no fault of their own, for the prosecution if a case is sort of overexposed by the media?
Absolutely. I think I think both sides, both the defense and the prosecution, should be working towards what's in the best interest to have a fair trial, what preserves the integrity of the process, all of those things. I can understand if bad facts keep getting put out there, if you're on the prosecution, do you really want it to stop? Probably not. It's probably helping your case in your jury pool, right? If you read the comments and trials, people really pay attention to these from start to finish. But I do think, the prosecution also has a duty to make sure that he gets a fair trial, to not violate the rules, to protect the integrity of the process. And they don't want this to come back on appeal. The last thing they're going to want is, if they get a conviction, is to have it overthrown because of something like this. And then you have to come back and do it again. We have a case in Utah County that was a death penalty case that's now been sent back for a retrial 30 years later.
So if the judge does deny this motion, are there any options the defense would have moving forward, or is it just the judge ruled, we have to move on?
They may file an interlocutory appeal. Like I said, I think that under the rules that may or may not be accepted by the court, maybe they try it to see if they can kind of put a stop to things now before we get all the way to trial, whether that's a year or 2 years or 3 or 4 or 5 from now. So I think that's a possibility. But I do expect that if they are overruled here, they'll move on. I mean, there's nothing you can do but continue to go forward. But I do expect that, if there's further violations, anything else, there have people watching. They're on top of it in real time. And so I think we'll just continue to see motions like this. And at some point, if this continues to happen with these decorum orders, they're not hard to follow. That's the reality. I've done enough cases with media coverage where we never have a problem. And so they're not overly burdensome on the media. It just requires that they really pay attention to what's going on in the courtroom and where the camera's placed and what they're capturing and what they're reproducing. If it's a live stream, you have to be even more careful because you can't go back and watch before you reproduce it. You're stuck with what you have.
Yeah, and it's live in many cases. And once it's out there, it's out there. And you're probably talking about situational awareness, kind of that obvious thing. You got to be situationally aware of what's going on. If the client is talking to his or her attorney, you shouldn't be zoomed in on the lips on that conversation. Now, the judge has, again, as we've talked about here, had to make several rulings on a case-by-case basis. Seems like this judge is trying to be very fair. He's trying to keep open and transparent the proceedings, while at the same time making sure that this defendant has a right to a fair trial. He has said from the very beginning, I am going to be very methodical about this, and I'm going to make it as fair as we possibly can for both sides. So I don't know if there's a question here, but maybe just if you want to respond to this observation that the judge really has to balance the public transparency portion of this against the right to a fair trial.
That's absolutely right. I mean, that's it. the bedrock of the question that he has to decide. And he continues to do it on a case-by-case basis as these issues arise. You know, there, with some judges, there could come a time where he keeps seeing motions like this. He may rule in the defense's favor and say, look, we've given you the opportunity to do it right. They keep coming back with all these problems. You know, there's really no fix to it. At some point, it almost becomes like the totality of it is going to start to override his right to a fair trial. And a judge could rule, look, I gave you a whole bunch of chances. You never got it right. Now you're done. I mean, I think that's a possibility.
Yeah, kind of adding up the sum of the parts of the whole here. You know, we gave you chance after chance after chance, and it's still happening. Yeah. Okay, so this evidentiary hearing again is scheduled for Friday, April 17th. So we will be keeping a very close eye on it. Sky Lazaro, thank you again so much for taking some time out of your busy schedule to help us break this down and give some added context. We really do.
So I've been talking to myself. Hope you guys are okay over there. Let's show the comments. Yeah, I'm not impressed with that lawyer that they have. No, I'm not. Wow. Same lawyers. So yesterday, we heard from the insurance people where Kouri was trying to change the insurance. Stuff sure gets messy, doesn't it? Very messy. Uh-oh. I just saw a flying insect in my home and I'm not happy. Yuck. Paula Graves says, hello from Orlando. Is the trial delayed? I think, Paula, that the trial was just scheduled later than we knew about. I don't think that it's actually delayed. I just think that we thought it was earlier. So glad you're here, Paula Graves. And I hope you're keeping our Angela company. Y'all hang on. We're going to get to it. I'm sure they're going to start. They're mixing me up, though. All these stories kind of overlapping. It's mixing me up. And I don't know what I believe. I haven't decided yet. I don't know enough to make a decision. Let's see here. You know, some people just, they can't have nice things. It's like this Kouri girl. She probably has been, she had every chance to make a nice life with this man and just couldn't do it. Could not do it. I'm going to do this just in case I'm not right. Oh, let's see. I'm going to do that back out again. Y'all don't say that. Let me get off of those comments. One of them said that they should do a paternity test, but no, they should not. Those are Eric's boys. If they want to do a paternity test, go ahead. But they're not turning those boys out from, that was their daddy. He treated them like he was their daddy. That was their daddy. Don't be taking that away from them. Don't, it's not hard to listen to us at 3 times to catch up because of why? Because I'm not talking that much. Every chance to entertain y'all, to put on a good show for y'all. And it's 11. Where are you? I'm in Mississippi and it's 10 o'clock here. I do feel like that Fancy Nancy says she thinks it's 30 more minutes. 30 more minutes of Donna entertaining y'all. Okay, well, let me see. We could watch another Kit video. That's what I thought too, but you know, he didn't repeat it. It was kind of weird. He did not make it clear yesterday that today was later than usual, the same as yesterday was later. He didn't make that clear. He did make clear that Friday was the day off. Okay, put in the chat what you plan to do on Friday when you're not here with me, because I really want y'all to come back and be with me all day tomorrow, but tell me what you're going to do instead. I hope it's funner than what I got planned. I'm being naughty, infusing oil for my special brownies. Oh, Fancy Nancy, you better watch that. You don't want to burn that. That's what I've heard that you, I saw a video about that, and you do need to be careful not to burn it. That would be terrible. It's a good idea. I saw a video about a lady whose daughter was sick some kind of way, and I forgot how she was sick. But anyway, she learned to cook all kinds of things by using infused butter. I was at my friend's house when they tried to do that one time. She called it making green butter. I love Look, I want some lemon bars from detective's daughter. She was making lemon bars for her husband to go on the road. He's a trucker, and I want some. He's coming to Tennessee. Fifth Amendment brownies. That's a good. That's a good title for a recipe. What is these? Fifth Amendment. Okay, Angela Davis says, I'm going to get some errands done and I'm going to bake some cookies and banana bread. Thanks to Detective's daughter for the inspiration. She's not even here and she's got all y'all cooking and baking. I need that recipe too. We're having a great time. So we all got carried away with Fancy's plans. Yeah, it does. It takes all day. That's what I remember about it. I remember that they cooked all night. I want to say. I don't remember exactly. I did get, I think, a brownie or two out of that. They were not experienced at being bakers or anything else. Okay. I'm going to rake leaves and burn sticks tomorrow. I will wear a mask so that I don't inhale all that crap and my mother don't yell at me. And then I'm going to, I may take pictures. Y'all would be so upset. My beautiful, beautiful yard looks like Hades right now. I think it was so beautiful before that it's extra Hades right now. And I have all kinds of trinkets in my yard. And it's beautiful when everything's pretty, but when it's not, it looks like you got a bunch of crap laying around in your yard. Love Always Truth, I'm glad you're here. You missed a whole hour of me yak and ack. Let's see if Nate has anything to say. Nate's probably still having brunch someplace. He's probably having a dang mimosa. I don't have a mimosa. I have a Dr. Pepper Zero. How embarrassing, Court TV. Uh-oh. Fancy Nancy, you're busy today, ain't you? Oopsie, but she figured it on out. I don't even know how to figure stuff out that fast. I do need a mimosa, but I like a Bellini really the best. It's the same thing, only different, like prosciutto and, no, that ain't right. Prosecco and peach juice, or Prosecco and orange juice. Prosecco is pretty good with pomegranate juice too. Champagne and anything. Now that didn't sound good. That didn't sound good at all, but I'm fixing to see if it clicked you off. Clicked you off? Well, happy B-Day. Love always. We're glad you're here with us on your birthday. Nate is not typing nothing. He could at least take a picture of the front of the courthouse. I think I'll ask him that. could you please post a photo of the outside of the courthouse? Thank you. Let's see if Nate does that. Probably not. Yesterday was such a trip with that boyfriend, I swear. Why was she? Don't you have to have a license in every state where you sell houses? I wonder if somebody's sending me a message or what. Nancy says, somebody sending me a message. Oh, fancy Nancy, you. We will not fire you. We are so glad to have your help. All hands on deck. I'm so proud of y'all that have men folks that are good men folks. And it seems like most of our group here has good men folks. I don't hear nobody, whooping. And if you do, we'll go over there and whoop him back. Fancy Nancy, you need to give me a lesson on how to fast undo it, because I was like, what? I don't even know how to undo something. Love Always True says, I listened to the brother last night, Shane, and I don't know about him. I didn't hear the whole thing. I fell asleep. I was busy watching my grandson doing kung fu. Excuse me, and it got me tired. I'm sure. Kelly Blue, who says, I learned yesterday in your honor, Fancy, and now I'm repeating for all of our ongoing education. Okay. We need to hear the comment. Let's see. Okay, she's going to tell us. I need all the help I can get. Well, you're giving us some help, and I appreciate all of y'all. Mods, subs, members, friends, passersby. Okay, Love Always True says, when flipping houses at state where you are not licensed, your out-of-state license generally holds no authority. You act as a regular unlicensed investor. Well, I wondered about that because she said she was flipping houses in South Carolina or North Carolina. I guess maybe that's sort of like gambling. She did it a couple of times and made good and thought that it would be easy, and it is not. Beach Bum says, I haven't seen those interviews from Josh's brother, but I have my thoughts. That dude on the stand was genuine. I do think he was, but when he first came in with that Sprite bottle, I promise you, I thought he was drunk. And to be fair, if I had to go to court and face all that, I might do some drinking before I went. I definitely would hide in the bathroom whenever he had the bathroom break. I was like, I'm going to the bathroom and I'm not coming out. It's sort of like pregnancy, though, court is. Once you get down to it, there's no turning back. You got to go through it to get to the other side. I can remember thinking that whenever I would be in labor. It's like, this might have not been a good idea. That was crazy what he said. He says, I admit it was an odd start. He wouldn't swear on an oath, but did promise to tell the truth. That is acceptable. Isn't that crazy? That's what I'm saying. He didn't seem right to start with. It's like he didn't have regular knowledge of what went on around people and things. That's why I said I think something was the matter with him. I'm not talking bad about him because he may have been, damaged from the war. I don't know what his problem was, but he wasn't. And that's one thing, is that it probably took him some time to realize that the same way that Eric was being used, he also was being used. Okay, Love Always True says, you are strictly acting as a buyer investor. You must use local licensed agents to represent you. If you want access to the MLS, you will need directly with sellers for sale by owner. I see. It's a lot to know about all that. I guess that's why you're supposed to go to school. Okay, folks. They're bound to be getting ready to go to court by now. No movement on Nate. KUTV2 New Salt Lake City has not put up. We love you. KUTV2 News Salt Lake City. Thank you. I keep rechecking, refreshing to see if anything is going on. I can't do two things at once very good, and so I was entertaining and looking this. 9:30. Okay, so that means that will be 10:30 here. That 9:30 a.m. is for Mountain Time. Fancy Nancy says, I finally see Kelly's tinfoil hat. It's so cute. Yesterday was pure torture for Jeff. And like I said, he volunteered. So there's something to these Southern men. Constitutional. Yeah. Love Always True says, he seems still very much in love with her. I don't understand why she was condescending through her text. Probably extremely nerve-wracking having to go in the courtroom. If you love somebody, I guess you just keep on loving them. It's no explaining that. I've put myself through a lot of bad stuff and called it love. Fancy Nancy says, I was surprised to learn that he was the one who initiated contact with law enforcement, sister, and brother-in-law. Yeah. He reached out to them to say he was dang sorry. And that's what I said yesterday. I said, I think he wants to tell them that he's sorry. Love Always True says, I had a real estate license in Hawaii and California, and it's a lot. It's a lot going to law. It is like going to law school, in my opinion. I had to take classes both times. I had to take the test in Hawaii 2 times before I passed. I bet. Fancy Nancy says, love, absolutely. She was rude. Fancy Nancy says, would love her master's degree. Yeah, I wonder what kind of master's degree work she did. Did she get it in real estate? Maybe. Love Always True says, I think the fact that she asked him about how he felt about killing people, or if he'd killed someone, if it bothered him, stuck with him, and that's why he contacted the sister and brother-in-law. Yes, and all that digging at him about drugs and telling him she had drugs. That seems like that he was trying to get her to come to his house and hunt drugs, is what it seemed like to me. I would never tell a person who had been on drugs before, that I had cabinets full of drugs in them. That is asking for somebody to break in your house. Love, always, truth. It doesn't matter what kind of degree you have, it still have to pass the real estate exam, and it's not easy. That's true. Fancy Nancy's love, gotcha. Love, always, truth says, I wonder where she got her master's degree. It was like an online class. That would be a lot easier, in my opinion, than in-person learning. Yeah. It's hard to know what, I guess some people do go to school and think, what is the easiest thing I can do to make money? What is the less work and more play? Most people are interested in things and get led that way, but it happens. All right, well, let's check back again and see if these Utah people have decided to get out of bed and start streaming. Nope. What you say, Nate? I don't know what Kouri's boyfriend knew before. I don't think he did know more. He just wanted somebody to take care of him. Miss Kouri. Let's see what law and crime do say. Law and crime. Well, that one is, at least we see that law and crime is up and moving around this morning. Let's see here. Oh my goodness. These Utah people are just wait till the last minute to start their things. Okay. Let's see here. Love, always, true says she had a rich husband with a lot of connections. She had a leg up on real estate. It's too bad she didn't have any heart or real love for him. She could have been a great agent, probably. Yes, there was no reason for them to make up this big mess. This was just all uncalled for messing up shit. Everything that happened here did not have to happen. Love Always True says, she sure talked about drugs a lot for someone who doesn't do drugs or brought them up a lot in text. That just seems like something you would talk about when you first meet someone. And then you know. Exactly. She knows whether she's been doing some drugs with him or not. And of course, if you think someone has stopped drugs and you find out they haven't, that's a little shocker too. There we go. Okay. Okay, now we're in business. We're in real business now. We are in real business now. Waiting for them to start their deal. I was worried about them. It's like, did they all decide to just take a long weekend? I am so glad that y'all are with me here today. What a nice group of people we have here. Everybody show Crusher some love and hit that like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Y'all gonna don't make me sing. Hey, Hawkeyes, love nature. I'm glad you're here. Working and listening, making some coffee work for me. Yeah, it's Thursday is garbage day here. I took out the can and I've taken out the main can, but I usually go back around and collect another whole bag to take out there before he gets here. Okay. Love Always True says, yeah, she was into money and showing off that she was money connected. She thought she'd hit the jackpot, thought he was going to be able to work with her and they could team. She let him down. Look at that. Thank you so much, Hawkeye. Thank you so much for supporting Crush's difficult research. We appreciate that so much. Our heads have been spinning a lot for the past few months, and we've got to get ourselves back in order. Back. We have some goals. We got distracted, which is exactly what was meant to happen. Love Always True says, I love when Donna's hosting the show. She's always looking at all sides of the story and has got good intuition. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just like, I hate it that I look at all sides of the story sometimes. Hawkeyes Love Nature says, love both of you. We're here to walk the walk with you both. That's it. Travel with me, people. Let's travel on. Donna is on it. Thank you so much. I need to feel that way sometimes. I don't want to get the big head, though. That'll get me in trouble. Can't get the big head. Beach Bum says, she was in over her head. Notes were due before Eric's death. And then she was in quicksand. Wait till the financial trials. I know. See, y'all, this is just her, about Eric's murder. All the stuff about financials, those are going to be charged in a different trial. And so even though they're talking about them as a motive, but they haven't charged yet. And so that's why they're careful with that information, or seem to be, or talk about the 4140 or whatever that is. Okay. So it must be getting close. Mr. Courtroom. Mr. Courtroom. You know, that is really, when you think about it, that Eric went on a mission to Mexico City and in 2 years learned to speak Spanish fluently. That is kind of interesting, that people could learn to speak a language fluently in 2 years and also have time to be proselytizing while you're learning a new language. That seems like a lot. I'm going to take that down. I think I was hide the current comment, trying to be boss of that. I'm glad y'all are coming in. Come on in. Invite your friends. Go share. Go hype. I don't even know how to hype, but if you know how to hype, do it. Love Always True says, I've got a one-track mind. I appreciate someone that looks at all sides. Once I made my mind, it's hard to change it because I feel it deep inside me. Yeah, I get you. And I feel that way about some things too, that you can't talk me out of. Although I'm learning. It takes some people a long time to learn something. I hype all the time. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Go share it someplace. Go like it, like it, like it. Let's see how we are doing for liking. I'm going to do that. Make sure that you go up to the top of the chat, and where it says top chat, pull down to live chat. So you can see all the comments. Love Always True says, Cresha has been posting so many videos. I've been having to listen to them. I need to go back and make some comments, but it wasn't able to look at the screen because I had dry eye issues. Well, I do appreciate that. And commenting is important on the videos. If you could comment a little bit on each video, it does help to it in the algorithm. I know she has been doing a lot of those little shorts, and they are good. I have been falling down on something lately, and I'm going to try to do better, is to go back and comment on your comments in the videos. To go back and comment on the videos, and also to comment on the comments, like comments. Okay, now, Judge, I have given you ample time to come in here and act right and show up on time, and now you're not doing it. Somebody's grandma is going to have to go down there and talk to them. I have got way too many tabs open. Every time I see something, I have to go look at it. They said Cyprus, and they said they're shooting at Cyprus. And I was like, where's Cyprus? I need to go look. It's not a little, it's an island out there in the middle of the Gulf. In the middle of the war. I see him over there.
231-500-139, State of Utah versus Kouri Richins. Counsel for the state are present. Counsel for the defendant are present with Ms. Richins. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, anything? Okay. And we're starting with Ms. Bramwell, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's invite the jury in, please. Folks, please have a seat. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Urbana.
Marie Bramwell, please.
Ms. Bramwell, good morning. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Marie Bramwell, Bramwell.
What do you do for work?
I'm an attorney,
What kind of law do you practice?
domestic relations.
Does that include divorce work?
Yes,
And is your practice located in Heber?
yes, it is.
I want to turn your attention to May of 2021. Were you doing that same law practice at that time?
Yes, I was.
And what is the name of your law firm?
Gordon Law Group.
What is your firm practice related to when you're starting an attorney-client relationship, when you would collect a retainer payment?
Normally, there is an initial consultation, and after that meeting, then we would collect a retainer.
What's the approximate cost for that retainer?
It's normally $5,000.
What is so you mentioned after that initial consult, is that consult typically done in person?
Yes, it is, typically.
And would that retainer agreement or the retainer payment be collected then after the initial consult?
Normally it is, yes.
Do you know Kouri Richins?
Yes,
And have you met with her?
yes, I have.
Was that on May 3rd of 2021?
That sounds correct.
Did you have any other in-person meetings with Kouri Richins?
I don't believe so.
Did you, after that initial meeting, did you subsequently exchange emails with Kouri Richins?
Yes, we did.
Did you ever meet with her in person again?
I don't believe so.
You emailed with her approximately 5 times between May of 21 and January of 22. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct.
And she emailed you about
4 times in that same time frame. Does that sound right?
Yes, that sounds correct.
Other than those communications, did you speak with her at any other time?
I don't believe I did.
If someone decides not to move forward with your firm in an attorney-client relationship manner for any reason, would a retainer be returned to them?
Yes.
Scott, if we could show the witness exhibit 4-20, please. Do you recognize this? If you could scroll all the way down for her, Scott. I don't know. Oh, it's my screen. I'm sorry. You can see the whole thing.
Yes, it appears to be a check issued from Gordon Law Group.
And is the check made out to Kouri Richins?
Yes, it is.
We'll move to admit 4-20.
Oh, no objection, I'm sorry.
4-20 is admitted.
Ma'am, those were all my questions for you.
Ms. Lewis.
Katie, could you pull up State's Exhibit 4-18 for the witness? You recognize that, Ms. Bramwell?
Yes, I do.
And is that your bio that's used for the Gordon Law Group?
Yes, it is.
And could we publish that, or could I move to admit it and then publish it?
No objection.
4-18 is admitted.
Can you blow it up, Katie, so I can? Yes, maybe I should step up here. My eyes, not what they used to be. Okay, so according to your bio, you practice law also in the areas of water law, boundary issues, easement, and property issues, correct?
Yes, I have.
That's all we have, nothing further.
Just one question. Were you doing those types of cases in 2021?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so it was just the domestic relations then at that time.
Primarily.
Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Counsel, may we release this witness?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Bramwell, thanks for your time. You're free to go. Counsel.
Your Honor, we have a phone call that we would like to play. It states Exhibit 2-95D. We've laid the foundation for these calls through other witnesses.
We object. I think these phone calls need to come in through a witness, and I know this phone call is between two particular people, and they haven't admitted it through any witness. I think there will be witnesses coming up that they may be able to admit it through, but I object to it being played at this time.
Would you approach for me?
Now, he has already told them that when to come up there, that he doesn't need them all to come up there, just one from each team. Look at that. I think he's like, oh, I'm not supposed to be up here. I'm not going to tell you what I really think about that, what I'm talking about with Josh. I thought I caught a glimpse of her. Ignoring her is harder than you'd think, people. So they're trying to have a discussion about a phone call that the state wants to bring in, and the defense is saying, but you haven't had the person who are on the phone calls to say, yeah, that's us, to come to make that kind of statement. And you might later, so why don't you wait till later? This getting this stuff in order must be way harder than it looks like it would be from the outside. Oh. Nate. Well, note to self, do not go up to the court thing there and bend over. Advice for the future, ladies. Do not bend over a counter like this in the courthouse. What now? In my description, when I scheduled this, so I will do that now. In my word, Donna, she looks like a Southern lady gardening in the front yard. Exactly, in her stretch pants. I'm a little confused, but let me go over here and see if I can see all the comments. Kelly Blue says, in my word, Donna, she looks like a, oh, already said that. Her phone is sending incomplete messages to us. Beach Bum has so missed us, huh? We missed her. Hawkeye, I talk about links a million times often than kinks. These phones are corrupt. Yeah, they are. Beach Bum says, at least YouTube is in English today, unlike the other day in some places. You can change it. Salt Pepper says, Beach Bum, I haven't been in the world much for long, so I'm probably both of us. Thank you for spreading our great channel here.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a couple of legal issues I need to sort out. If I sort them out now, it will make the rest of the day more efficient. I appreciate your patience. Please rise for the jury. Okay, folks, have a seat. We're still on the record. Ms. Lewis, I apologize for interrupting you. I think this would just be an easier way to have the conversation that we were having. Go ahead and complete your thought form regarding jail calls.
Well, there's hearsay in this call also from the other party, which
that will be true with every call. And so we'll need to come up with an instruction for the jury about how they are to treat the other side of each of these calls.
All right, well, I guess our objection is that these calls could and should be introduced through an actual witness. Playing them randomly, I think is confusing for the jury.
May we stay focused on this particular call for a moment to tease out your position on that? So this is 2-95.
I'd like to look at that again, but I also think that we.
Hold on, I wasn't finished with my
Oh, I'm
question.
sorry.
My apologies. This
You
is
take my
2-95.
Yes, sir.
What was the number again?
295D.
Okay, so 2-95D, as I understand it, the state is seeking to play now because it relates to Ms. Richins having contacted Ms. Bramwell. Is that fairly stated?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And so I think I understand the state's position. Playing it at any other time than directly following Ms. Bramwell's testimony would be confusing. That's what I'm gathering from the state's position.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So take it from there, Ms. Lewis.
I'd like to, I haven't looked at this call in a couple of days, so I'd like to look at it. But I also think by introducing these things without a witness on the stand is a violation of our Sixth Amendment right to cross-examine. When we introduce these randomly, we can't cross-examine anyone about these calls.
Well, are you talking about foundation or content?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Are you talking about cross-examining regarding foundation or content?
Content.
Well, the content, the part that's being admitted for the truth, is your own client's statements. So the confrontation problem doesn't exist there. And if we instruct the jury not to consider the other half of the conversation for the truth, there's no confrontation issue there either.
Well, if they were to call the witness, who is the other half of the conversation, and introduce the call through the witness, then we would have an opportunity to cross-examine regarding the phone call.
But not if the other half of the call isn't being admitted as substantive evidence. They're not admitting the other half of the conversation as substantive evidence of anything. And moreover, I'm going to be instructing the jury that they can't consider the other half of the call as substantive evidence. I think I have to under the hearsay rule.
Your Honor, I still believe that we need to have the call through a witness. If they were to call the person who testified, the person who's on the other half of the call, then we would have the right to cross-examine them about the content of the call. And we don't know what that evidence would be. There may be more to this call or more context to this call that the individual can explain. By just randomly playing calls, we don't have any opportunity to cross-examine anyone or do anything with these calls. And then the jury just takes these calls as without an opportunity for us to put in any explanation about these calls.
I feel like you're intentionally ignoring the fact that I'll be instructing the jury to not consider the other half of the call. But I understand your position, and you have to acknowledge that you have the power to subpoena the people on the other side of the call if you want to. But let's stay focused on the half that the jury would be allowed to consider from each of these calls. And that's your client's own statements.
I need a moment to look at this call again. I haven't looked at it in a couple of days. Is that all right?
Of course.
It might take me a minute.
Can I see it at the same time?
Um,
There was something that was on the screen just now.
yeah, so
I've got it.
send this to Scott.
Oh, I got it. Never mind. This is just the transcript.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. It's from court.
They sent it to us the other day.
No problem. And then somebody else on your team is going to provide me and opposing counsel with the transcript of Ms. Gibson's testimony.
Okay, I'm
regarding-
confused.
Yeah.
I was getting you that you want to see the exhibit itself first.
Forgive me, somebody flashed it. I think Katie flashed the content of the call on the screen. And so if Ms. Lewis is looking at it, I'm going to be in the dark if I don't see
Okay,
it at the
Scott,
same
can you
time.
publish the content of the call? And then we'll,
We'll go to the next piece.
gotcha.
Thank you.
Let me just play this portion, Your Honor, without the audio?
Do you have a written representation of what's being said?
It's at the
transcript.
bottom.
Oh, I see.
It has the scrolling text at the bottom, Your Honor.
Let's do it. Give me 1 second. We'll all be on the same page here.
Cool. Hi.
Did we lose audio, Scott? It would appear that way.
I turned it off. I wouldn't.
Oh, okay. No, that's okay. I misunderstood.
I can't, we can't see it.
That's true. I can fix that.
Thank you.
All right, Scott, if you would play it without the audio for a moment, I'd appreciate it. stating the content of the call. Thank you. Forgive me, for the record, and so that defense counsel can respond. The probative value of this is
Your Honor, it goes to Ms. Richins' state of mind. It goes to her intent about the marriage and what her thought process was in seeking counsel from a divorce lawyer.
okay. All right. Ms. Lewis, I understand defendant's position regarding hearsay. Anything further regarding foundation or 4010203?
Yes, I think that the call needs to be further redacted. I mean, I stand on our objection, but if the court's going to let it in, it needs to be further redacted. The first part of the call is not relevant. I'd have to pull it up again, and I can work with them about the parts, and I think the last part. So I think there's some at the beginning that needs to be taken out and some at the end that needs to be taken out. If it's going to come in.
Specific?
On what basis?
Well, if I have it up in front of me again, I can be.
Well, let's have a larger discussion. This was on my to-do list, not necessarily for today, but I've been waiting for defense counsel's final word on the jail calls pursuant to the pending motion regarding the jail calls, and I don't have it yet. At some point, I'll need defense to say what their position is regarding each of the proffered jail calls.
Okay.
So this is the one that's coming up now, but at some point we have to come to closure on that issue, so we're not
Understood.
doing it in real time. How do you want to proceed from this point on this call?
If I could just maybe look at it with the state and point out first part and the last part and see if we can agree that that needs to be out
That's
of
fine.
the call.
Okay. Do you want to do that now, Mr. Bloodworth, and then address the other issues? Do you want to do that now and address the other issues during the lunch break?
Well, Your Honor, I think the other issues are going to come up way before lunch.
Understood. Okay.
So let me, if agreeable, let me propose maybe Ms. Lewis and Ms. Shervinack could address that in parallel. Me and other defense counsel can address.
We're fine with that.
Okay. Among the defense team, who is taking lead on Mr. Wright and Mr. Kings?
That would be Ms. Nestor.
I have Mr. Wright, Mr. Ramos has Mr. Case.
Perfect. Sounds like this will work. Okay. Ms. Lewis, would you work with Ms. Shervinack to see if you can reach agreement regarding some further redactions to that particular call, 2-95D?
Yes.
Okay.
And just for the record, that we're not withdrawing our objection, but if it's coming in, that's what we're going to talk about is this redaction.
You're not withdrawing any of your objections.
No,
Right.
we're not.
I understood.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Bloodworth, the state will be calling Kouri Wright and Josh Case today, correct?
Correct.
Pursuant to the court's ruling in order denying state's motion to reconsider and admit excited utterance, there are portions of their proffered testimony that have been excluded by the court. There are other portions, though, that I imagine the state's view is should come in
Correct.
under other exceptions to the hearsay rule. Have you, can we just talk about practicalities for a second, had a conversation with Mr. Wright and Mr. Case so they are aware of the limitations imposed by the court?
Yes, Your Honor, I've had that conversation with each of them, and to reinforce it during the examination, I will ask questions kind of in the form of, without saying what Mr. Richins said, you know, what was your impression?
Okay. Will the state be eliciting any testimony about statements made by Eric to either of them?
No, Your Honor. The state will scope its questions to elicit responses about what was their impression of Mr. Richins' demeanor and what, if any, advice did they give Mr. Richins?
Okay. Ms. Nestor, that creates a pretty good safety margin between where the proffer started, and it sounds like where it's coming in terms of making sure that the witnesses don't unintentionally say anything that's excluded by the court. Anything further on that issue?
No, sir.
Mr. Ramos?
No, Judge.
Okay. All right. Okay. That handles that. When's the next time a jail call is going to be offered by the state to your current expectation, Mr. Bloodworth, understanding that this is dynamic?
Your Honor, the next time I anticipate
Sitting here today right now
Yeah. is during Detective O'Driscoll's testimony.
That was my expectation as well. When's he taking the stand?
Your Honor, he will be most likely the state's last witness, probably late Monday, early Tuesday.
Okay. All right. And so the reason we're doing this call now is for proximity to Ms. Bramwell's testimony.
It is, Your Honor, and the state appreciates that the broader set of jail calls is unresolved, and kind of anticipating this, we emailed this 2 days ago to defense to kind of start the process of resolving it.
All right. I'm going to give Ms. Shervanek and Ms. Lewis an opportunity to work for a few more minutes. I'm going to use the restroom. So we'll come back at 10:15.
Yes,
Any
sir.
objection, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. We're in recess until 10:15. Thank you.
Well, I took my headset off for just a minute and he went to lunch. Is that what he did? Let's see what y'all's comments are. Fancy Nancy, did he say we were going to lunch? Recess? You guys look here and see what I see. I know that. Somehow the judge thinks it's good for the jury to have to read that stuff, but it's kind of weird for us. It was everything. His exact type has always been my downfall. Kelly, blue-hoo. I finally rehabbed the one I'm married to for 20 years, but Josh got me right in the love I feel for him. I know. Okay, the restroom break for the judge. Okay, good. It's a short break, not a long break. I got freaked out. A little freaked out. So it's only like a 10-minute, 11:50. Okay. Let's see. Okay. 10:15 a.m. Court will be back in session at 10:15. Okay. All right. I was like, dadgum, y'all. You're killing me with these breaks. Wait a minute. I did not mean for that to tick. That is not what I meant to do. There it is. Heavenly days. So, she wants them to hear the jail call, but they don't want him to know he was in jail. I object. That makes me look bad. Lamicia says Kouri is mostly neutral, but occasionally that mask slips all the way off, and she, quick to put it back on. I've seen it. Ooh. Y'all, and so Fancy Nancy says that Nada's not there today. He is still posted, but I'm guessing he's getting his report from somebody else. So since he's not there, he won't have very detailed. Excruciating is my type. Lamicia says, I noticed in some other chats comments later, men were so threatened by Josh because he was in touch with his emotional. I think he was raw emotionally, but I don't know that he was in control or in touch with any of it. When you've been lied to and used, it works on your mind quite a bit. Beecham says, Lisa, back at you. Missed you as well. I'm getting ready to be put an out-of-town funeral tomorrow. It's just hard. It really is. Yeah, I wish I could meet a nice, sympathetic guy. At least he's a good worker. And he don't lie well. Was not good at lying. Probably why he didn't know very much. Probably why he did not know very much. Well, that Josh sure got some attention yesterday. I'll say that for him. So today it's we're gonna hear testimony from Cody Wright and Josh Case, and I guess those were people he worked with. Oh Lord! Since the judge asked the prosecutor Brad Blodsworth if he's spoken with the two witnesses to reinforce that they cannot repeat what Eric told them, Blodsworth said he has and will elicit their responses about Eric's demeanor and what they said to him and not what they told him. Judge says this will create a safety margin to make sure the witnesses don't unintentionally say anything excluded from court. Yikes. Bloodworth says the next time a jail call will be played is when Detective O'Driscoll takes the stand. He will likely be the state's last witness, either late Monday or early Tuesday. Court's taking a restroom break and we'll be back at 10:15. The witnesses coming up this afternoon are Cody. Let's see. I just said it. Cody Rice and Josh Case. And part of it will be hearsay. So I'm going to put that in the chat. So it's Cody Wright and Josh Case. There's more than one Josh in this story. Yeah, it is a long P. Hawkeye's nature. They should be back. There's more than peeing going on. They're having to argue about all this other stuff that they hadn't. Lamicia says, what is Corey's brother's name? Is he on the witness list? He should. Cody is Eric's business partner. Ronnie is her brother. I don't know if he's on the witness list. Judge, Your Honor, hear my plea before you open up your court. I don't want no abuse excuse because I cut my good man's throat. That's a song, an actual song. It's called Send Me to the Electric Chair. And you wish these women would just go on and say this instead of the stuff that they say. Send me to the electric chair. Is Corey's mother on the defense? Which I don't know if she is or not. And you know, in some courtrooms, like people sit behind the defendant or they sit behind the prosecutor. These people are having to sit where they can. They're all over the room. They have taken a long bathroom break. Cody Wright is Eric's business partner in the masonry business. Love Always True says, I was just shocked that her mother was involved with someone that overdosed it. The coincidences are way too many to be coincidental. Well, Love Always Truth, if you got a group of people that are doing drugs, you might have a couple of them overdose on their own. My kids have several friends each that have died that way. It's a terrible thing. Drugs are a terrible thing. It don't seem like it whenever you start them. Love Always True says too many coincidences add up to guilt. It's just impossible for someone to be lying and stealing and cheating and poisoning and don't know anyone can think she's innocent. I don't think anybody can think she's innocent either. I'm just saying that I don't know if her mother killed the person or not. If she was around people that are on drugs, they might overdose. Angela Davis says she's bringing us all to her kitchen to fix lunch. What are we having? She says we're having soup and sandwiches. Thank goodness. That sounds delicious. Okay. Beach Bum says she was using a terribly executive shell game, moving money to herself and not versus paying loans. Yeah, she was. That was crazy. It was like, you're going to get caught up with eventually. Love Always True says, I do not understand here. Say it drives me crazy. It still upsets me that the video of Charles couldn't be shown in the Daybell trial. I felt like it was his own personal testimony. It's considered hearsay if the person cannot say, I said that, to put it in. It don't make sense to me either. Payday loans especially. It's like being overdrawn, and when you get paid, they take all your money right out of it. Okay. This judge obviously needs to take some Imodium or something, because they are now I bet that judge thinks he is really having to work hard for his money this 5 weeks. It's probably a fight out in the courtroom lobby.
Call that you think should be redacted.
I believe it starts at page 2. I believe we should redact starting line 15 on page 2 through line 4 on page 3.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. I'm not sure that short period adds anything, provides any context, has any probative value. What am I missing?
I disagree, Judge. For starters, it does directly from Ms. Richins say what her state of mind is going into this call, her annoyance, and in her tone of voice when you hear the audio, there's frustration there, and it does add quite a bit of context, particularly in the beginning of the call. And then in particular, she says on page 2, starting at line 21, I'm just like so fucking annoyed. Like, what the hell does anything have to do with anything? And that gives context to the rest of the call, because what she's referring to is what does Eric consulting a divorce attorney have to do with me consulting a divorce attorney? Well, she goes on to explain, but that sets up the context for the rest of the call, in addition to her frustration, annoyance that's heard in her voice as well as in her words at the beginning of the call, giving context to the rest of the conversation.
Your Honor, I disagree that that's necessary. I don't think the beginning of the call gives any context to what they're talking about. And if the state just wants the jury to know she's annoyed, she says it numerous times throughout the call. Beginning of page 4, she says, like, what the hell? I know. I just I'm so annoyed by that. She says it numerous times. And yes, you can tell by her tone of voice that she's annoyed. I don't see that the beginning gives any context whatsoever.
Yeah, I guess that's my question, Ms. Lewis. Why aren't we just starting at page 4, line 1?
Well, actually, I think that would make perfect sense. And when Ms. Sherbanek and I were going through this, I actually had asked for more to be redacted, and I compromised a bit. But now that you've reminded me, yes, I actually think it would make sense to start at page 4, line 1.
Where, out of the gate, Ms. Sherbanek, she describes being annoyed, and we go from there.
I disagree, Your Honor. She's talking about the Heber thing on page 3 at line 5. She says beat around the bush. Obviously what I'm thinking about, she's talking about the Heber thing.
The Heber
goes
thing is
both ways.
different than Ms. Bramwell and Ms. Miller.
No,
Tell me how.
the Heber thing directly refers to her meeting with Ms. Bramwell in Heber.
Oh, I don't think that's clear from the text of the call. If I was confused about it, I think there's a pretty good chance the jury would be confused about it.
I disagree.
I know, you've been very clear about that. Anything else?
Just that this is important context for the whole call, and starting it partway through does not give the context that's necessary to understand what starts on page 4 at line 1.
Anything else?
It's relevant, Your Honor.
I understand. Anything else?
No.
Okay. We're going to start the call at page 4, line 1. Anything else, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
The court rules that starting the call at page 4, line 1, and then including the redactions that counsel have agreed to in the body of the call and at the end, provides probative information regarding Ms. Richins' state of mind and backward-looking reflections regarding her consultation with Ms. Bramwell. That probative information, probative value of that information is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice or any other Rule 403 considerations. With respect to defendant's hearsay objection, Ms. Richins' side of these recorded calls is categorically not hearsay, and the court will instruct the jury that they cannot consider the male voice side of the call for the truth of the matter asserted. Rather, they can only consider the statements made by the male on the call for the effect that they had upon Ms. Richins in the conversation. Any further objection, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
In terms of instructing or just providing the jury for context, I'm inclined to tell the jury that Ms. Gibson testified that she preserved some recordings of phone calls involving Ms. Richins. You are about to hear one such phone call. Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No objection, Your Honor. Are we good then to, as we discussed at the bench, have Ms. Shervinack just give the date of the phone call?
No, Your Honor.
It's not in the content, and Ms. Gibson didn't provide that particular piece of foundation, so that would be additive.
Your Honor, if we were to play that portion of the audio of the jail call, it would make it clear that it was a jail call.
Oh, forgive me. I haven't heard or seen the introductory portion of the home wave call. Does it?
Right,
does
Your
it
Honor.
State the date.
Yes, every home wave call begins with a time or date, and then this is a recorded line, and anything you say will be preserved, could be monitored, and admonishments like this.
Is that accurate, Ms. Lewis?
That's accurate, but this takes me back to my initial point is this should have been and typically would be introduced through a witness because the witness could have just said the date and we wouldn't have this problem. I don't think that the state should be testifying to the date.
Right, but if Ms. Gibson had just said, in order to avoid playing any of that for an indisputably authentic call, I will now just list the dates of the calls, would we be in any different position than we are right now?
Well, I would stand by my objection that a witness needs to testify to the date of the call, not the court or the state.
Yeah, given here the effort that we're taking to not put evidence that Ms. Richins was in custody in front of the jury, I think it's in fair and necessary balancing to not play the preamble of the call, which would limit your ability to cross-examine Ms. Gibson as to how she knows when the date of the calls, because it's based on that same content. And so I think it's appropriate and does not violate defendant's rights in any way to just state what is undisputed. December 18, 2023, correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Oh, that's correct, Your Honor. I also think the date falls, because of the way the calls are labeled, the date falls under Jeremy Thomas's certification as to the authenticity.
I understand. I think you and I see it the same way. It's just a matter of the defense's good faith objection to me providing the information, but given the alternatives, this is the best way.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
One more
Please.
Pragmatic
Yes.
question. Because the court's decision just redacted out the initial part of the demonstrative, it seems to make sense to the state to, at this point in time, as a matter of efficiency, to just kind of fast forward and hit play beginning at page 4, line whatever the court just decided.
Yeah.
Rather than take 15 minutes to redact the exhibit now, and then at the end of the day, we can redact it and clean it all up consistent with the court's ruling.
Is Lewis, you okay with that? You're not waiving any objections?
I understood. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so Scott's way ahead of us.
All right. Scott, why don't we take a look at it together? Show me the new version of 2-95D. The text is correct. Scott, let's try the audio.
Your Honor, we can't see it.
My apologies. Oh, Scott, go ahead. Yeah.
Obviously.
Who fucking cares?
I know. I'm just like so annoyed by that. Like, I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Obviously, if
And
one
it's
party's
normally-
going to do it, the other party's probably going to do it to see what the fuck.
Do you want to fast forward to the end just to confirm, so Ms. Lewis can confirm that the stuff at the end has been redacted out?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I did not catch anything for redactions at the end.
Okay. I can.
Yeah, if you would work with Scott real quick to make sure that the stuff at the end gets redacted out.
Yes.
Hey, you're supposed to say it's redact. It's the way it's being offered includes redactions. Yeah.
Honest to God, They are reading stuff, so we're watching them read some more stuff. I guess this is a phone call they're reading to make sure that it don't have extra stuff.
Let's do it. Tip 2. Okay, if you fast forward to the end, Ms. Lewis, let's make sure that the redactions you spoke with Ms. Shervinack about have been made.
I have the audio on my speakers. Let me change that over real quick.
Okay.
Obviously.
What'd she say no to?
So yeah, I don't know.
They found, like I said, they found out about it, but guess what? You know, so did he.
Exactly.
So it's everybody's natural reaction to wanting to defend themselves.
That's correct.
Okay. Give me one moment. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Shervinack, anything before we invite the jury back?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor? Okay, we're ready for the jury. Please have a seat as you come in. All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when Ms. Gibson was testifying, she testified that she downloaded and preserved recordings of certain phone calls involving Kouri Richins. You are about to hear one such phone call from December 18, 2023. You may consider Kouri Richins' statements on this recorded call for any purpose. You may not consider the statements made by the male voice on this phone call for their truth. Instead, the only purpose you can consider the statements made by the male voice on this phone call is for the effect it had upon the listener, that is, Kouri Richins. Scott, let's make sure we are ready to go. Okay. 2-95D is admitted. Please proceed.
Obviously.
Who
Like,
fucking
what
cares?
the heck? I know. I'm just like so annoyed by that. Like, I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Obviously, if
And
one
it's
party's
not like-
gonna do it, the other party's probably gonna do it to see what the fuck.
Right? And it's like,
Common sense.
you know, regarding your side of stuff, nothing came out of that. What came out of the other side?
Exactly.
Oh, illegal transfer, everything.
Yes,
Like,
exactly.
A lot came out of that.
Yes, I just went in for a consultation. That was it.
Yep.
So why is that so bad? Am I misunderstanding something?
No, it's just something they're going to try to probably try to hold against you, you know, for no fucking reason. Because
He did it first.
guess what? Yeah, he did it first, and not only did he do it first, like he actually took action on it illegally.
Yes. All I did was, what the hell am I supposed to do? That was literally the conversation.
Yeah. Yep. So
This is my
you
right
know,
to
that
do.
person's probably going to be right.
And
So that
it's,
person's probably going to be brought in,
which is perfect, because you know what I told that person?
which is well,
I don't want to fill out the packet. I don't want absolutely anything. I want to walk away clean and free. I don't want anything. And she kept advising me, no, that's not how this works. You have to fill this out about da 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 da. And I said, I don't want to. I don't want any of it.
Yep.
That is what I told that lady. I said, I just want these done. And
Yeah,
she
so
argued
perfect.
with me forever. I took the packet, I threw it away. I'm like, no, I won't fill this out because I don't want to have
So-
everything.
I mean, right. So that's perfect and works in favor for you for everything.
Yep.
Nothing,
Yeah,
you know.
I'm just like so fucking annoyed by it though. Like, quit portraying me to be this person.
Yeah.
Anything you're trying to say I did, Eric did. Like, so now they cancel each other out, you fucking idiot. Like,
Yeah.
protecting myself, like,
Yeah, I wouldn't get I wouldn't get too worked up about it.
yeah, I'm not, but that just gave me an idea. I am going to ask if she can testify.
Well, that's not really going to matter because she just gets subpoenaed. And to be honest, if their attorneys don't do it, yeah, you're going to.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm just annoyed. So I told Mom, I said,
Because they're going to try to paint this picture. So you're going to try to paint this picture and like, oh no,
yeah.
no, here she is. What she asked about? What did you advise her? What did she say no to?
So yeah, I don't know.
They found, like you said, they found out about it, but guess what? You know, so did he.
Exactly.
So it's everybody's natural reaction to want to defend themselves.
Counsel, the state's next witness, please.
Becky Lloyd.
Ms. Lloyd, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? I do. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could state your name, please, and spell your last name.
My name is Becky Lloyd, Lloyd.
Where do you work?
I work for C&E Stonemasonry.
And how long have you worked there?
I've worked there 5 years.
What is your current role with C&E?
I am currently their estimator.
What's that mean?
It means C&E Stone, we put stone on houses, and my job is to figure out how much we need on those houses.
What was your job back with C&E when you first started with them?
I got hired originally as an admin.
And when was that?
That was in February of 21.
Did you know Eric Richins?
I did.
How long did you know him for?
I met him sometime around 2017.
Okay. And what about Kouri Richins? Do you know her?
I do.
And did you meet her around the same time?
Yeah.
In 2021, what was the nature of your relationship with Kouri Richins?
I knew her as a neighbor. I knew her as the mother to my children's friends, and I knew her as my own friend.
I want to turn your attention to December of 2021. Was there a conversation that you had with Kouri Richins in December of 2021 that stood out to you?
Yes.
What was the date of that conversation?
December 17th of 2021.
That's a specific date. Why do you remember that date?
Because I keep a journal and I have photos from that date.
What were you doing that day?
We were doing a Secret Santa gift wrap for C&E Stone. We get presents for families in the neighborhood that don't get a good Christmas, and we were wrapping them to give away.
Now, when you say we, was that who's the we?
Me and Kouri.
Okay, just the two of you then?
Just the two of us while we were wrapping, yeah.
Was there a topic of conversation that came up related to Kouri Richins' marriage?
Yes.
How did that come up?
I had recently gotten divorced a couple months before, 3 months before, and she was asking me how that was going, and I was asking her about how her marriage was going, and her and Eric had a fight that day, so it was definitely on the top of her mind.
What did Kouri say to you?
Kouri had an opportunity to go to a work event of some sort, like a Christmas gala, something like that. And it was going to be a really good opportunity for her career. She was excited about it. At the same time, Eric had booked a sleigh ride with the family for Christmas, a good family activity, and they had a scheduling conflict, and they did not agree about what they should do for that scheduling conflict.
What else did Kouri say during that conversation about her marriage with Eric?
She talked about how she was feeling trapped. She was feeling like there wasn't an easy way forward out of the marriage. She felt like she was worried about her kids. She was worried that she was going to lose them and that Eric was going to take the kids from her and that his family was going to turn the community against her. And she said that in many ways it would be better if he were dead.
What was the tone of Kouri's voice during that conversation?
It was serious. She definitely had a very serious tone. We weren't really joking. It was a very honest conversation and a very heartfelt conversation. And you could tell from her body language that, she was frustrated and she was struggling with where she was at. It was a serious tone.
What was your reaction to Kouri saying it would be better if Eric were dead?
To me, it really signified just how far their marriage was off track and how serious the situation was. And I felt bad for both of them. That's a heavy conversation.
I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Lloyd.
Good morning.
My name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins. First of all, I want to talk to you about how you got the job with C&E.
Absolutely.
Isn't it fair to say that Kouri helped you get that job because you'd just gotten a divorce and she was doing something nice for you?
I would say Kouri helped me get that job. Yes, she let me know that it was available and definitely made sure that I knew that it was an option for me.
And she was the reference for you to her husband, Eric?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. And when you were working at C&E, during the time that Eric was alive, Kouri was actually on the payroll, right? She got like a paycheck every couple weeks.
That's true.
And isn't it also true that right after Eric died, she called and said, don't send me anymore?
I believe so, but I am a little fuzzy on that memory.
Okay. But at some point she came off the payroll.
Correct.
Really quick after Eric died.
I would say so.
All right. I want to talk to you about the conversation on December 17th. And this was, as I understand you, Kouri and Eric every year did a Secret Santa project where they gave less privileged people anonymous Christmas gifts, right?
Absolutely.
And so you were there wrapping those gifts?
Yes.
And you were having girl talk?
Yes.
And you're somebody that she trusted?
Yeah, I hope.
Because you had confided in her about your marriage?
Correct.
And the fact your husband had been unfaithful?
Correct.
And she felt safe and talking to you about similar things like that?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were at this meeting, about, let me look at the date, just 1 minute. A couple of weeks after Eric died, you gave an interview about this conversation you and Kouri had.
Yes.
And you gave it to a private investigator that worked for the family of Eric Richins, right?
I actually don't remember if it was at that time, but I do remember in a meeting with him. Yes.
April 6th of 2022 at your house. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
All right. And this gentleman who was not law enforcement, he's a private investigator, right?
Yes.
And he came to your house and you told him about this day that you spent with Kouri, didn't you?
I don't remember, but I assume so.
All right. And isn't it fair that in that first interview, you never mentioned anything about saying it would be better off if Eric was dead, did you?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. And then you had a second interview almost 2 years later in March of 2024 with the same investigator. Is that right?
Sounds right.
And then the investigator said, wait, I understand you've talked to Katie and there was something you forgot to tell me the first time we met about a statement Kouri made.
That's true.
And what you forgot to tell him was this part about it, he'd be better off dead, right?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it fair that in this second interview in 2024, almost 2 years after, you even in that interview told him that you couldn't get on the stand for sure and say that she said that, didn't you?
I do not recall that.
Okay, Katie, can you please play the clip BL1? If we could cue that up and play it for her to hear.
Cue it up. And let's make sure we're all talking about the same thing. My apologies. Do we have a foundation issue here, Ms. Sher?
Yes, I don't know what they're referring to, and if they're seeking to refresh her, then I believe that should be handled slightly differently.
Yeah.
No, I believe she said she didn't say it, so I don't think I need to refresh her. I think I can impeach her at this point.
If you would just approach for a second. Get some water.
I do have
You need more than the carafe.
Thank you.
No problem.
Oh, you do?
Okay. Okay, so would you say the number one more time, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, Your Honor. We are going to be playing a clip that we have marked. We're not going to admit it. We're just going to impeach with it, but it's BL1.
Okay. And let's see, Katie, let me get you connected here.
And this part, I swear she said it, but I also feel like if you put me on the stand, I would not be confident enough to actually truly know if she said it. But I swear she said, in many ways, it would be better if he just died.
That's your
because, and I remember thinking the reason
is that your voice?
That is my voice.
All right. And you did say that you wouldn't be able to swear to it on the stand, didn't you?
I wouldn't be confident in that. Yes.
Okay. And then if we could play the second clip.
Yeah, well, like I said, that's the conversation we had, and I for sure know she said the trap stuff, and I am 90% sure she said the comment about it being better dead.
Okay, so again, that is the second interview that you had with the investigator. And again, you're saying you can't say for certain that she made that statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You also never told that statement to the police when you were interviewed by the police, did you? Until later, much later, like 2024.
I don't know if I got interviewed by the police in 2024.
Okay. All right. While you were employed at C&E, which you've testified to, after Eric died, were you instructed to go to the house and pick up some of his private items?
Yes.
And who asked you to go pick up his things?
Your Honor. Scope.
Help me understand. If you would approach Mr. Objection to outside the scope is sustained.
Ma'am, we are going to ask you some more questions in our case. So I will see you again, and that's all I have for you right now.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Shervanack, anything further today?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Lloyd, we listened to part of your conversation during one of your previous interviews, and do you recall during the rest of that conversation explaining why you remembered Kouri making that statement?
I do.
What's that explanation for why you remembered that specific statement from Ms. Richins?
Well, as someone who's gone through divorce myself or marital troubles, I know that it is probably somewhat common to have thoughts that aren't necessarily the nicest about your spouse and to have really strong feelings that way. But I was struck because she said it out loud. And some of those thoughts are what you'd call an inside thought sometimes. And it was memorable for me enough that after I met with the private detective, I went and talked to my friends. And without prompting, I said, hey, remember that conversation I told you about? What did I tell you about it? And they were able to confirm exactly what I said in my statement here, because it is a very big deal. And I respect the justice system very much, that I am never going to get on the stand and say something that I don't know as truth.
Are you confident in your testimony today?
I am.
Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So
Now it's your testimony that you were told about this statement by someone else?
No. My testimony is, it is very difficult to say such a thing when someone that you care deeply about has been leveled with such charges. It is very difficult. So that is why it didn't come up in the first interview. It is a very difficult position to be here on the stand saying things like this. I don't want to be here. No one has supplied my testimony to me. No one has made me say anything about that. No one has supplied words to me. I know that that happened, and it is unfortunate that it happened because I don't want to be here saying it, but I know that is what was said.
And in fact, the friend you're talking about is Kouri Richins, right?
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Didn't you discuss this statement with Kouri Richins, and Katie's the one who sent you to the private investigator?
Katie is the one that made the private investigator aware of it, but that is not who I had the conversation with about it as far as the truth of the statement.
But you did have a conversation with Katie about it.
I did.
Okay. And then you also had a conversation with some other friends who helped refresh your memory about what you might have said?
They confirmed what I said. They did not supply a sentence to me. They did not do anything like that. They just helped me do a hard thing.
Okay. And who did you tell about this statement prior to reporting it, besides your friends and Katie and the private investigator?
What do you mean?
Did you tell anybody else?
I told my friends. I told my partner. I told the investigator, Katie. I don't recall who else.
Okay. And this was all in 2024 when you brought it up to the investigator?
My friend conversation would have been in 2021, right about the exact same, probably within a couple of days of that conversation initially with Kouri.
And you would agree that if Kouri was planning to kill her husband 60 days later, it probably wouldn't be a really smart thing for her to say to you, hey, it'd be better off if he were dead, would it?
Now make your objection that the question is complete, Ms. Shervin.
It doesn't matter now.
Okay.
Go ahead, you can answer.
Say it again, please. I'm so sorry.
If Kouri Richins was planning to kill her husband in about 70 days after she made that statement to you, it wouldn't be a really smart thing to tell someone like you, hey, it'd be better off if he were dead, would it?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion about that?
Same objection.
Doesn't call for speculate.
It's sustained.
Okay. Did you ever ask Kouri directly, what did you mean when you said that to me on December 17th?
No.
You never gave her the opportunity to explain whether she was just venting, whether she was joking, whether she was serious?
Unfortunately, no.
And you had a long time to do that before you reported it to this investigator, didn't you? As a friend.
I suppose so.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Miss Lloyd, when Kouri Richins told you it would be better if Eric was dead, was she joking?
No.
What was her
speculation, Your Honor?
What was her tone?
Object to speculation.
Hold on, let's pause. Yeah, the question regarding what she was thinking, or was she joking, pardon me, is sustained. Can't consider the answer no, because this witness can't know what's in another person's head. You can ask about her demeanor.
Sure. What was her tone of voice?
Serious.
Was she laughing?
No.
Was she smiling?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe that she was joking?
No.
One last question. Were y'all drinking?
We had had one beverage. I had had one beverage.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. May we allow this witness to step down?
Yes.
All right.
Chief, please advise.
I got it. Thank you. If you're called back, you'll get notice.
Okay, thank you.
In the meantime, please don't talk to anybody about your testimony. Please don't watch any coverage, read any coverage, listen to any coverage about the case.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
Please travel safe.
Thank you so much.
Counsel.
Your Honor, the state calls Gabe Morren.
Okay. Sir, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Good morning, sir.
Hello,
What, sir, is your name?
Gabriel Morren, Morin.
And what do you do for a living?
I own a restaurant over in Camas.
And sir, is that the Mirror Lake Diner?
Yes, sir.
How long have you owned it?
Almost 13 years.
You operate it as well?
Yeah.
Scott, can I get 8.6 or 8-6, please?
Can you see that on screen, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Scott, if you can please scroll down. We'll go back to the top. Sir, do you recognize these records?
I do.
Are these records made at the time of the transaction?
Yes.
And is it your business's regular practice to make these records?
Yeah, I mean, there's some, at the time of an order, the table is created, whether it's a to-go order or someone physically in the restaurant. And then when the card is actually swiped, then the table's closed.
Okay, so we're going to get into that. I just need to lay a little bit of foundation to admit them, then we're going to publish them. But do you keep these records as
Your
a
Honor,
regular?
We don't object, but you can, it's fine to come in.
States 8-6 is admitted.
Thank you. Let's publish them, please, Scott, Your Honor. Scott, if you can, let me see here. Okay, so generally, what are we looking at?
So at 9:07, Megan is our employee. I believe this was a to-go order that was called in.
Okay.
And then, it was paid for in person at the time of pickup. $10 was written on gratuity, then $41.39 was the total charge.
So does this reflect a receipt from a called-in order at your diner on April the 14th, 2022?
Yeah.
And the card entry method there, is that for swipe?
Yeah.
And then the card was present, that's what that's telling us?
Yep.
Signature at the bottom, normal receipt that we've all seen all the time, always?
Yeah.
Scott, can you go to the next page, please? What, so is this portion of the document that we're looking at now?
Okay, so this is Megan's checkout. This would be at the end of her shift. And this is like a breakdown of credit cards, whether MasterCard, Discover, cash sales, and that kind of stuff.
And then Scott, if you can go down to the third document. Can you embiggen that top part? Thank you. And then, sir, what is this?
Okay, so this is an audit of that particular order. So you can see the timeline on the left side. So at 8:55, it says a Greek omelet, quinoa salad, bagel sandwich with hash browns, and then Kouri is typed in. So at 8:55, an order was placed. At 9:07, the food was ready. 9:07, payment was applied. And then at 10:50, adjusted payment. So the server has some leeway as to when they actually adjust their tips. I mean, before they're into their shift, they're going to go through all their sales and adjust tips. Some servers wait till the end of the day. At 11 o'clock on Valentine's, we weren't very busy, so she did it during the day.
Sir, why the name Kouri?
because there's a phone in to go order. So we don't take credit cards over the phone unless we really need to, but we do enough to go orders that we want a name associated with it so we don't get the orders mixed up. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Hello.
You and I've met before, but just to remind you, I'm Kathy Nestor. I represent Kouri Richins. So I want to go back to what the exhibit 8.6 that the state just went over with you. And if we could go to the last page. Can you go to the next page? The very last, that page, and then blow it up. And can we publish, Your Honor? It's in.
Yep.
Okay. So could we please highlight the bagel sandwich and the Greek omelet? Now, I've visited your diner. You guys have had similar menu items for a long time. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
You're pretty familiar with your food?
Yeah, we haven't changed the Greek omelet since day one.
Okay, what's in the Greek omelet?
Feta, spinach, Kalamata olives, 2 eggs, spinach.
And it's an egg omelet.
Yes.
I don't know if there's another kind,
Yeah.
but just in case. All right. And so that is just the egg dish itself, right? It's not a sandwich.
No, it does come with a choice of hash browns or a country potato. You can modify that and do a quinoa salad, which is what happened in this case.
Okay. So they switched out the hash browns for the quinoa salad.
Yep. So there's an upcharge for that, but like you could get soup instead of hash browns. So
great.
So your side.
And then what's in the bagel sandwich?
Bacon, egg, and cheese, avocado, and tomato.
And it's on what type of bagel?
Just a New York plain water bagel.
And is there mayonnaise or anything on it?
Nope.
So it's a fried egg?
Typically over hard.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, over hard. Yeah, fried egg over hard.
Over
So it's
hard.
Over
I'm
hard.
sorry.
So not runny.
Got it. So it's a fried egg over hard.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
And then pepper jack cheese.
All right. Yeah. And when you get that ready for to-go order, how do you package it?
It's because it's with hash browns, it'd be in a styrofoam box.
And it's a hot sandwich, correct?
Yeah.
You certainly wouldn't want to eat an egg sandwich cold.
Right.
That'd be kind of gross, right?
Debatable, but
Okay.
yeah.
Maybe a cold egg sandwich.
We do a lot of to-go that okay, that's what they want.
Okay, but you give it to them hot.
Absolutely.
All right. Okay. And I'm sorry, just to refresh my memory again, the ingredients on the bagel sandwich are
2 slices of bacon, 2 eggs over hard, 1 slice of pepper jack cheese, about 1/4 of sliced avocado, and typically 2 slices of tomato.
Okay.
And then the bagel itself.
All right.
Toasted.
Court's indulgence for just 1 minute. I think I'm almost done. Just 1 second, okay? And just to be clear, the time that was on the stamp says 8:55 a.m. Can we bring that up one more time? I just want to make sure I understand what that time means. Is that the time of the order or the time it was picked up?
When it was ordered. So it was called in at 8:55.
All right.
And then it was physically picked up and paid for at 9:07.
Perfect. At 9:07 in the morning.
Yeah,
It's breakfast.
well, it says a.m., so that's
Okay,
I'm going with it.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all I have, so I appreciate it.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
Counselor, you can step down. May we release this witness, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
You're free to go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Butterworth, who's next?
Your Honor, the state calls Josh Kays. Your Honor, I apologize. I understand he's at the other building right now.
Oh,
Maybe
no
we can
problem.
take 5 minutes.
Yeah, let's let you stretch your legs. No harm in that. Please rise for the jury. Council will be in recess until 11:25. Thank you.
I am still not sure of why in the world it was so important for that restaurant guy to give his. The order was placed at 8:55 a.m. and picked up at 9:07 a.m. Nestor has nothing further, neither does. Well, huh. Okay, let me go back to my chat because I think y'all got to know more than Nate does. Is that what she was doing? I saw her looking, but I didn't know whether she was looking for somebody or just trying to be seen. Oh, goodness gracious. I don't mean to yawn. I'm yawning. I have the guys at the wrong building. Now that sounds like what I would do. If y'all need me to come to court and I don't do a dry run, I will show up to the wrong building. Lord of mercy. Whew. I get hot and cold, hot and cold, hot and cold. I don't want to mess around and let anything get turned upside down. Does anybody know why we had the restaurant guy? I'm going to look at the comments. Start down here, go back the other way. Kouri was really interested in that redhead lady, wasn't she? Girl at the wrong place. Well, that is kind of odd now. I thought they were going to say, and Kouri did not even leave a tip. What was going to be said? And I still don't know what she did. The order was placed at. Is it whoever ordered it was nearby when they ordered it? I don't know. Oh, the timeline doesn't add up. Okay. Okay, LaMesa, we'll see you. Be careful. The timeline. I'm glad you told us that before you left, because Toots, you picked up the order and left it for him. You doctored it. Toots, you picked up the order and left it for him. I think it will come up that she rarely, if ever, got Eric's breakfast or lunch. Oh, okay, that's what's up. Man who's got a heart for a Greek omelet. Mrs. said, and they suddenly found it and picked it up and let it sit. She doctored that sandwich and tampered with it. Oh, crap. Is this the sandwich that killed him? That almost killed him earlier? Is that what we're talking about? Dang it. I thought she was buying her boyfriend dinner. I didn't know she was. I don't know. She really needed to get away. He needed to leave this lady earlier on. Wonder what she fed she probably had nannies to feed the kids and stuff. I'm guessing. I don't know. I'm going to say that if my husband made $30-something thousand a month, I'd probably have help around the house. Okay, it's a foundation witness. Who is Josh Case in relationship to Kouri? Who? I don't know who Josh Case is. No, I don't think so. That would be too big of a thing to. AI says that Josh Case is another name for the boyfriend. I'm thinking that that AI is wrong on this. Okay, let me go back and read these messages. Okay. LaMacy said, honestly, it's so clear this woman tried so hard to kill this poor man. Kelly Blue said he was a foundation witness for attempted murder charge. Okay. LaMacy says Kelly's exactly a foundation witness. Love Always True says, does anybody know what the hush puppy is that the boyfriend was talking about that made him pass out till 11 o'clock at night? I was wondering if she tried to poison him. Well, that is some. I hadn't heard that.
500-139.
Not heard that before.
Let's invite the jury back in, please. Please have a seat, folks. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, may we invite Mr. Kays into the courtroom, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Kays, good morning. If you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
What, sir, is your name?
Joshua Kays.
Is your last name spelled K-A-Z-E?
Yes,
Sir, did you know Eric Richins?
I did.
How?
I met Eric probably in 2014 through some mutual friends. Hung out with him a couple times, and then started working in Park City in 2016 for a builder, and Eric Richins was a subcontractor that I worked with quite a bit from 2016 on.
Aside from a business professional relationship, did you have a personal relationship with Eric?
Yeah, so after I started working in Park City, him and I became friends pretty quickly. I played on some of his recreational sports teams. We both liked camping and hunting, so we kind of hit it off on that front. And I think starting 2017, we started hunting together quite a bit each fall.
And would you take trips together to hunt?
Yeah, I think we went to Idaho on some trips 2 or 3 times. Went to Colorado on a trip once, and then a number of times here in Utah.
Are those hunting trips, pack hunting trips, where you pack in, hunt, pack out?
Mixture of both. We'd, hike in a lot. I think we went on some that were pretty grueling. Idaho in the Frank Church Wilderness was a pretty grueling experience. Our last one that we went on together in Colorado ended up being pretty physically demanding, but it was a mixture of sleeping out. Sometimes we'd sleep in trailers, all the above.
Either professionally or personally, in the last few years of Eric's life, how often would you speak with him?
I'd say probably at least every other week. We had a lot of jobs going with Eric and his company. And so we would speak a lot about that. And then obviously in the fall, we would get to speak quite a bit. Yeah, a lot of the hunting trips we went on, it was just him and I on quite a few of them. So, talk a lot on those hunts as well.
You get to know your hunting buddy pretty well when you're out packing with him?
Yeah, especially if it's just you two. There's nobody else to talk to. So, Yeah, I think you get to know him pretty well, and in those situations especially.
What was Eric like personally?
He was very kind of outgoing, confident, fun person to be around. He's just kind of magnetic personality. Obviously not shy, I'd say competitive, especially in the sports that we played. He was extremely dependable. One of the best subcontractors I've ever had. If you asked him to do something, he didn't forget. It was always done. Every time he said he would be somewhere or get something done, he always got it done. He was very, very responsible and good that way.
Have you ever observed Eric sick or injured?
No.
Have you ever seen him use over-the-counter drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen him use prescription drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen him use illicit drugs?
No.
Have you ever observed any indication that Eric used drugs?
No.
Do you recall receiving a phone call from Eric Richins at about 2:11 p.m. on Valentine's Day 2022?
I do.
Without saying what Eric said to you, why is it you remember that phone call?
It was notable, I think, for a couple reasons, but the main reason was just the topics of the things we talked about, but also the emotion, I guess. It was unlike any other conversation I'd had with Eric. Mostly just kind of his spirits felt almost like somber, and anybody that knows Eric, most of the time you would call and he would already be talking upbeat, and this one was a lot different.
How did he sound to you?
Like I said, somber would be maybe a way to describe it. Very serious. Maybe sincere, which can be is a little like, especially for friends that joke around a lot and kind of rib each other quite a bit, which we did. It was just very outside the norm.
Had you ever heard Eric sound like that before?
No.
Based on what Eric said to you, and without saying anything that Eric said, did you offer Eric any advice?
I don't know that I would say advice other than maybe like questions, like suggestions and questions was my response.
What questions did you ask Eric?
Approach.
This don't look good for her either, y'all. This does not look good either. She's avoiding looking at this man completely, Lamecia says. She's not even looking at him. Boy, she's looking that lady over, but she's not even looking at him. Love Always Truths is big game cults. It could be. Lamecia says, if Kouri can't control you or make you emote, she ignores you. Okay, that's probably it. Kelly Bluehoo says, so I'm guessing maybe he told this friend about the sandwich. Last witness confirmed to the purchase. Okay.
Mr. Case, let me ask you 3 yes or no questions, okay? Based on that conversation, did you ask Eric Richins if he was okay now?
Yes.
Did you ask Eric if he was going to go to the hospital?
Yes.
Did you ask Eric, what are you going to do about it?
Yes.
Sir, after that call with Eric Richins, did you speak to anybody else about that call?
Yes.
Who did you speak with?
I talked to my wife that night about it. And then a day or two later told a mutual friend, actually two different mutual friends of mine and Eric's.
Did there come a time after Eric's death when you spoke about this call with Kouri Wright?
Yes.
Did Kouri Wright have a similar call with Eric Richins?
Check to hearsay.
Sustained.
When you spoke with Kouri Wright about this call, did Kouri Wright say anything inconsistent with your call with Eric Richins?
Check to hearsay.
Sustained.
So that's all I have. Thank you.
No questions, Your Honor.
May we release this witness, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kays, you are free to go. Please travel safely, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is so sad, y'all. It is very, very sad that he told this man his wife was trying to kill him. And here he stayed with them. Just she actually did it. I know this family was just tore up. Hey, Soulshine, I'm glad you're here. Okay, every time I do my button, I don't know what that notification is that. I'm hearing my stomach growl. Did y'all hear that? Oh. Lord mercy. My stomach's a growling. Shouldn't be. Richard E. Wasak. This is why it's so important for people to not interfere with the law while it's going on, too.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Chelsea Barney.
Ms. Barney, good morning. If you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Please proceed, Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. What, ma'am, is your name?
Chelsea Barney.
Is your last name spelled Barney?
Yes,
Do you know Kouri Richins?
I do.
How do you know
We've been friends for about 20 years.
When did you first meet?
9th grade, junior high, high school.
And have you stayed friends that whole time?
Yes.
How often do you speak or did you speak with Kouri Richins?
All the time. Well, sometimes every day, sometimes every other. I mean, all the time.
How often would you see her?
Couple times a week. When we got busy with kids, sometimes once a month. It just kind of depends on schedule at that time.
Would you travel together?
Yeah, I traveled sometimes with her. Yeah.
Did you consider her your best friend?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the fact that the defendant obtained a $250,000 home equity line of credit on the home that she lived in?
Yes.
When did you learn of that?
We were on a vacation to Sun Valley, and she had told me about it.
Who were you on that vacation with?
Some of our other friends.
Was that vacation in October of 2020?
Yes.
Maybe the first weekend of October 2020?
Yes.
What, if anything, did the defendant say about that?
She had said that Eric was mad at her and had turned off her credit cards because he found out she took a loan out on the house, and asked if we could pay for the trip and she would reimburse us when she could.
Did Kouri Richins say what she did with that?
She used it to buy a house to flip and sell.
Scott, can we get 2-2D, please? Ma'am, Scott's going to scroll through it, and I'm going to ask you if you recognize it, okay?
Okay.
I keep thinking that they're going to go on back and do their thing here. And they don't. And so we're reading, y'all. The juror, the witness, the judge, the defendant, everybody's reading right now, silently reading. Oh, just imagine that you were friends with somebody all that time and she wasn't aware she did sneaky stuff. Maybe.
Ma'am, is that an October 14th? Is that an accurate depiction of an October 14th, 2020 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Are you the blue bubbles and no, it's the opposite, right? Is Kouri Richins the blue bubbles and you the green bubbles?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-2D.
States 2-2D is admitted.
Ma'am, did Kouri Richins ever tell you whether she had paid back that home equity line of credit?
Yes.
What did she say?
I don't really recall, just that the house she flipped made money. I mean, I didn't really ask much about how much she made or didn't make, and she said she paid him back.
Did there come a time at the end of February 2022 when Kouri Richins mentioned to you something about a cervical cancer scare?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
We were at a friend's brunch, and she was waiting for a call from her doctor, and she received that call at the brunch, and she had said that her doctor had mentioned that she possibly had cervical cancer and had to go in for a biopsy.
Were you present when Kouri Richins called Eric about that?
Yes.
What did she say to Eric?
She just told him just what the doctor said and that she had to go on for a biopsy.
How did Eric react?
He acted concerned, but kind of was, let's not overreact until we know for sure type of thing.
Other than THC gummies, did you know Kouri Richins to use illicit drugs?
No.
Other than THC gummies, did you know Eric Richins to use illicit drugs?
No.
Did you know him to use pain pills at all?
No.
Scott, can I get 2-108, please? Ma'am, if you could read down that kind of timestamp, party, and description columns. Oh, sorry. Scott, can you bring up 2-108D as in Delta? Ma'am, oh, I'm sorry, we're still going.
Oh, that's
Okay. Ma'am, do you recognize that as an accurate depiction of a March the 7th, 2022 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
And is she in blue and you in green?
Oh yeah, it's May 7th though.
May 7th? Sorry, May 7th.
Yeah, I'm in green, she's in blue.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-108 Delta.
2-108D is admitted.
Ma'am, turning now to the morning of Eric Richins' death.
Mhm.
How were you informed of his death?
Lisa, Corey's mom called me.
And what did you do upon receiving that phone call?
I went up to her house.
Did you discuss what happened with Kouri Richins that morning?
To who? I don't know what you mean.
Did Kouri Richins explain to you anything about Eric Richins' death?
Oh yeah,
What did she say?
just that she went to bed with one of the boys and woke up, went back in the room and realized Eric was cold and realized he wasn't breathing.
Did she say anything to you regarding whether they had a drink that evening?
Yes.
What did she say?
That they were celebrating the closing of a job she had and they had a drink together.
Were you present in November of 2022 when Kouri Richins had a phone call with her attorneys about the night of Eric Richins' death?
I don't recall.
Were you present for a phone call that Kouri had in November 22 where she said that Eric was on the phone with people in Mexico about hunting when she went into Ashton's bedroom?
Yes, I was.
Is that what she said?
Yes.
And is that about the right time period, November of 2022?
I honestly can't remember the month, but I remember that being there in that conversation.
Thank you. Scott, can you bring up 2-45 Delta, please?
Reading again. Everybody's reading.
Ma'am, is that an accurate depiction of a text exchange you had on March the 15th, 2022 with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 245D and publish.
No objection. 245D is admitted. Counsel, would you approach just briefly for a moment? We need to break for lunch. We're going to do that now. During the lunch break, please do not talk about anything related to the case. Please do not watch, listen, or read any coverage of the case. Please don't do any research about the case. Please rise for the jury. Folks, please have a seat. Ms. Barney.
Yes.
We're going to come back on the record at 1 p.m. Between now and then, you're free to go.
Okay.
As long as you come back,
Okay.
ready to go at 1.
Okay.
No matter where you go, whether you stay, whether you go, please don't talk to anybody about your testimony.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Very good. We'll be in recess until 1 p.m. Thank you.
We're fixing to lose this feed anyway because this one closes. At lunchtime, they go away. I'll be surprised if it doesn't go away. Okay. I don't know what to think about her friend. Because my first thought was, that was her party friend, but I mean, and her mama knew her well enough to call her. So I'm not sure. I'm sure what's going to happen is whenever the defense asked her some questions is when the elation will be starting. I ran and ate something while they were talking just then, and I have it all in my teeth. It was leftover pork loin with gravy. Brutus ate most of it because he kept begging. So let's see what you ladies have to say about all this. Let's see. Let me go over here and look at the big chat. The biggest chattest. Y'all get y'all something to eat while we're sitting up here looking at the state of the Utah Circle thing. So I'm going to go back. Let's see. So Love Always Trust says, yeah, she thinks that was rehearsed, that she doubts Eric drank that Moscow Mule before bed. Lamecia says, Eric was lovely, I'm sure, but I hate that sort of hunting. Yeah, I'm not about hunting either. Love Always True says, especially hearing that he told so many people that she was trying to poison him. Again, I'm just going to say, no victims are perfect either. Love Always True says, hunting is so archaic to this day. It's not necessary. So disgusting to do it just for the sport. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't understand what mental thing that helps you with. That you can outsmart an animal and kill it. Oh, don't get me thinking that way. Lamecia said, go to Mexico for the people, food people, the beaches, the music, the sunsets, and culture. Yes, I would. Well, I have been, but it was on a cruise ship, so that don't really count. Love Always True says, my uncle defends deer hunting because he says you have to cut the herd down or there'll be too many of them. And I'd be like, well, I'll quit taking their forests and land. Yeah, see, they do take their forests and lands. So many things, they call it progress, but it's not progress for everybody. Lamecia says, love always totally. Love Always True says, I lived in Banff National Park and they didn't go out and shoot all the elk just because they were breeding too many of them. Lamecia says, elk are gorgeous creatures. They have those, I think, in a forest in Memphis. I mean, they brought them there. They weren't there indigenously. Lamicia says, I call them trash pandas to see them everywhere in Toronto and love them. I've heard you don't really want to fool with them. Love Always True says, my dog loves popcorn. I just made some popcorn and he's just like, oh, give me some popcorn. Yes, it smells so good too. Love Always. My mother loves popcorn. She makes popcorn. She gets that pan and puts some oil in it, puts the popcorn and puts the top on it and shakes it. Okay, Love Always says, I live in North Denver, not close to the mountains. We have deer that walk down the street and big fat raccoons. I don't know where they come from and how they get past the highways to get here. Okie dokie, Nancy says Detective Daughter. Okay, see, that closed out. So let me go do away with that for a minute. Put me up in the middle. Let me go back over here so I can see the comments. Love Always True says, I took a picture of my grandson riding his bike to school. He called me from his watch and told me there's 2 deer out here. Come take a picture of me. So I ran over there. What a good grandma you are. Detective's Daughter says, Brutus is such a good boy. He is being a good boy. But he wanted some of that pork loin. Love Always Truth. All these people look so sickly and pale. They don't look too healthy, do they? Love Always Truth. She can't even look the jurors in the eye. Okay, in my mind, I kept thinking, what? I say, Love Always, that eagle standing on the beehive on their state seal. Yeah. I kept thinking to myself, what is Lauren looking at? Because she's looking so hard that way. And I was thinking the prosecution is not doing anything, but she's trying to see the jurors' faces, I guess. She's picking out, I didn't say anything. Love Always True says, I read in the Colin Gray trial, he felt like his son killing a deer dealt with all his mental health issues. And that was really weird. Now, if you got to kill something to deal with your mental health issues, I think you need to go wade in a creek or something. Cold water creek. What are you doing, Brutus? Melanie says, I used to live in this area. It's so funny how he keeps saying, you're free to come and go. There isn't anything nearby but Home Depot, a gas station, and a shop. So is that why we don't have a picture of the front of the courthouse? Because that was, usually there'll be a picture of the courthouse. People will use that for their thumbnail. And she's saying that they can walk in here that work, but there's nothing even to go get to eat. Melanie, is there anything for them to eat? Like to buy themselves lunch? It's weird. I'll have to check this out. I'm feeling some sorrow for those people over there having to go to this courthouse. Melanie says it's ironic that it's near the Home Depot too. Kelly Blue Who says, I don't see the Utah Beehive the same way since I figured out they are into the hive mind. They really are. Thank you. Beach Bum says, kindly share and subscribe if you hadn't. Thank y'all for being here. Yes, ma'am. Y'all hit that like button. Hit the like button. Everybody, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Do I sound like that guy? I'm the that sings all of his thank you for the super chat and all that. Let's see. So I guess we'll have to go back and find a court TV or somebody. Just so I'll have a barometer of when they come back. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, so I put that up. He was really giving them a short lunch too. So what they usually have. So I'm gonna browse around and see what I need to do, what I need to see. Okay. Let's see. This is not Utah County, though. Is it Utah County where we're having this court case? What county is Kouri Richins trial in? Summit County. Summit County Courthouse in so you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to look up the Summit County Courthouse. Ask Summit County, Utah Courthouse. Lord of mercy.
Hey.
Hey, girl.
Oh my gosh, I got here on my
I'm,
iPad.
I'm showing them a picture of the courthouse.
Wow. I'm just happy I got here on my iPhone. I mean, my iPad. I was like, I had to hook up.
Oh, you did? Ah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how to, work it. I don't have any words. I don't know how to set it. It's so damn big. I don't know what to do with it. Anyways, I can go in on my computer. I was just seeing if I could. Anyways, I know I'm a nerd. And my air conditioner's running, so it's super loud. But anyways, enough of my shit. How are y'all doing?
We've just been watching this trial, and some of it I've been trying to figure out why they even called these people, but
I'm wondering, like, why don't they just get all of the attorneys, like, their own little desk up there, and then they can all just sit there and conjoin, or whatever the hell.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. And two, there's no, like, the family. I mean, like, in some courtrooms, they've got the family on one side and the defendant on the other side, and they're just all mixed up in there.
Yeah. Yep, they are. Okay, I'm going to back out a bit. Well, no, I'm going to stay right here. I'm just going to mute myself and see if I can work some of this. Y'all are my guinea pigs. Okay.
Okay.
Thank y'all.
All right. So I'm going to share that tab right there just in case they do something. We'll know they're doing it. They cannot sneak past us. So let's see here. Anyway, so I've got that one in there. I saw that they've had had a news report about a triple murder in Utah, and I may let us listen to a little bit of that just while we're waiting. Would y'all like that? Let's do that. Let's see. Share this tab instead.
First, can you just say your first and last name and your title?
Okay, Lieutenant Cameron Roden, Cameron, last name Roden, and I'm the Public Information Officer for the Department of Public Safety.
Can y'all hear
Great.
that?
So first, can you just walk me through what we know so far about the events that led to the triple homicide?
So this law enforcement involvement began last night about 4 p.m. when the Wayne County Emergency Communications Center received a call of 2 deceased females at a trailhead just off of SR 12 here in Wayne County. Law enforcement responded to the scene, and they located 2 males at that scene that through further investigation are the husbands of the 2 victims of the 2 deceased females. And as they made contact with them, they were able to determine that the 2 females were indeed deceased at that scene, which was apparent homicide. Through their investigation, they noticed a vehicle near the trailhead that was a suspicious vehicle. And as they began to investigate that vehicle specifically, that led them to a residence in Lyman, Utah, of an elderly female. Officers responded to that residence, and as they made contact at that home, they found evidence that suggested and led them to the 3rd victim, which was the elderly female, who they found deceased at the residence. They also found that through their investigation at the trailhead that there was a vehicle that was missing. Through communicating with the husbands there, one of the victims' vehicles that should have been at the trailhead was missing, which made them automatically assume that the suspect in this case had stolen that vehicle in attempts to flee and leave the area. As they began to use technology and things to try to locate that vehicle, they used automated license plate readers and also just the integrated tracking systems of the vehicle to begin to locate this vehicle and track it through as it went through southern Utah, crossed into northern Arizona, actually crossed into New Mexico a little bit before they were able to actually get its current location in southern Colorado. We coordinated with the local agencies there, multiple local agencies in Pagosa Springs, Colorado, who were able to locate the vehicle, which at the time was abandoned. But after a brief search of the area, they were able to locate that suspect and take him into custody without any incident.
Okay. And so after you found the 2 deceased women at the trailhead, how did you then know to go find the woman at the house?
Of course, that vehicle there wanted to see if there was any connection to that. Again, with having a connection outside the area and have an older female that they felt that it was not right. It didn't fit into the scenario, looked suspicious. And that's what ultimately led them to go to this residence.
And once arriving to the residence, was there any signs of breaking and entering? What is the scene at the house like?
They're still processing that scene currently to establish exactly what happened at that residence during that time yesterday. So we don't know exactly how the suspect entered the home or anything like that. But yet they did encounter evidence that led them to believe that there was something going on there. And as they looked further into that, is when they discovered that 3rd victim.
And what do you know about the cause of death of the victims?
That is something we have not. We're working with our investigators who, like I'd mentioned, we are still processing those scenes. We have not released that information quite yet.
And what about the ages and the names? Do we know the names yet of the victims?
And we are working with the families in this situation. Of course, just realizing the very traumatic situation that they're going through right now, we want to make sure that we give them the time to notify their loved ones and next of kin. We anticipate that those names should be released here in the near future, hopefully within the next day or two. As far as ages, the age of we've released that the youngest one of the hikers was a 30-year-old female, as well as a 60-year-old female in their 60s, in their 30s, in their 60s, and then the resident was at her home was in her 80s.
And what about the relation of these victims? Did they know each other? Anything we know connecting them all?
So as far as the 2 hikers, we don't have any family relations that I know of other than friends that were out hiking together. As far as the 3rd victim, we don't have any connection to know that we know of that connects those at all.
Okay, and then there was arrest made this morning. So can you tell me about the suspect?
So the suspect is a 22-year-old male out of Iowa, Blakesville, Iowa, named Ivan Miller. And so he is being held currently in Colorado on a weapons offense. We are working on the charges here in Utah to extradite him back to Utah.
Do we know why he was in Utah for how long?
As far as the timeline of the suspect being here in Utah, that is something the investigators are working on as well, seeing what his involvement here is prior to any of the actual incidents yesterday, and what he was doing here in Utah.
Did he have any criminal history?
We're not aware of any here in Utah, but as far as any other states, that will be part of the ongoing investigation.
And what about any idea?
We know that him taking
This is another Utah story. This is a triple murder that happened, I want to say yesterday. And so he's given the details. I got confused because I thought he said that the two women's husbands were involved in it, but I don't think that they were. They just contacted the two women's husbands. I'm going to have to listen to it again, really, but there's 3 women dead, I guess, 2 hikers in their 50s and an elder lady. I don't know why this guy from Iowa was in out of Iowa. He was over there in
Sounds like the next orchestration.
yeah. I mean, it's like that's a lot of killing right there.
Out with the old and with the new.
Oh, I'm not sure what that's about. It reminds me of that case, and it's still being adjudicated in Tennessee, where there was 3 family members in a car and they left a baby in somebody's yard.
Oh my God, assholes.
Well, at least
they really are.
Yeah, they really are. Just left him sitting out there like Arizona.
I mean, did they kill it? They didn't kill him, huh? The baby?
They didn't kill the baby. They killed the family of the baby. And
oh my God!
And
oh my God!
I'm guessing they killed the people, and maybe didn't know the baby was in the car. I don't know how that happened.
I mean, what, they got tired? I mean, what stopped them? You know,
the baby, I guess, couldn't tell who he was.
All right.
But the guy knew them. He knew the people that was being
so
killed.
sad.
So it is. And he was in jail.
Who
got out of jail to go do that? The one I'm
apparently
talking
was not. You know, damn loopholes, man. They find them. They're exploiters of everything, man. I'm telling you.
Well, they caught up with this guy pretty quick.
Not fast enough. Not fast enough. He shouldn't have been out.
Fast enough.
You know, it's just like John pardoning the P files. Get them out quicker.
Oh, yeah.
Get them back on the streets.
No. I'm just, it's just really upsetting.
Broken.
A
broken system.
It's like you're more upset to upset a man's reputation than
yeah,
to
God forbid. Right? Or to believe a victim, or to not say allegedly. They're just like, oh my God, you know, and you know, some of them, you know, not all those things can not be true. You know what I mean? Like, where there's smoke, there's fire.
Have you seen the latest Utah, We the People Utah, where
yeah.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know that was the case for him. I felt so sorry for him, but I mean, it's the thing about it is different when it's your family and it feels different to you.
Tell them what you're talking about. They don't maybe know what we're talking about.
Okay. We watched it's called
We Are the People
Utah. We Are the People Utah, and they talk to victims of these ritual abuse things and people who have been abused. Exactly. And
And Justin Reed came on before, and he shared his research into the Bountiful alleged abuse ring with Brick. I always do that. Dick and Brenda Miles, allegedly. Who Brenda Miles is President Nelson, the one that just died, the prophet, the living prophet of the church, who's also a skull and bone, or was. He died, but Dick and Brenda Miles, Lauren had texted me that a long time ago. She was like, "Oh, they're in my ward." And I'm just like, well, there's a lot of shitty people in your ward, allegedly. Like it just, anyways, they're accused of having like touching parties, doing some really effed up, run of the mill Epstein stuff. I actually saw somebody name it Trumpstein, and I was like, that's brilliant. That's freaking brilliant. Yeah. But so yeah, Justin had came on here to, I've been in touch with him for a while now. He's talked about satanic ritual abuse and just that different like older cases, but they all tie back to what's happening now, basically, essentially. It's the Mormon version of all the other ones. That's all it is,
And there's a case right now that is not in the past. It's right now. And the mother is the mother had her children. She lost custody of her children to the father and his parents, and
That's
they
easy
are
to do in Utah.
and they're molesting the kids, and
Allegedly.
they know it, allegedly, and they.
I'm just laughing. I'm sorry.
When they went to court, the court wouldn't even listen to the psychologist that had worked with the kids at all. It said that the mother had coached the kids, and just
they always use that.
Just crazy. I can see how it is important to try and say your words and not, to bias a child. I see the point of that.
Yeah, certain techniques and ways to interview a child.
Right.
That aren't controversial, that aren't going to be kicked out. I mean, there's ways, it's like they just pick and pick and pick.
Is it Dr. Ann Burgess that was like hired to like interview killers to try and anyway, she had a special way of talking to people to get them to talk,
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about Barbara Snow. Well, I don't know. I really don't know all the things about the counselors and the therapists. I didn't really pay it. I mean, I pay attention, but not that close to that.
There was a nurse. This lady was a nurse. And while she was in college, she, where she lived was at the bottom of the hill from where the college was up on the hill. And so back in the day when she was a kid, going to college, it was not uncommon for somebody to hitch a ride. And she got in the car with a man, and very quickly she figured out by the time she, had left there that she was in trouble. And she managed to get away from him. I think what she did was she laid on the horn and she jumped out of the car and ran when another car was there, and the man ran off because he didn't want to be caught up with. But
of course,
after that, she was determined to warn women to not be, to be more careful and to not get in the car with people and to not trust people and to, learn some things like that. And then she very quickly learned that the police did not know how to handle people who had been in that situation.
Wow. And you don't want to wait until you're in the situation to have to learn about the situation.
Right. And so eventually she got hired by the FBI to come and like train them, and they did not like it a bit. Some woman coming off the street to tell them something.
I mean, God forbid, God forbid they might learn something, Can't have that.
it was basically, to be vulnerable when you're with a witness and you don't want to bully them and stuff.
Right.
And,
Yeah, we're seeing that.
I think you wouldn't have to have somebody's grandma to go over and tell them that, but
no, I know some people's children, man. Hey, I'm just now getting around to listening to what you sent me the other night, and I'm
okay.
shit a brick earlier. I shit a brick. I had to change my pants. Anyways, y'all ready to shit a brick? I shit a brick.
Give us a break on this serious stuff.
Highbrow. Well, we're still going to highbrows. She's raising her eyebrows, raising her brows. Anyways, okay. So just listen to this part and we'll explain later.
So you have Mr. Barber, who had a property that was worth about $3.1 million. Okay. And for some other reason, I don't know if he was going into foreclosure or he couldn't afford the taxes or whatever. For whatever reason, it was going to be up for auction for an investor to come in and buy it because he wanted to get rid of it. And so there was these people that came in that he didn't know were related. And so they came in and lowballed it and tried to buy it for $330,000 at this auction. And
why 33? But anyways,
that's automatically a red flag. Okay. So I'm sorry if I'm all over the place. It's a lot. This is a lot to process. And I'm going to try to make sure that I'm presenting it in a way where I'm not confusing you.
And it is a lot. So just to tell y'all, I know we're like third party in it, but Toasty is talking. And then this is Wispy. Okay. And this is the Hidden True Crime Family Trouble, Fraud, and Douchery, a Toasty review. Fuck shit, liar, court, Hidden True Crime, Law and Crime. So this is the in the United States, this is the RICO, the alleged RICO against Lauren's whole damn family, pretty much. Plus there's the Does 1 through 10 or something like that. So let's kind of listen. Let me make sure. I feel like I want to skip some things. I thought I was. Okay, wait. All right.
Crazies with so many people. Lauren, oh my God, that woman. I'm just saying. All right, here we go. And James Johnson, apparently, he just got out of prison not that long ago. So there's that too. And I believe she talks about why, and he's out now. But he probably shouldn't be. So yeah. All right. Exciting outdoors. Thank you so much, Crispy. I appreciate that. And you too. I don't care. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys.
Isn't her brother representing her a conflict of interest? I don't know. Honestly, I think it's very sus. How much land is it? I am not sure. I believe it's a very nice home with a good sized lot. It's not like hundreds of acres, but it's a nice home on a nice lot in Salt Lake City, Utah, in a very, very nice neighborhood, like next to homes that have like triple car garages and all that stuff. Okay. And so I did take a couple of notes. Here's the notes. It says the property total is about 3.1 million, but the loan given to Max was only for 330. When the auction happened, okay, this is something else. So what Mr. Barber is claiming is that when the auction occurred, that there were real investors that showed up and they were interested in buying it, I'm assuming at market value, and were allegedly given the wrong date of the auction, allegedly on purpose. And then you have Lauren's family that come in, lowball it, which is what he's accusing them of, is lowballing it, and then bidding, like getting people that to lowball it, and then so you pay a ridiculous amount less than what it's actually worth, so that you can get the property, take it over, and then flip it for millions of dollars in profit. Okay.
Ooh. To me, that sounds like real tea.
Sounds like some bullshit
conspiracy, but Rico comes to mind, right? They all work together to be able to achieve this and profit from it. You know,
It's real estate
holy
fraud.
shit! I'm like, what the fuck? But anyways,
like,
wow.
And this is going on now?
Yes, I do believe this is going on now. Yes,
Sorry.
which is insane. And I mean, like the other lawyer there, the side lawyer there, the Daxton, 6 felony charges in another case. Like,
Isn't
these
it
are some
weird
shady people.
that Lauren's brother that died, Jameis, there's something to do with the company he was involved in, and it has that Dao whatever name in it. It's weird. I don't know. There's something there. I just don't understand what I'm looking at. So give me a little more time.
Oh, unbelievably. You can't tell me that Lauren didn't maybe benefit from this, I mean,
Look at her face. Of course she did.
Right. And allegedly, she did just move into a brand new a $5 million home, or apparently somewhere around there was, like in Arizona or something.
Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know. I've not seen any further, information about that, but just, hold on to it.
So yeah, I mean, that definitely makes me kind of like side eye. I'm like, whoa, what? How'd you get your house? So anyway.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, like it's just, and she's got, I mean, it's a beautiful house. And yeah, it's, I don't know. Anyway, so all right, here we go.
So that's what he is. That's what he's alleging. Okay. So he is alleging RICO.
Oh,
I know, it's like RICO. Everybody under your seats. Everybody gets a RICO. It's like everywhere right now.
That is
We're
now
not talking about the people in PA that think that RICO equates to somebody hurting your sensitive ass baby feelings. No, these are actual real RICO claims, because all of these people that are defendants here on the screen, he's alleging that all of them, including 6 different LLCs, and most of Lauren's family is involved in this scheme, that they all worked together, planned the illegal activity, and then acted upon the legal activity to essentially commit fraud. And so here's something else interesting. The body cam footage that we're going to watch tonight is the day after the auction. And it's when Lauren's father, Janice, and one of her brothers, I believe Adrian, show up to just take the property, even though the auction, like although the auction had technically gone through, there was no court order and they had no legal precedent to do so. Usually you're supposed to wait for a court order. And then if the person has a tenant living there, which it's my understanding that there was a tenant living in the property. So you would buy the property at auction, you'd wait for the court order and all the legal paperwork to go through. And then you are supposed to, the landlord would then, when the landlord gets confirmation that it was legally gone through and everything's set in stone, the landlord gives the tenant, 30 days or 60 days or whatever to get out. And then after the tenant moves out, then you can come in and take over the property. Well, her family didn't want to wait, so they went over there the day after the auction.
The day after the auction.
I mean,
like there's people living in this house, and they scheme and scam and all this to get this piece of property with this house on it at an incredibly reduced price, because they sent the date of the auction out wrong. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and then the day
in here.
they tried to go kick people out. Right? It's like, what the heck?
Imagine living in Utah.
It's just, it's crazy.
Detectives order you ain't got a bag, girl, because you live in Idaho. It's not Utah. The fraud capital of the world.
It's crazy. Sounds like a fantastic family, right?
So lovely.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
And I mean, like, can you imagine Thanksgiving? They're probably like stabbing each other with a fork or something.
Tie this with everything that we've seen from Lauren herself. It's kind of crazy. And Zena, yes, allegedly, everything we see is allegedly. Absolutely crazy. And they might see, but
sorry.
So this is where it gets really strange. And those of you that have been watching the Lauren content, not just on my channel, but on other people's channel. And if you guys remember that 9-hour live stream, keep that in your head, because this is where it connects and it's kind of freaky. Okay. So I made some other notes.
It's kind of freaky. Oh, it's kind of freaky, you guys. Oh my God. This is so insane. I know I keep stopping it, and I'm trying to, I want to let it play as much as I can. So here we go. Shut up, Wispy.
This is July 23rd, 2025 is the date of this body cam. The exact day, so later that night, July 23rd, 2025, is the exact same day of the body cam that we've reviewed previously on this channel, where Lauren was with Grayson and Grayson was crying, acting like she was terrified. And Lauren called the cops on these women that were across the street at a restaurant, and they claimed that she felt threatened and all this shit. Y'all remember that? Right. So that was the exact same day, just later that night. And so I'm like, okay, what are the odds of her dad?
So did they try to take over the house, or charges came down?
No, they tried to take over the house.
Okay, got you. Okay,
Sorry.
sorry.
They physically went to the property and tried to kick the people out.
Try going in with a
And
sleeping
she
bag.
was at the crime con during all this.
No.
I'm not too sure. Well, is that what she said? Is that what she said?
Kohlberger.
I think.
All right.
I think she was in Idaho whenever that happened.
Right?
Yeah. The Kohlberger sentencing. The Boise incident. Yeah.
Dirty.
Right.
Comes to like real estate. You know, any law you don't fuck with, but you know what I mean? I mean, you.
Right. Exactly.
You go away for some serious time for that.
Again.
Yeah, you do. Absolutely. It's crazy. So, all right,
Some
here we
people
go.
have 9 lives.
Dad and brother showing up at a house that they allegedly broke the law to get. The cops show up and are confronting them. And then later that night, I'm assuming she finds out what happened and then calls the cops and has this emotional meltdown, claiming that she feels threatened by all these women, right? Oh, it gets worse.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it is the same day.
The one thing I'm wondering is why. I mean, I listened to Hilla. I followed all that. I didn't get this part, like I didn't catch this at all. So I'm just glad that everybody is pitching in. But anyways, I'm gonna stop delaying. We're gonna
Toasty is very thorough.
Very. I really do appreciate her input. Oh wait.
The rest of their life.
They basically say, what if they had kids? When they tried to, take over the house, that has a lasting impression on the kid. And I don't get how people can go to sleep like that, with all that, doing all that and go to sleep, with a guilty conscience like that.
Now, well, not somebody, but there's been some group text chat
Wow.
screenshots that are being released. The ones that Lauren in that 9-hour live stream was so scared was going to come out. All of us were thinking, maybe she's just talking shit about these families, and which obviously some of those have come out, and we have found that is true. She has talked shit about people.
Yep.
Okay. But I said back then that I felt like that this was just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
I definitely felt like
I was thinking
she was
affair, though.
not at all terrified of these people. She wasn't terrified of the shit talking, but I definitely felt like that there were parts where she really genuinely did seem terrified of the messages coming out. And then we find out that she and or John said somewhere, I think we reviewed it. I don't really remember because it's been a couple of
Hold on, because I do have that. I'm going to play it back here. There's no visual or anything to it. Just listen.
The important thing is we're about to have, all our hard work is about to be threatened or go down the drain in a minute, in an instant, right? Like, my goal is to get them to stop publishing private emails, texts, voicemails, right? They have to know our stuff.
Yeah, my concern is the whole text of these will be shown by your text messages. They're very clear that they are releasing your text messages. And the fact that they were in your iCloud account, which is cited.
I've never given them a password to my iCloud.
And
you've seen a direct copy of a particular text then?
I've seen somebody show me one in person. Yeah, I've seen things.
Or do you have it sent to you right now? One that you know for a fact is from your iCloud account?
Do we have one from Christina?
Do you? Did you get it?
The most important.
Yeah. All right. So that was that. Just reminding. Okay.
months now, but at some.
Oh, wait, they get a commercial or something.
let those messages
You're
get out because
welcome,
they will
everyone.
ruin our
Welcome to
lives. They
the
will ruin
Black
our
Wound.
brand. They will ruin our company. They will ruin like everything will be ruined. And I remember saying to you guys, and you guys were also saying the same thing, is that how does shit talking ruin your life? Like, and I remember asking back then, what is it that's in these messages that are so bad that it could upend their entire lives, you know? And I knew that it had to have been something bad, but I couldn't figure out what.
Thank you very, very, very much for 10 gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. Everybody that receives them really appreciates that too. Thank you.
It was. Well,
Mm-hmm.
hold on to your britches, folks.
Yeah.
Because there was a comment that was.
Who's Kelly?
Me too,
Hold on.
right? Hold on to your britches, folks. I mean, it's crazy already. But yeah, this is
Thank you, Kelly.
unbelievable. And
Thank you,
keep
Kelly
in mind,
Cal.
Lauren herself is not named, I believe, in this document. I
Well,
mean,
she
we'll
could
have
be.
to, not as a,
She could be Doe. I don't know.
not as a defendant. So we'll leave it at that. And yeah, just want to put it out there.
No.
So here we go. Here we go. This is crazy.
Thank you.
Was
Thank y'all.
posted. I believe it was a couple of weeks ago. And excuse me. And
All right, I'll pay
it was a
attention.
group text. So shout out to Hella for posting this. But this is what she said in August, just a couple of weeks after the auction, just a couple of weeks after her family was allegedly involved in this Ponzi scheme. Okay. This is what she says. This is from Hella's video. The link is in the description. Okay. And here they were playing a video of Lauren's dad. We'll get to that in a second. But in August 2023, Lauren Matthias says in a group chat, quote, they landed the jackpot. They landed the jackpot, comma, and it will likely help their businesses for years to come, period. And then it says, but maybe I'm just the daughter of a white collar criminal who taught me some business tactics. That's weird, right?
Boom.
And I'm like, what does that mean?
What the fuck?
The timing is sus. The fact that she's talking about they landed.
Right?
Come on, man.
Like
Put it
this
together.
right. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
The jackpot. What the hell does that mean? So that's why I was saying, okay, well, does this have anything to do with what had just happened a few weeks before? Right. Well, here's the thing, Julie's mom. Yes, she admits it now. So this video right here, and again, I highly recommend you watching Hella's video after this because she plays some videos that I don't have or I don't have time for tonight. But in this video, her father is basically downplaying his crimes. He says, oh, I wasn't even in prison for that long, you know, oh, it was just white collar crime, just kind of like minimizing the things that he's done. And in my experience, I don't know about you guys, but in my experience, when you have somebody that downplays what they did,
they don't take accountability.
It makes me think that they're one, there's no remorse, they're not sorry. And two, they're probably going to do it again, you know?
Yep.
And so there is question, and both Hella and Valley do read this and they think, you know, this is it's kind of weird. So what this means, what jackpot she's talking about, that's for you guys to make up your own mind. But in my mind, the timing is very, very interesting. And obviously it must have, in my mind, as I'm reading it, it possibly does have something to do with the stuff that we're going to get into tonight, because she mentions her father and she mentions they landed the jackpot. What does that mean? And if she's not speaking about her father in this particular court case, then what else is she talking about? Is she helping somebody else with the same tactics that her
Jaguars? I believe that the property was like non-related. It was just a property that was like going up for auction. And they somehow told the other auctioneers that were coming the wrong date. So the only people that actually showed up.
There's a huge paper trail with this then, because it's like, how would they have the control of that? You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, this is so
yeah.
bad.
I'm pretty sure that the property that they're talking about in this is unrelated. So I could absolutely be wrong on that. So keep that in mind. But I do believe that it is unrelated.
Man.
So yeah. Oh, this is.
I don't know which
Lauren. All right, here we go.
Her father did that put him in prison. So again, there's a lot of questions there I have, and it's very weird to me. Very weird. So, and here's the thing, right? If the feds start getting into, and maybe they already have and we just don't know, but if the feds start really getting into what this is. So if it is true that all of these people have committed RICO, all right, if it is true that that what Mr. Barber is alleging actually happened, that means that statements like that from Lauren is definitely going to be seen as potentially incriminating. And so, like Rowena says all the time, forensic accounting, bitch, right? They're going to be looking into the money. They're going to be looking into all kinds of things. And if they are guilty, and if she knew what they were doing and was knowingly taking money from these Ponzi schemes, she could potentially be in big trouble too.
Yep.
And yes, that is true, Pen. So once again, her father is a convicted felon.
Remember that Lauren has said multiple times, just out in the middle of nowhere and everywhere in front of everybody, that her brother, or she said in her 9-hour live, that her brother, the one that died, I guess, was going to be investing in her company. Y'all remember that? Oh yeah. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but, you know,
he was an attorney at one time, licensed in Utah and New York. He was disbarred, he was convicted, and he went to prison for his quote just white collar crime.
Okay.
So you have somebody that's already.
Daddy was a lawyer. Okay. All right.
Been to prison for doing this kind of crime. It's kind of
no.
Anyway, so I'm going to give y'all the link, and I know that court's about to crank back up, allegedly, maybe. Oh shit! Hey, oh gosh, just freaking. But did y'all catch that? I'm going to be looking for the hella excited utterance video. I know which one it is. I know the text she's talking about. I just don't. I think it's around the Alec Murdaugh stuff, you know, when she was with Mandy Matney or whatever the hell. Let's see. Let me put this on. Oh, you're right. You're right. Okay. No, wrong one. Let me pull mine off. Think I do. Okay. Jameis, the one that passed away. Wait, Jameis, the one who passed, said that, right? According to Lauren. And I think that's the one she's talking about. And last night, I don't know, I just get these gut feelings. And I'm like, let me tune in. Okay. I can't stand watching her, but I'm so used to like forcing myself to watch her. This is just another day. So I turned it on and she was doing her recap. And Josh, the guy who testified yesterday, Kouri's boyfriend or whatever, he shows up in the chat. She's got it on subscriber only. You have to be subscribed for 10 minutes in order to comment. So she's, instead of like removing that and just making it easier for him because he was having some tech issues big time. She's like, yeah, you have to wait 10 minutes. And I'm just like, you have a freaking helper, you know, that can go just tear it up. Anyways, I don't know. But anyway, so he ended up calling her allegedly. I mean, who knows? I don't believe shit she says. I'd have to see it. But I did see her on the phone. I did see
Was he released, Kresha?
Yes, they said he was. People said he was. I didn't check it myself, but
I would think that he shouldn't be talking to her yet.
Well, he didn't talk out loud. He talked through her, if you will. You know,
I'm just saying.
Me too.
I'm going to shut up.
I have it pulled up. Am I sharing that? Or are you? Wait, I don't know if I let go of that. Let's see.
I'm not sharing anything right now because I'm trying. Yes, I am. I'm sharing the K2.
Okay, I'm just going to remove and put this. Let me know when it comes on, and I'm going to show where. I mean, I was watching it. I went and screen recorded it because I was like, yeah, and I mean, it was like a train wreck. I couldn't stop. Let's see.
Dash 3060 states.
She just plays this because she ends up being tied up on the phone with him.
And maybe we could blow this up.
I'm just going to speed it up. We're just going to watch.
So these texts were on March 2nd, 2022, 2 days before Eric Richins' death, right?
Or a day before.
Yeah, about a day and a half, right? Because he died early morning, 2022 or March 4th. Okay, if we can scroll a little bit.
Her voice is like nails on a chalkboard, y'all.
Now, in these texts, Ms. Richins is telling you that she's going to be closing on the property in Midway. Is that right?
Dude.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to see that bottom one.
Okay, I got your tongue.
Yes.
Okay. And this is the biggest deal that she's closed on.
It
Correct?
ends up in chat. I
Is it fair
know.
to say she was very excited about this,
never
this
do
property?
Yes.
And she says that she wants to get together with you on Friday.
Josh was
to
released. He can
celebrate
talk.
this
All
closing,
kinds of
right?
people.
Right.
Hold on. Where do I do that at? Where's the damn live chat?
And what was your plan on Friday to get together to celebrate?
Do you know?
We were supposed to.
Oh.
We were supposed to
Live chat is not available for this
sometime
video, like I figured it wouldn't be. So I did catch the
Gosh.
live chat. Huh?
She cut it out. Mm-hmm.
morning for brunch. Brunch and mimosas was the plan.
Okay.
Let me see
If
if
we pull up
she removed
states
anything from here.
238-D,
Because I got the full time last night.
go to the one where it says.
No, I didn't because it was live. So I didn't know it full time. Damn it.
Just a minute.
Hey,
she'll pull up
y'all cool it in the chat. Don't get up. Don't.
Okay, here we go.
We don't talk.
What's going on?
They're talking about politics or trans or something, and that's not what we're talking about today. We might talk about that one day, but we ain't talking about that today. So let's all try to get along with one another. All right.
Yeah, I give him 20 years too. Everybody feels soft for him. I don't. I do not. Do not. Yeah, Jameis is the one that passed away. Whoever. I didn't get to see who said that.
March 2nd, 2022 in the
What the
evening.
hell?
right?
The hell are they doing?
And Kouri implies that you're sad or having a difficult day, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember why you were sad? If you don't, that's fine, but if you do,
I don't.
okay,
No, ma'am.
that's fine. And she tells you to just give her a few days and hang in there until Friday, correct?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this. When she told you to hang in there till Friday, was that because she was planning on meeting you for brunch on Friday? Do you know why?
Hold on. Are you referring to Friday or to the last question?
Your Honor, the question that asked what Kouri Richins was thinking.
I can
Come
rephrase.
on.
It's
Please
fine.
do. Sustain. Thank you.
Okay. Why was
was
she telling you to
thinking-
hang in there till Friday? What was going to happen on Friday?
All
I'll upload it real quick.
Sustained as a speculation
Right.
as to why Ms. Richins was waiting.
Okay.
The question regarding what
Turn off. Switch. Remove.
Place
Switch.
after Mr. Richins' death, it doesn't discuss anything of relevance in this case that I can recall. We also don't know, Chelsea wasn't a party to the call. I don't know if it was on speaker and she heard parts of the call.
representation if she speaks during it.
I'm sorry.
The representation from the state is that Chelsea Barney speaks during the call.
I was just going to say once or twice she says like yes, or she makes a couple of comments. I don't know though if she was there for the whole call, if she was in and out. I don't know which portion of the call in particular they want to put in. So
Forgive me. I was under the impression that you and Mr. Blower discussed this very thing during the break.
We did not.
Oh, okay. Would now be an appropriate time to have that conversation so that you're not unsure about those things.
Yes. Do you have a transcript of the part you want to put in?
Yes.
Can I have it?
Yes. I'm going to go make myself a cup of coffee while
Okay.
you review that transcript. Would you email me a copy of the same transcript?
Yes.
So I can have the same information at the same time.
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll be in recess for until 1:15. Thank you.
Can you believe that? These people are clowns. I think I heard him tell them that they needed to discuss that. I'm listening better than they are.
24 hours in a fucking day. Sorry. In a freaking day. 24 hours in a day. And holy shit. They don't get nothing done. Not being, it's a privilege for everyone but the oppressed. Hey, I like that. That actually rings true. That's like how I feel about SRA and, the occultic part of things, how people are like, well, I just don't believe, and I'm just like, well, isn't that fucking privileged? Isn't that a little privileged spot you have in life, I'm serious. I've been pulled over one time, just once. I'm kidding. But this one time, or the last time actually, I was pulled over and I had 2 different police officers. I mean, I'm talking this is worse than even the people around Lori and Chad, like Melanie, Zalema. I mean, they got treated really nice, and there was much more serious crimes, right? Mine was for a speeding, allegedly. And I had both of them talking to me at the same time, and I was like, I cannot answer 2 people at one time. I cannot, my brain does not work like that. I get flustered. And I was like, yeah, I don't know. That's just how I talk. Oh my God, and so I guess whenever they're like, calm down, Miss Trahan. I'm like, I am calm. And so it's the pitch. My mom has it. My brother has it. I haven't. And I can't help it. It always sounds like I'm like out of my I'm pissed and I'm not. Yeah, I know. See, that's what I'm not dealing with your exact situation, Kelly, but I can't really go, because it's public. But I mean, my little one, man, I don't know what happened. Like, what I'm just like, what are we doing right now? It's crazy and it's eerie and it's frustrating and it's stressful, and I don't know even where to go with it yet. I mean, we're working with all kinds of people. So, I mean, it's just like, what happened? When did this, what happened? Anyways, me and Jason, mainly me, I've been learning about narcissism and stuff like that. And so I've been trying to give them age appropriate, of course, tools. I didn't have tools, so I learned, I didn't even know there was a such thing as tools, that you can use and to be aware of. And, so, you know what I mean? But we live in a time where, anyways, this is just kind of how I've been learning. So I've been trying to equip them with tools, and that's the best thing I think I can give them. That's, it costs nothing, just time, understanding, and just teaching and just applying it, like just and then being there to catch them when they need a soft place, so yeah. I'm being way too loud. Oh.
Well, the reason we're loud is because
you can't really not bring politics into this. It's some bullshit, man. When people tell me that, they're like, oh my God, you need to stay on the porch. I hope you don't talk about politics. I'm like, I'm not. I'm just talking about all the assholes. I don't do politics. So I don't understand all that. And so to me, I just followed the money, and then you see the associations and the inner web workings, and I'm just calling out shitty people.
Sometimes they happen to be political or happen to be a businessman or happen to be a religious man or a bishop or anybody else, a prophet for that matter.
Yeah, I don't really care. I didn't choose their profession. They did. But I'm here to talk about it. They shouldn't have involved themselves.
With those people who are in high positions like that should have better behavior than the average.
But they don't. We're learning that, or at least I am. That's my understanding. It's just that, I mean, there's got to be, it's rare, I think. I think it's rare if you have somebody in politics or any position that's high that's not correct.
Okay. People are not perfect, and we shouldn't expect anybody to be perfect. But there's a whole lot of stuff in between not being perfect and molesting little children. So somewhere in the middle of that, they can't be perfect, but I mean, I'm just saying in general, all of us, we're not perfect. We all bring stuff into it. I've really got a bad attitude lately, and I think I need to get out and slap myself around.
I mean, well, no, I'm not saying you do. I'm just saying that, yeah, it rubs off, and not you. I'm saying like all
I
the
know what
stuff
you're
that we
saying.
dive into and we look at, and it's stressful, you know. I mean, not just that, but just life period on top of that. And then, I mean, it's pretty dark, and it's hard to keep a positive attitude. And look, my mom taught me, and I didn't listen to her, of course, you know, who does that? Um, I didn't, you know, like I just, whatever, you know what I mean? Like we would text back and forth, be kind of arguing or whatever. And she'd be like, this is not a text conversation. This is a phone conversation. And I'm like, whatever, you know? But anyways, I get it now because text is often taken out of context. Very, very often. So sometimes we can just misread things.
And the way I
know?
type too. I'll send something and I'll think, oh, that is not what I meant. Or I'll
Right.
spell
Or you read it later and you're
wrong.
like, oh, damn. Yeah, I get it. No, you're good, Kelly.
It's all right. And like she just said, you can't talk about nothing without it seeming like it's political. Like, for instance, that people have children in the military and stuff. And, you know, they're having a war over there and all of that, you know, not trying to
And
get
for
anybody
what?
to take sides.
But for what though? You know, it's like, oh my God.
What
man.
is it good for?
Yeah. Absolutely nothing. Yeah. Oh, iPhone lets you correct. Sometimes. Sometimes mine, like, yeah, I ran out of storage. So that's, yeah, some of my nightmare. I'm like, oh, dang it. Just when I start feeling like I'm streamlining things, you know, and then I always have a hiccup somewhere.
Mine is telling me I need to buy some more airspace. I'm trying to think what you'll call it.
Allegedly. I'm gonna wing back at you, boo. Right? Yeah,
You
that's
know,
what we heard.
if you have some, I mean, and we do have some good documents too, but if you have some legal documents and stuff like recordings and music and all the things, having them in a cloud is a good idea, because if your house burns down and your computer goes, they're all gone.
My house did burn down and we didn't have the cloud
I know.
back then.
I know. And I was going to say, I don't think I have anything in the cloud that makes that I haven't got anything in the cloud that makes that much difference anyways. It's all
Yeah.
on this damn computer right here.
Yeah, right. You know what though? I was blessed. Lucky, blessed. I call it blessed. But whenever our house burned down, I mean, it burned down. And we went in, but it was so hard to breathe in there because, you know, of all the stuff that they spray inside there. And me and my friend Christy, she came in with me, and you could only go in for a couple of minutes. You had to go back outside, catch some breath, get some air, and then you know, anyways, we went into Ashlyn's room and she found like the folder of her footprint and her hand, you know, right when she was first born, her, you know what I mean? The little birth card, whatever, the thing they give you, but it's not the official one. Anyway, so, and she found that, and I mean, untouched, not affected at all. And there were a lot of my pictures like that. I had one of those roll TVs back in the day. It's a big screen, but it was a rolly one. Anyways, stupid. But, and then right next to it, under my, you know, I had like a stereo system or whatever, and it had all my photo albums over the years, just probably about 7 of them. And the only thing that was affected on those, and I mean, my TV was melted over. It was like wall. And every picture, I mean, now there's starting to be damage, but anyways, I had a good Samaritan come by. I don't even know how that happened. Oh my gosh. Okay. What are y'all going to do? Break for the day?
That'd be about right.
Ms. Lewis.
Oh, hold
Let
on.
me ask you a couple of questions.
No, hurry up.
I now appreciate what I did not appreciate before I took the break. This is the call that was the subject of one of defendant's motions in limine, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the parties briefed this. We had a hearing about it. I ruled on it. I denied the defendant's motion to exclude this very recording, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Anything further on that?
Just if we could have a continuing objection to it, to its admission.
It's preserved for the record. All right. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the room? Sorry, ready for the jury. My apologies.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Cody, we're ready for this. Tracy, thank you.
Grandma's slow. I mean, wait, I messed it up. Never mind. Grandma's slow, but she's old. I don't know what their excuse is. I'm watching everybody age. I don't know. I don't know if I just don't have the patience for this one.
Very good. My apologies.
Or what. She's not even fun to watch. Yesterday, kind of. I mean, I didn't get to watch it yesterday, but I watched it last night. Is this going to be the same judge and the same? I know it's Nestor's going to be for Charlie Kirk situation. Tyler Robinson. Is it going to be the same judge too? If so, oh my God. Right. I'm always out of space. But I just clear space and then I have more space. That's why my computer's working. Allegedly, I have, let's see. Well, damn. Where's it at? Oh. I have 30 gigabytes free. Watch out. I've had to transfer like a lot of my downloads and stuff over to my external hard drive. Now that I know how it works. Right. No, I'm a boomer. And so, yeah.
Please have a seat.
Hopefully that's the problem. Bunch of sirens going on. Yeah, I'm with Lamisa. Blink, lady, blink.
Have a seat. Thank you.
Hmm.
Ms. Barney, you're still under oath.
Okay.
Very good. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, were you present at the Richins residence 2 days after Eric's death, March the 6th, or on March the 6th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And did there come a time when Kouri Richins was very upset and you went to console her?
Yes.
Why was she upset?
She got in an argument with her sister-in-law.
And what was the argument over?
She was trying to get into Eric Richins' safe to get the will out.
And did the argument also involve the home?
Yes.
What portion of the argument involved the home?
The sister-in-law had told Kouri that the house was no longer hers and it belonged to the other sister because she was in charge of everything.
How did Kouri Richins react to learning that?
She was very upset.
How upset?
Crying. I mean, pretty upset. go.
Did she collapse?
Yeah.
Was she hysterical?
Yeah.
Did she say why she was so upset?
She just said she couldn't believe this was all happening.
Did she seem surprised to you that the house was no longer under her control?
Yes.
What, ma'am, do you know about Kouri Richins' business?
Very little. Just that she would buy houses, flip them, and sell them.
Did she present to you as being successful at that?
Yes.
Was she very generous to you?
Yes.
Were you aware that she was in any financial distress?
No.
Ma'am, are you familiar with a house at 299 East, 100 South in Heber?
Yes.
How so?
I lived there. I bought it from Kouri.
Who lived there with you?
My family, my husband, and 3, and I had another one, so 4 kids.
Ma'am, when you say you bought it from Kouri, what do you mean?
We were in a situation of needing a place to live, and Kouri was buying this house to flip it and sell it, and she offered to sell it to me. It went back and forth for a year on what would work out, and it came down to I would sign the deed of the house, and the house was mine, and I paid a down payment, and I could do what I wanted because I had the deed to the house, but the loan would be under her name, but I would pay the mortgage payments myself.
So let's start with the down payment. What was your understanding of the down payment?
Just she told me it was to pay the brokers back that she borrowed money from to get the house.
And how much money was the down payment?
$45,000.
What, ma'am, were you doing for a living at that time?
I was a manager up at Soldier Hollow Grill.
And did you work in part for tips?
Yes.
And did you have savings from your tip money to pay the $45,000 down payment?
Yes.
Did that amount to essentially your life savings at that point?
Yes.
Did you wire $45,000 to Kouri Richins in 2 separate wires?
Yes.
And you understood that to be a down payment on the house that you were living in?
Yes.
Did you understand that Kouri was going to put that money towards a mortgage that was closing soon after you wired the money?
Yes.
As far as you know at the time, did she put the $45,000 towards the mortgage?
Yes.
What was then your arrangement with her on paying rent or paying the mortgage or paying money?
The loan was just in her name, and I paid the mortgage company directly myself.
Do you remember about what you paid them every month?
$2,900.
Scott, can I get 6-14, please?
Thank you.
Scott, can you scroll down for the for Miss Barney and counsel? Ma'am, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Is that a copy of a warranty deed that you signed on this house?
Yes.
Is it an accurate depiction of that warranty deed?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 614 into evidence.
No objection.
614 is admitted.
Your Honor, oh, thank you. Okay, Miss Barney, it says up at the top, 290 East, 100 South in Heber. Is that the address that you lived at with your family at the time?
Yes.
And that's you, Chelsea Barney, as the sole owner?
Yes.
Scott, if you could scroll down, please. Scott, if you could scroll down, please. Scott, if you could, I'm sorry, go up. If you could just enlarge kind of the middle to the bottom portion. Thank you. Scott, if you could go to the next page, please. And then down to the bottom. Oh, I'm sorry, the bottom page. You could enlarge that, please. Ma'am, is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
When you signed that document, what was your understanding?
That the house was mine.
Did you understand that that document, upon signing it, that needed to be recorded with Wasatch County?
Yes.
Was that document ever recorded with Wasatch County?
No.
That was signed, I think, on January the 6th, 2023. From that point forward, did you continue to live in the home, pay the mortgage, and have the understanding that it was your home?
Yes.
Did there come a point when that understanding changed?
Yes.
When was that?
When she got arrested, I was informed that there was a loan taken out on my house that I didn't know about, or I didn't take it out.
Your Honor, hearsay.
So the question was, did there come a time when she became aware of a certain condition? She's explaining how she became aware of the condition. Doesn't matter if it's true, just matters that she heard it. So this explanation for what she heard can be considered only for an explanation of the effect it had upon her, not for the truth of the matter asserted. Go from there, Mr. Bloodworth.
So did there come a time when your understanding changed?
Yes, I emailed the lady I signed the papers with and asked for copies of the paper, and she told me it was never filed with the county.
Did you continue to live in the house?
I did.
Did that change?
Yes.
When?
September 24, I believe. I was evicted.
You were evicted in September 24.
Mm-hmm.
Why were you evicted?
The new owners kicked me out.
Were there new owners because the mortgage was foreclosed on?
No.
Why were there new owners?
I don't know how it all works, but she gave the deed over to someone else and they owned the house.
Was it a deed in lieu of foreclosure?
Yes.
Who's the she when you just said that?
Kouri.
So it's your understanding then that Kouri Richins gave the deed of the house over to new owners in lieu of foreclosure on the house?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 2-55 Delta, please?
There's just no limit to the bad stuff she did. She's doing bad stuff to her best friend, to her husband. Kids didn't stand a chance in the future.
Pam, is that an accurate depiction of January 17, 2022 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes. It's not January though.
Sorry, June?
Mhm.
June 17th, 2022? I'm having trouble with
Yes, it's. I'll correct you, I guess.
Please do. Your Honor, the state moves 2-55D into evidence. Hold off on publishing.
Your Honor, we object. Please approach.
I object too. I object to Kouri doing all this stuff. Now, can you imagine coming up with all that money to buy a house and your friend steals it and you're homeless? Might make you mad. I mean, who would ask their friend, even if they weren't a scammy person, who would ask your friend to cover that much money and stuff? I guess, I don't know, maybe selling the house was different, but she had been giving her money too, it sounds like. Yeah, Poindexter's
Scott, would you
kind of
go to page 7
hanging
for
out.
me? Okay, we turned white noise on. and gentlemen of the jury, watching me do this at sidebar has got to be like watching paint dry. So rather than that, we're going to let you stretch your legs. Please rise for the jury. Have a seat, folks. Thanks. May I borrow that, Mr. Bloodworth? Thank you. Okay. So let's see here. Ms. Lewis, as I understand defendant's position, the two sentences that give defendant the most concern, because in defendant's view, they would undermine the court's ruling regarding the scope of Kouri Richins' likely testimony, are as follows. This is details matter here, so if you can write those details down. The green message from Ms. Barney on June 17 at 10:36:04 includes the following sentence. Quote, "Fuck that, you wouldn't call Cody about anything personal," end quote. I understand your position to be that when considered in context of Cody's testimony would provide a inference for the jury to draw, or would provide a basis for the jury to draw an inference regarding the content of the conversation with Cody that has been excluded. Am I with you so far?
Yes, except that we actually would start with, you gave him a sandwich.
Yeah, sorry, that is something your client talked about later in the string, so that we got to keep that context in there.
Just a minute. It's just
The giving of the sandwich has not been excluded. That's actually hotly in dispute. It's something the state is seeking to prove. The thing that I've excluded is some content of what Eric told Cody because there is not an applicable hearsay exception for some of that content.
All right, so you're starting with haha, and out of everyone, he called Cody about it through.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, sure. Those two sentences.
Okay, all right, that's different.
Okay, and then hold on. Let me just get it on the record, and I'll give you a full opportunity to respond.
I
Yeah.
wasn't trying to respond. Can you mark it on the paper copy so that we can then transfer to the?
I can. Do you actually want me to write? I don't want to ruin the only copy you have today.
We'll make a new one.
All right, very good. I got it. Okay. And then, as I understand it, Ms. Lewis, we would go to 6/18/2022, 9:57:49. That's on page 9.
Yes.
Second paragraph, quote, I highly doubt Eric called his sister and agrees to tell her you poisoned him.
Well, and probably the next sentence, because it makes no sense otherwise.
Well, it makes as much sense as anything, but it doesn't matter because it's not coming in for the truth. So other than that, other than those two, were there any other sentences that you believe would undermine the court's other ruling?
Just one moment.
And I say, I'm sorry, other than those two sections, I understand it's more than two sentences.
No, I mean, we still would make our objection regarding hearsay and the double hearsay, but no, those are the sentences that particularly deal with that issue.
Okay, so Mr. Bloodworth, let me make sure the state gets an opportunity to be heard here. Let's take these two sections one at a time. Let's go back to 6/17/2022, 10:36:04. That's the top of page 7. Let me know when you're there.
I think I'm there.
Okay, quote, haha, and out of everyone, he called Cody about it. Fuck that, he wouldn't call Cody about anything personal. Those two sentences. Any objection to redacting those two sentences?
No.
Okay, let's do that, Scott, and then let me know when you're ready to move on. Got it. Can you see that, Ms. Lewis?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and then Scott, if we may go to page 9, the green bubble at the top. Second paragraph, quote, I highly doubt Eric called his sister in Greece to tell her you poisoned him, end quote.
So, that relates to the Valentine's Day charge poisoning. It relates to an earlier trip to Greece. I think there's a fair reading of that is not he called his sister in Greece, he called his sister from Greece.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and that was my first reading of it too, given the prior content
Correct.
Regarding getting sick in Greece. It's ambiguous though, and so out of an abundance of caution, we're just going to redact it.
Out of an abundance of caution, the state will not object.
Okay. Got it. Okay. And then we will, of course, pursuant to defendant's request, instruct the jury that they may consider Ms. Richins' statements in the blue bubbles for any purpose. They may not consider any of Ms. Barney's statements in the green for their truth. Rather, they may only consider them for the effect they had upon Ms. Richins as the listener.
Yes. We understand the ruling, yes.
Got it. Anything else before we invite the jury back in, Ms. Lewis?
No.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You have some water, Ms. Barney?
I do.
All right, very good. We're ready for the jury. Yeah, it's 2-55D. please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, State's Exhibit 2-55D is admitted. Would you like us to publish to the jury?
Your Honor, one question first, please.
Yes.
Ms. Barney, do you recall that text exchange that you just read?
Yes.
What, ma'am, was the context of that exchange?
She received an affidavit on why her house was searched.
Your Honor, may the court publish?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're about to see a text exchange between Ms. Richins in the blue bubbles, Ms. Barney in the green bubbles. You may consider Ms. Richins' statements in the blue bubbles for any purpose. You may not consider Ms. Barney's statements in the green bubbles for their truth. Rather, you may only consider them for the effect they had upon Ms. Richins as the listener of the messages.
Ma'am, I'd like to now turn your attention, please, to about 2 weeks after Eric's death. On March the 19th, 2022, were you part of a phone call between the defendant, Kouri Richins, and Bryce Knudsen?
Yes.
Who is Bryce Knudsen?
Eric's best friend.
Did you listen to that phone call this morning?
Yes.
Is it in 2 separate parts?
Yes.
Was that phone call an accurate depiction of the phone call that actually occurred?
Yes.
Your Honor, those parts are labeled 2-46 and 2-47. The state moves to admit 246 and 247.
Counsel.
Same objection.
Okay. 246 and 247 are admitted, starting with 246.
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to publish in just a moment. Fair warning, they're long. Ma'am, what was the context of this phone call?
Just to see how Eric felt about everything that was going on with the house and it being in the will and Kouri not having it.
Ma'am, you said to see how Eric felt. Did you mean how Bryce felt?
Sorry, how Bryce felt, yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, they moved to publish 246.
Ms. Lewis, do you want the same instruction? Okay. You're going to hear a telephone conversation that has 3 voices on it. One of them is Kouri Richins. You may consider the statements made by Ms. Richins on this recorded telephone call for any purpose. The statements made by the other 2 voices on this call, you cannot consider. Consider those statements, if at all, only for the purpose of the effect they had upon Kouri as the listener to those statements. All right. Scott, if we lose audio, we'll do our usual dance, okay?
Sounds good, John.
All right.
Your Honor, actually, can I also admit, state moves to admit 2-46T, which is the transcript for the first audio, and 2-47T, which is the transcript for the second audio.
Very good. 246T and 247T are also admitted. Scott, go ahead, please.
Just walking to the airport.
In the airport?
Yeah, I work at the airport at night.
Yeah. Well, no, I want to talk to you when you're free, not when you're at work.
Oh, I got 30 minutes for the next flight.
Okay. I gotta talk to you. I gotta get shit off my chest.
Okay.
You okay?
I'm good.
So, you know that I'm obviously in a lawsuit with the Richins.
You are?
Yes.
Did I know that?
I just want to tell you what's going on. But I also want to back up a couple steps, and I want to tell you that I understand that your loyalty is 100% to the Richins. Like you've known them longer, and I get that, and that's fine. And I just, if our friendship ends here, I get that too. And I mean, I get it, Bryce. Like I just get it, and it sucks, but it is what it is. And I just want to get everything out on the table right now so that, but basically, you know about Eric's trust. It's no surprise.
Yeah.
Bryce, I don't care about money. It's not a big fucking deal to me. all the money, you know, Eric has almost, you know, what, $3 million in life insurance money. I want it all to go into the trust to my kids. I don't want any of it, Bryce. Like, I don't care about money.
Sure.
This house is my house, Bryce.
Right.
But I mean, when I make money, like, I work hard for my money, Bryce. Like, I do. I don't make Eric money. I have put $80,000 towards our mortgage in the last year. I paid $60,000 in cash of my money towards that pool. Like, this is my house, and I'm gonna fight for it. I just want you to know. And whether I have to fight the girls about it, I'm gonna. They can have half of C&E. They can have all the life insurance money. They can have anything they want. Take it. You know, but they can't have my house, Bryce.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know everything, right? I know what Eric was doing for a long time, right? I mean, I don't judge you. Eric doesn't judge you. Eric doesn't judge me and the mistakes that I made, right?
But
I know that.
Bryce, I mean, I'm just gonna be up. Yeah, I took $250,000 off of our house.
Yeah.
Do you know how much in real estate we own today because I did that? $11 million worth of real estate. Do you know why I did that, Bryce? Because Eric would never let me work. Eric never trusted me in
100%.
believing me. No, but I want you to know that. Would you do it? Would you take $250,000 to make $11 million?
Well, that's tricky, right? Like, the communication was the big thing for Eric, right?
He told me no, Bryce. I believed in myself. He told me no, but I knew I could do it because I know what I can do. Bryce, I wouldn't do something that I didn't know that I knew I could do. I'm not fucking stupid. Bryce, I own 12 properties that are almost all paid off. Including my own house that I've almost paid off. Like, I own multiple houses in Park City, in Mill Creek, in Saratoga Springs, in Heber, in Midway, all because I did that. And they all go to my kids. $11 million of real estate property because I took $250,000, Bryce. He just never gave me a fucking chance. He never gave me a chance because he didn't believe in me. And he can say whatever he wanted. He can say I stole from him. He can say whatever. But at the end of the day, that $250,000, Bryce, was paid off in 7 months and turned into $11 million in 2 years. And now somebody's going to come in and take my fucking house from me? It's not going to happen.
I didn't think they were going to take the house. They're taking the house?
Yes, they're taking my fucking house, Bryce. This is my goddamn house. This is my fucking house.
I thought the house was going to stay with you no matter what.
No. The house goes to the trust's name, which goes to Katie. She has the right to sell it. She has the right to remodel it. She has the right to do whatever. I have no rights to the house, so to speak, of the trust.
Eric he did everything for you and for those kids, right? And when all that shit went down between you and Eric over, the power of attorney and taking the money and whatever, that's what changed it for him, right? So he was like, right, I'm not here anymore. I need to make sure my kids are protected, right?
I get it.
Kouri and they're just protected.
I get it.
So I said I knew she was going to get ugly, right? And I'm neutral here. But if you can just take my word for it, I knew.
Bryce, I'm scared to take your word for it. I'm terrified to take your word.
No, I'm not on anybody's side. I'm more on your side than Katie and Amy's side, only because even though Eric and you were not getting along, Brooke and I don't get along. That's part of being a marriage, right? But Eric would always say that you were his wife, you were the mother of his children, and he loved you, right? And so he would do anything for you and those 3 boys. And I know he set things up with the lawyers and all that bullshit, right? And that was more for how to protect his 3 kids. But I know if Eric was still here today, he would say, no bullshit. I need Kouri to be protected. But unfortunately, he didn't set her up that way. And honestly, I don't even know how he set it. I don't know. The only thing I know is
so many mean things. So many mean things in it, and I don't care.
It shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that.
And they can have the money, Bryce. I can make more money. I can take care of my kids. I just want my house. I just want my house and my stuff in my house that me and Eric bought. I just want my house. They can have all the money. They can have all the money.
Did you tell him that?
I can't talk to him. I tried to tell him that, Bryce. Hey, Bryce. This is Chelsea. Okay. So Kouri has told them, or they're going through like attorney to attorney. It's never been like face to face. Do you want me to tell them? Okay. So Kouri has told them that they can take all the life insurance, whatever they have in their name, what Eric left to them, but Kouri just wants her house, which is like a $3 million to $7 million difference. Well, they won't agree to anything until they get the autopsy because they think that Kouri had a part in Eric's death. As in Amy and Katie. They probably not Katie as much as Amy. They think that Kouri has a part in Eric's death. What?
I think that's a little far-fetched. I don't think Kouri's
Well, I mean, that's kind of where we're at now. And she just got this call yesterday. And I'm up here just because she asked me to come up because she's kind of broken right now and she doesn't know what to do. And I mean, that's kind of where they're at, where they said they don't want to agree to anything until they get the autopsy back to reassure them that Kouri had no part in Eric's death. So that's kind of where Kouri's like, like how, I don't know. I don't even know. Like, this is all just fucking crazy.
My conversation with Eric, right, were the thing that he did. I mean, all of this they were all just affected his story.
No, and I mean, everyone totally understands that. Like, I think everyone understands that. Everyone knows how Kouri and Eric were. Everyone does. Like, even I do. Like, everybody knew how like, we're not fucking stupid. I mean, 2 years ago, they were getting a divorce, and then they were great. But, like, to say in the moment that they were at when he died, I mean, I can honestly say, because I even told Kouri, like, I hadn't gotten a call from you in a year that Eric was being an asshole. Like, I hadn't gotten that call. So, like, for me to say, like, Eric wouldn't have turned this around, like, I guarantee you Eric would have turned this around. And I'm not saying, like, Kouri needs life insurance. She doesn't. Like, Kouri can make whatever money she wants. But the fact that they're going after her house is what she's just so broken about, is because it just says, so in the will, it says everything that, like, so Eric put the house in the trust. No, not just for the kids, for like Katie. So Katie can make all calls up until they are 18 years old. Yeah, but not just that, but she's the power of the trust too. So like Eric put the house, so Eric not only put his part of the house, but he put Kouri's equity in the house in the trust. So Kouri has no fucking say right now unless she fights it with a lawyer, which she's doing right now. But also he put half of his business in the half that, so him and Cody signed a I don't know, some like insurance thing to where if one of the partners died, that half would go to the widow. Well, Eric signed his half that would go to the widow into the trust. So in all honesty, Kouri gets nothing from Eric, which, I mean, Kouri's not about getting anything from her husband dying right now. I mean, that's a tragic thing where no one, like, that's not what you go after unless you're some fucking Black Widow. Like, that's not what you go after. You don't go after, your husband dying and you don't go after money. But I mean, she's just saying all like she doesn't even care about the life insurance because the life insurance, the beneficiary is Katie right now of Eric's life insurance. That's
fine. She
which
can have
Kouri says
everything.
she's fine. And like in all honesty, like if you weigh out how much Katie gets in the will and how much Kouri is asking for, it's compared to
Huge.
7 million to 3 million. Like Kouri has already weighed her assets on everything, and with Corey's house and like everything that is in her house, she would probably get $3 million of that. And Katie, with the life insurance and everything she's getting out of it, she's getting 7 million. So it's like, you know, like all Kouri is asking for is her house, but they're not agreeing to that because they are coming up with the fact that Kouri has a say or has a, like Kouri was an accomplice in how Eric died, is what they're saying. If that makes sense.
That makes sense. I have not talked to Katie, Gene, or anybody.
Well, I mean, there's no reason to talk to Gene because Gene's kind of Switzerland on this whole thing.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, but I mean, with all being said, it all comes down to Kouri can't attend Eric's celebration of life. Yes, No, I can't. My attorney said
Her
attorney said there's no like
If Katie and
absolutely
Amy are gonna
not
be
like
there,
don't
can't.
attend Eric's celebration of life because Katie or Amy will be there or one of their friends will be there or someone will be there to come out and making Kouri look bad because they've already come after her of being a incompetent mother.
Amy said I was an incompetent mother.
I'm guessing they're saying that she can't go to his funeral because she hit her sister-in-law, and then the day after he died. So they have a restraining order, and she can go to the funeral. But they can't let the jury know she has a restraining order and couldn't go to the funeral because that would be biased against her. Okay, they'll be finished telling that part in a minute, sure.
And so they're filing a suit saying
So they're filing a suit trying to make Kouri look out as a incompetent mother.
I don't agree with that.
I know, and Bryce,
Thank God, Bryce,
and
thank
Kouri
you.
kept saying like all day, she's like, I need to call Bryce. I want to talk to him. But I don't know how to go about it because Bryce is like a rich inside, and it fucking sucks that there's like a rich inside and there's like a Kouri side. Like it fucking like that's fucked up, you know? Like fuck. Like this isn't what this should be about. Like we shouldn't fucking like grieve about Eric's death, about being whose side is who. Like it should be all one and one, and we should come together as a fucking family and just like love each other and like.
I agree, and I just put myself. If I could talk to Eric today, in the thousands of conversations that him and I have had, you know, about what would happen if I weren't here, what would happen if you weren't here, and honestly, to me, I know what Eric would want. Now I get he put shit in writing, right? I get he went to the lawyer because he got his feelings hurt and shit happened 2 years ago.
He got his baby feelings hurt.
And so but I know for a fact that if he knew this was going to happen, I think he would have made some changes.
He would have.
Bryce, I am not a bad mom. Like I am not a bad fucking mom. And Amy told him I was a bad mom.
The Richins girls don't play nice. And they never have and they never will.
Well, but that's kind of like ultimately what she wanted to call you about was that she just can't make the celebration of life, and she feels awful about it. She doesn't want. I mean, and if you continue to do it, whether you cancel it or not, like if you continue to do it, she doesn't want you to. She doesn't want to come out as looking as the bad guy that she's not there.
Everybody's coming though, Bryce. I invited everybody and everybody's coming. I just can't go, and I feel like a fucking asshole, but I just can't, and I don't know what they're gonna do or say next, and I didn't fucking do anything.
I know, I get it.
Yeah, like in all reality, she's just kind of looking out for her and the boys right now.
Yeah. Well, just goal for as long as I'm on this damn earth is I mean, Kouri, I get things are going to transpire in the next however many years, right? I just hope that you and I can have a relationship to where I can come see you guys every once in a while. You guys live so damn far away. That's what I want. I don't want to muddy the water. I don't want things to get shitty between you and I, because I would love to see those boys grow up, right? Because watching those boys grow up would mean the world to Eric, and him and I made promises to one another that that's what we would do for one another. And Kouri, I get it. Like, Brooke and I suck at being married too. Like, shit happens, and unfortunately, Eric put some shit in writing because I think got his feelings hurt. But at the end of the day, he loves you, and he loves those boys, and he'd say the same thing today if he was here. So.
Yeah, I agree. I get it.
But hey, let me call you back if I can. My plane just vanished.
Yeah.
Back in like half hour, if I'm okay.
All right. Call us back.
All right, yeah.
Goodbye.
Donna, we can move to 2-47 now.
What happened? Okay, Ash, hold on. You freaking speaker.
You have reached Bryce with Kenworth.
Hi, Bryce.
Hey.
Sorry, my phone was on silent.
No worries. So ultimately, Kouri, I guess I said I support you, right? I don't want to. I can't get involved. I can't get involved anyway, right? Like, I don't have a dog in a fight. But I feel bad for you. I mean, I do. I feel bad that this has to go this way. I wish the Richins would just be easier. That this has to go this way. I wish the Richins would just be easier. But I feel bad for you. I mean, I do. I feel bad.
I think we lost the audio. No problem. Let's fix that. One moment, please.
Done wrong to them. I've never, I helped Katie when she had postpartum. I watched her girls. I helped Amy when she lost her mom. And I don't understand what I did so wrong. We've never been super close, but it's like I've never done wrong to them. And I don't understand why they're putting me through hell.
Yeah, you personally didn't do anything wrong to them, but you gotta understand how Eric was, right? When Eric was up on, you call me. Well, you stopped calling me because I kept telling him, I said, you gotta do one of two things, Eric. If you're not unhappy, because he said the same thing to me with Brooke, right? Brian, just get divorced. I'm like, dude, Eric, it's easier said than done. Right?
Oh, it is. It is.
Yeah, but it's easier said than done. He'd always push you to get divorced. I would say, dude, if you're not unhappy, Eric, you should get divorced.
Yeah.
And his response was, I love Kouri. I love my 3 kids. I couldn't bear to see not be with my kids every single day. I said, dude, I get it. They freaking make it.
Did that happen again? I believe so. Oh, I'm so sorry.
When people describe Eric, dude, Eric is a great guy. He really is, right? But he also, no one's perfect. And I'd always tell him, like, dude, you need to relax a little bit. Like, it's funny that.
I think it jumped ahead a little when the recording restarted.
Do we need to go backward a little bit?
Yes.
Okay.
Saturday you're in, right? When people do, I get kids,
yeah.
He's them done. I said, you got to do one of two things, Eric. If you're not unhappy, because he said the same thing to me with Brooke, right? Brian's
Yeah.
not happy, just get divorced. I'm like, dude, Eric, it's easier said than done.
Oh, it is. It is.
Yeah, well, it's easier said than done. You know, he'd always push you to get divorced. I would say, dude, if you're not unhappy, Eric, you should get divorced.
Yeah.
And his response was, I love Kouri. I love my 3 kids. I couldn't bear to see my not being with my kids every single day. I said, dude, I get it. They freaking make it work. Stop being so hard ass. You know, when people describe Eric, dude, Eric is a great guy. He really is, right? But he also no one's perfect. And I'd always tell him, like, dude, you need to relax a little bit. Like, it's funny that Saturday at your house where he was like taking anger management classes. I was like, holy shit.
Pause for 1 minute.
Like,
I think we're.
Your Honor, it's not published.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you. Okay. And we are now back scrolling correctly, it seems. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Just press play again, Scott. Thank you.
actually trying to be better because fuck, that guy needed to do it, right?
No, and that's the thing, Bryce. Like, we were so good this last like 2 years. Like, we have been so good. Like Eric has been like, he had an anger management book that he would write in like every couple of days. Like, it was in his nightstand. Like, I'd come home from like work and he was be right like out on the back deck, like writing in his anger management book. And you know, like we were just good. I was going to counseling, like he was doing anger management. Like, we have been so good. Like,
right.
Everybody knew it. Like, we were going on double dates. Like, we were going out more. We did weekly date nights. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. And now all of a sudden, Katie and Amy are attacking me for no fucking reason. Like, I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. And
all Katie and Amy ever heard about you was always the bad shit, right?
they did. And
it was Eric, when things were good between you guys, Eric wasn't calling me or anybody else, mostly Katie and Amy, right? Like, hey, like Kouri did this awesome, she did this awesome, this is great, right?
Yeah.
He would only call the bitch about what you were doing,
the bad stuff.
what you were doing, right? And so all I heard was the negative shit, right?
Yeah.
But I said, I'm sorry. And I wish we could have a lifeline to Eric right now, and because I know if he could talk, he would say no.
Yeah. He would explain it.
Yes. He set things up to protect his kids, but it wasn't set anything up to try to fuck you.
No.
He loved you all the time. Every day he told me, you know? And yeah, I said the other day, we all fight, but he'd always say, I love Kouri. She's the mother of my children. She's my wife. I'm going to do whatever it takes. I'm like, good for you, brother. That's what you have to do, right?
Well, yeah, like
I just hate that you guys have to go down this route now because the things that Eric put into place with a lawyer.
And that was 2 years ago. Jesus Christ, we've come so far in 2 years, and it's like, if Eric redid his shit, last month we sat down and talked about every asset that we had, everything we had, and Eric was like, holy fucking shit, like he was just also taken by surprise. Like, he just was like, that $250,000 is the best thing you've ever done. And I was like, I know, you just didn't believe in me. And and I was like, and now it all goes to our kids. Like, our kids are taken care of for life. Like, and if he redid it today, it would be fucking different. And now everything is just so fucked up. Like, it's just a nightmare. It's just a nightmare. And every day they're coming at me with something. Like, I'm getting charged with fucking assault. I'm getting charged with,
Your Honor, we approach.
Of course.
They've already called for a mistrial about 3 times. Yeah, they will. And, like Sky Lazaro said earlier in that other thing, that for the purposes of appeal, they have to say something every time they think something, it's because those are the things they can use to appeal on. So, yes, well, yes, they do. They try to get a mistrial almost daily. Miss Fancy Nancy. Love Always Tree says, that psychologist really helped me because I could pick up feelings and thought I did something wrong. Even if I had nothing to do with me, I could just feel they were judging. Yeah.
Scott, we should just be able to press play.
They have 4 charges against me right now. One is theft of trust property. One is
Do we want the instruction? Can I have a moment?
Of course.
The whole family's going to go up there and talk to the judge. Look, I just took you out a minute ago. You should not. No, nope, it is not time to eat supper. It is not time to eat. No, it is not. You're going to have to wait. You're going to have to wait. No. No. Nope. No. No. I'll give you something to eat in just a minute. That doesn't do any good. He don't want to go outside. He wants to eat dinner. He thinks that he starts about 3 o'clock. I usually feed him about 5, and he starts telling me around 3 that it's 5.
Thank you for your patience. You've just heard and may hear an additional reference or 2 by Ms. Richins in this recording to charges, quote unquote. Those references are to separate civil litigation regarding the trust, the civil lawsuit. They are not references to criminal charges of any kind. Moreover, you cannot consider those references to civil litigation to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait at any time. Just wanted to make sure you had that important clarification. Ms. Lewis, anything further on that?
Not for now, thank you.
Mr. Blood?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, may we continue the recording?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Scott, go ahead.
Theft of conversion of some bullshit I don't even know how to pronounce. Like all this shit. And I'm like, Jesus, I haven't been in trouble since I was in high school when I was 16 years old, for hell's sakes. I'm 32. Like, what do you mean I'm in trouble? Like, I didn't fucking do anything. You know, like, I don't know. Anyway, I meant to call you yesterday. I talked to the medical examiner. I called them because I don't believe that they don't have anything. I just am having a hard time believing that.
Yeah, what's taking so long?
Well, she said that, you know, she's like, well, I'll have the actual doctor call you who did his autopsy. And I was like, okay, whatever. And so her name is Pamela Ulmer. And she called me a couple hours later. And I was like, look, lady, like, you gotta have something for me. Like, there's no way you didn't notice something obvious. Like, Jesus Christ, 12 weeks, you know? And she was just like, well, yeah, there was something obvious, you know, we noticed, but, you know, we're not going to call you and tell you that immediately. And I was like, well, what? You know? So they ruled out an aneurysm automatically. She's like, it wasn't, yeah. She's like, it wasn't an aneurysm. I can tell you that. And she goes, he did test positive twice for COVID. And I was like, yeah, bullshit. No. Which we did have COVID a month and a half ago. Like, we all tested positive, but that was like a month and a half ago. Like, he didn't still have fucking COVID.
Yeah, that was fucking, everybody had it in January.
Like we didn't still have COVID. And she was like, well, his lungs, he had a fungal infection in his lungs. Like, they were completely covered in white spots. She's like, and I don't know what it was. She's like, so I cut 3 of them out and sent them in for biopsies. She's like, but they were so full of fluid and blood. She's like, I have no idea yet what it is. She's like, so I'm thinking between the COVID and the fungal infection that it shut his lungs down. And I was like, no, like that, he is the healthiest guy. That guy is a fucking mountain goat. Like, he could, like, I was like, we just ran a half a marathon 6 months ago, and Eric didn't even train for it, and I did, and he beat me by 40 minutes. Like, no, there's nothing wrong with his lungs. Like, no, I don't believe that. And she got bitchy with me. And she's like, well, what do you mean no? And I was like, no, it's not COVID in his lungs. Like, there's just not. There's no way. And I was like, and no offense, like, my husband would roll over in his grave and haunt you and everybody involved if you put him down as COVID. We are very against COVID and vaccines. Like, nope, not happening. Like,
if it was COVID, there would have been signs of him.
Well, that's what I said. And
able to breathe and shit, right? Like,
yes, he wasn't sick. I was like, he was just at soccer the night before. I was like, he was at soccer the night before. He was running around. Like, he was totally fucking healthy. He wasn't sick. He was not sick. No, I don't buy that. Like, no. I was like, I will call you back in 2 weeks, because she said that she sent all of his organs out for testing, a toxicology report, blood, everything. And that's why it's going to take so long. And I was like, okay, well, I'll call you back in 2 weeks when you have more results, because that is not what it is. Like, there's no way. There's no fucking way.
Dude, the people who have died of COVID had symptoms before. Like,
yes. They were overweight. They were in the hospital, ICU. Like, he did not die of fucking COVID, lady.
Just randomly.
Jesus.
And like in the middle of the night.
In the middle of the night. Like, I would have heard him get up, have a hard time breathing. Bryce, when I found him, he was in the exact same position as he was when he fell asleep. When I rolled over, when I got in bed with him at 3 a.m., like, he was in the same position as he was when I went to bed with him. Like, no, I don't buy it. Like, keep testing. That's not it. And if she puts him down as fucking COVID, I will, Jesus Christ, I will flip fucking shit. It's not COVID. No. And so I was like, nope, I'll call you back in 2 weeks when you have some more results back, because that's not it. I was like, that guy was in better shape than anybody you could ever imagine. Like,
he didn't drink like we
he
did?
didn't drink. No, he didn't drink. He didn't smoke. I was like, literally, I trained for a half marathon for 6 months. He woke up that morning and decided he was going to run a half marathon and still beat me by 40 minutes.
fucking hate that you do that shit.
Yes, it was so annoying. I was fucking pissed, but he still did it. Like, he had better lungs than anybody you would ever. No, it's not his lungs. I don't buy it. So
I wonder if that damn Lyme disease kicked his ass too.
yeah. So she's wondering that too. So I gave her all of his Lyme disease doctor's information. So she was going to reach out to his Lyme disease doctor and contact them and see his last lab results and stuff. And then she was going to look into silicosis because Sylvie actually got cancer and stuff from silicosis, who's one of their main employees. Two other of their employees, you know, and then Shannon's brother, died of silicosis. But I was like, no, he doesn't have silicosis. Like, I just sent him in for testing 5 years ago, and his lungs were 100% healthy.
From all the dust and shit.
Yeah.
The rock and everything.
Yes. And I was like, trust me, my husband was 100% healthy 5 years ago. Like, his lungs were 100%, and he does not lay stone, nor does he cut it in the last 5 years. Like, he drives around in a truck, lady. Like, it's not, because she was like, what does he do for a living? And I told her, and I was like, but that's not it. Like, he owns a company. He doesn't cut it.
He's the owner. He's not the
No.
the employee cutter.
He's not the main cutter by any means.
Yep.
She's like, well, I'm just going to look into it. And I was like, okay, you can look into it if you want, but that's not it. And I was like, and it is not his lungs. Like, you have to go with something else. Like, I was pissed when she said that. I was like, he will roll over in his grave. You put him down for COVID. And so she was just, I don't know, kind of snippy after that.
Yeah, I'm sorry you have to go through this. I knew that this was going to get stupid, right? And
guys, I don't want anything.
I think you're doing the right thing, though, right? Like, you were married to Eric for almost 10 years. You knew the ins and outs of your relationship. I get Eric set things up legally with a lawyer to protect, you know, the company that he had and his 3 boys. The shit was not going right with you two. I get it.
Bryce, did you really think I was just going to screw Eric and take everything he had? Like, why?
No, but he was worried about it, right? It's because, you know, not saying you personally, but the people we've known over the years, you think you hear shit on the media, right? Like, the wife takes her husband for everything he's got because he didn't do everything the right way, right? And I didn't ever talk about the ledge. He never told me exactly what he was doing. He told me what he was doing, right? And every time he'd tell me, like, oh, I went and saw the lawyer today, it was because I'm just getting everything set up because I don't want my kids to be homeless. I don't want them to be homeless.
Oh my God, yeah.
But that was when I said shit was going stupid with you
No,
too, right?
I get it. I get it.
And I think if Eric was still here today, and you know, I think he'd change it.
He would.
Unfortunately, it sucks he can't, right? And now Katie has all power. At least Katie has power, not Amy. Amy would probably be worse at it, but.
And it just like hurt. I think it was most hurtful the way that he wrote it, Bryce. Like, if you read it, it was just so hurtful the way that he wrote the trust. Like, I get we were in a rocky spot 2 years ago. Did I ever think we would officially divorce and go about our ways? Like, not really.
I mean, hell, he thought that, right?
Like, I guess.
You know, when he was seeing that stupid Jen chick, I would tell him, I'm like, bro, like, if you're gonna see her, there's gonna be consequences. If you get caught, do you want to be with this chick? Well, no. I said, well, then you gotta, because if you get caught, you're gonna get divorced. But then he gets caught, right? And then you kick him out of the house for what, a week or two? Did he go live with his dad for like 2 weeks or something?
Yeah.
But I mean, I think Eric was here as I can say it again. I think he'd change it, just unfortunately he didn't. And now you're stuck in a hard place, right? To fight for your family, fight for what's yours. And you know, the Richins family, not necessarily Gene. I think if Gene, I don't think he wouldn't be as ruthless as.
No, he's trying to stay neutral. Yeah, and it sucks.
From what I heard from Katie, Katie's like, she's like, I don't want Kouri and myself to go south, right? Or those 3 boys. Katie and I don't have a relationship, right? So we don't ever talk.
I mean, all she has to do is just, Bryce, give me my house. Like, I don't make Eric money, but I make okay money. Like, just give me my house. They can have everything. Bryce, this is my home. I got married here.
Absolutely.
This is my baby. I brought my babies here. Like, this is my home. They can have everything they want, but give me my house, for God's sake. Like, Jesus.
What do they want? What does Katie want to do with it? Does she want to sell it?
No, I don't know. They just want it. They want the title in the trust's name, so I can't have control over it. And they won't figure anything out with it until they have the autopsy report. And when they said that, it broke me. Like, I said, what does that mean?
Thinking that you had something to do with it.
Yeah, and I lost it. And I asked my attorneys, I said, I don't understand. What does that mean? And he was like, they think you had something to do with Eric's death. And I said, what the fuck does that mean? Jesus Christ. And he was like, they think that, and they reiterated it. And I was like, oh my God, what? And they're like, they're going with that, Kouri. They're on that level. And Bryce, I lost it. Fucking lost it. It's like, you think I killed my fucking husband for Jesus Christ's sake?
No, I've not heard that from any of those two. And nor have I thought that myself, right?
Why? Like, what?
Yeah, I would never. I mean, Kouri, we've all done a lot of things, and you are not capable of doing.
No shit. There's no way.
If you were gonna do it, you would have like shot him in his head.
Like 2 years ago.
Right? Like
2 years ago.
Like years ago.
I agree.
I don't even know what that means. I was like, well, what do you mean? How does that even fucking happen? Like, what? Like, I gave him too much water? Like, I don't even know. Like, I drowned it. I don't know what that, like, what? Yeah. And my attorney was like, well, that's kind of a silly thing to say. I was like, well, I don't fucking know what you mean right now. Like, I don't know. And he was like, Kouri, you need to lay low in your house for the next 3 months and not go anywhere. And I was like, are you serious?
That's wild.
And he's like, no, that's what they're attacking you with. And I was like, oh my God. And yeah, so, and then, yeah, that was the other thing is like, I fell, Bryce. I like fell to the floor.
They're not only coming after her with that, but they're coming after her with being a mother.
I didn't ask Bryce to write a letter. Bryce, I asked everybody else to write a letter from that night because Amy said I was an incapable mom and that I was so drunk that night she had to care for my kids. And I couldn't care for my own kids. I love to drink. You know that, Bryce. Like everybody knows it did. I love to drink. I have never been in a position ever that I could not take care of my own children ever. Like, and remember Amy took video? She showed her attorney those videos and said, look, Kouri's partying all night. She's not a grieving wife. She's not a capable mother. She showed those videos to their attorney, Bryce, like, and showed my fucking attorney, like, I'm a good mom, Bryce, like, Jesus fucking Christ, like.
I mean,
so she showed them with your pants off, Bryce.
Also, you didn't have any pants on, Bryce. You didn't have any pants on.
Well, anybody who knows Eric and I relationship, my pants are never on.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, we were just it was just a celebration of life. Like, it was like.
I agree.
Why did you do that? Why did you do that?
I can't speak for those two girls. I don't know. I don't know what makes them think, right? You know, they lose their brother, but at the same time, do you really want to lose?
I lost my husband. I lost my kids' dad. My babies lost their dad, Bryce. Jesus fucking hell. And you're going to submit videos and say that I'm an incompetent mom? Like, what? It's not fair. It's just not fair. And I said, you guys can have money, have all the money.
It rules out the there's no foul play. Which
But that's the thing,
I'm
like it's
surprised they
so
didn't think that.
hurtful. It's so hurtful that there's a decision regarding the autopsy.
That they would even think
You
that.
know, like it's like you're wanting an autopsy to make decisions. So like what? Like
no, what do you like? No, I am.
I mean, it's just like it's just.
I just don't get it. You know, I just don't get it.
Well, they're going down a slippery slope, right? Because I mean, you are the mother of those 3 kids, and if they want to have any relationship with you and those 3 kids, this is not how you start out the relationship.
No, and well, she's crying right now. What? You what? Hold on, Bryce. What?
Can you come look at my photo DVDs? Yeah, then I can want to come and ask you.
Okay, like 2 minutes. Okay. Okay.
Good. Go on for 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, go lay on the couch then. I don't know what you're saying. Go lay on the couch. Okay, go downstairs. 2 minutes. Fuck. I don't know, Bryce. Like it's just like kind of crazy.
Yeah. It sucks. It has to be this way.
I mean, it's kind of like neither of them, like not even like I'm not even just speaking for Kouri, but like Katie and Amy cannot grieve for anything because all 3 of them are concentrated on fighting against what Eric has.
And they can have it. They can have it. Just fucking take it. Leave me alone.
And that's, it's just kind of like that's all they're concentrated on. And we're like, I don't know. Like, and I mean, I've seen this. Like, it happened with my dad and his uncles when my grandparents died. Like, everyone fights against money. It always happens with death. Always.
Get it? Like, there's no fight.
Yeah, it happened with Eric and Julie.
Yes, exactly. It happened with Eric and Julie. Like, that happened. It happened with Linda. It happens all the time with death. Every single time death happens, like, money is fucking involved. And like that sucks, but at the same time, it's like
I'm not
Eric.
fighting for it.
No,
I'm giving it to them.
No,
like,
Eric,
just give me
like
my
Kouri's,
house.
but Eric left behind like a family that he took care. Like, how much of Eric's wealth went to Amy and Katie?
I don't think any of it did it.
Exactly.
No.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why are they fighting for this when they like all of Eric's wealth, all of Eric's.
Somebody's here.
It's Selma probably. All of Eric's wealth, all of Eric's like everything. Your lizard's on the fucking chair behind me.
Okay.
But all of Eric's wealth and everything went to his family,
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
Guys, they can
That's
have
what
it.
they wanted.
They can fucking have
I know,
everything.
exactly.
Just take it.
I don't think.
Fucking house.
No, I'm not speaking for him. I haven't spoken to him about it, right? But I'd be hard pressed to feel that they want Eric's money. Because Eric always, I mean, I thought he had it all set up anyway to go to the kids, right? All this stuff went to his kids.
No, it does. It goes to the kids, but the house also. But the house won't go to the kids until they're 18. So that's what Kouri is fighting
like
for.
They're acting like I'm some snake, Bryce. Like I'm some. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it, Bryce. I don't get it. They can have it. Take it all. Take it all.
So just what Kouri's saying, like what the attorney said, like everything goes to the kids. The kids are set up for life. The kids are completely. They're
Jonna, that's the end of it.
Okay. Any additional questions for this witness from the state?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Ms. Lewis, would you like a brief break before cross-examination? I don't.
Yes, maybe. That'd
Okay.
That'd be helpful.
Folks, let's let you stretch your legs. Thank you. your legs, use the restroom. Please do not speak to anybody during the break.
Okay.
We'll be in recess until 3:10. Thank you.
$3.10. I'm gonna change it. Maybe find the thing. I edit things, and I probably should just type new things. Okay. I certainly could type it faster than I could hunt for it. Yeah. Had to go on break for 10 minutes. Well, so I'm going to ask y'all some questions. Chad, I need some answers. So, okay. So, am I to understand that Bryce is Eric's brother or another brother-in-law or something? My cat is knocking things off my table because he likes to. He's just knocking stuff off one after another. Okay. All righty, Miss Difficult. Hey, somebody came into the chat a while ago and called us difficult ones. I thought that was a good, how people are named different things. Difficult ones is a pretty good name. Lemon bars are in the oven. Lemon bars are in the oven. Yeah, the cross is going to be interesting. Dang it. Love always truth says, I only find her more and more guilty and more terrible mother to be, the more talking like that in front of her kids and strike against her in my book. It is. Okay. Lamacia says Bryce is a brother, half brother, step brother, or brother-in-law. Okay. So he's somehow or another an adopted brother of some kind to Eric. Somehow. But he's just as nosy as the girls to go and do all that stuff. Love always truth. Your pets sound like my daughter's pets. They rule her life about. It's time to eat. If you don't feed us, we're going to distract you until you give us some treats or food. Yep, that's right. I'm thinking my cats would be out killing chickens if I didn't feed them, killing rabbits, squirrels, raccoons. They're hunters. Yeah, I think we'll be the difficult ones. Kelly Blue, who says, I don't know. I may have started that rumor. I hope not. I was asking a question, but it could have sounded like a statement. Oh, which? Love always true says, I've always been known as difficult, stubborn, hard-headed. Take your pick. Okay, Lamisi says, no, I don't know who he is. Lamisi says, I was asking myself, who is he to Eric. That's what I thought. He sounded like a brother. I like Love always says, don't have a nickname. Think we could be called the difficult ones. Yeah. Oh, difficult ones. Kouri's Detective Czar said Kouri's vocabulary is very simplistic. The hubby, yes, it is. Lamesia says, does anyone know who Bryce is to Eric? I'm wanting to know. Kelly Bluehood says, about brotherish Bryce. We don't know. Love, always true. My daughter's cat works for the dogs. She's so funny. She paws stuff off the counter for the dog. Yes, my cats work with the dogs to do mischievous things too. Okay, Kelly Bluehood says that rumor that Bryce. Okay, I have no clue who Bryce is, but Bryce's last name is not Richins. So Kelly Bluehood says the rumor that Bryce is a brother. That's the rumor that I'm after. Okay. I thought he was a brother too, and I don't think I got that from you. It sounded the way they were talking. He sounded like he must be a brother. Oh, however, his last name is not Richins, so he's not Eric's brother unless he's Eric's half brother or step brother, some kind of way. Yeah, Bryce with no pants and all that. Lamesia says, I wouldn't have my brother-in-law around me drinking and booze with his pants off. Me either. Well, maybe he's Kouri's brother. Hell, I don't know who he is. Is he an ex-husband of one of the siblings? Now, that's possible, too. Is that he was married to Katie or I forgot the girl's name. Is it Amy? It must have been Amy, because he said that she would be terrible at taking care of stuff. Is he an ex-husband of one of the siblings? That's what we're thinking. Hold on, I'm going to go dig this and find out. Do find out for us, Lamesia. Love always says, excuse me. It was funny because he must be a best friend. Maybe they were in a fraternity or something, or brothers in his fraternity. What is his last name? Let me see if I can find it, because I tried to Google it. It's Knudsen. Bryce Knudsen. Knudsen. Bryce. But see, that's also the name of the Attorney General of some place. And to that thing that said Bryce Hutchins, it was a reader. So it could have been, okay. Is that her? Nuts. I bet you that thing spelled it wrong because it was a reader and it's not like someone typed his name. So, Bryce. Well, dang it, where did I see that? Now that I'm Knudsen. I think that's her attorney. Maybe. Mm. This guy's dead too, y'all. Bryce Knudsen is a project manager. Is that right? No, that cannot be right. That's a different Bryce Knudsen. Okay, Bryce is Eric's best friend. According to who? According to Nate Eaton. Because I just found it someplace. I'm trying to see if I can see anything else about that. He is Eric's best friend. So I'm guessing Bryce is his best friend. It sounded like he said that Eric had a girlfriend or something at some point, but or that he was thinking about having a girlfriend. That's not exactly the same thing as having one. Okay. And she couldn't even go to the funeral. Well, Lori wasn't even trying to, was she? We are taking off a long pee-pee breaks. Just making sure that I'm queued up. This Chelsea Barney chick is going to be wore down to the ground by the time she gets to late. Because I think Nate Eaton said that we had been through 30 witnesses. When I was looking at his I'm just looking to see if I see anything.
I'm sorry. We're back on the record. Please proceed.
Your Honor, citing the case of Take C v. Baxi, I omitted an email in direct that I had intended to introduce.
Okay.
Can I pick up there and then tender for redirect?
No problem. Is Ms. Lewis familiar with the email? If there's going to be an objection, I can rule on.
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know the case that he cited.
No, that was a joke. That's okay.
Oh, was that a joke? Okay, well, that's why I didn't know it.
It's all right. The email is exhibit which?
2-123 Delta. Scott, can you bring that up?
This is a text message exchange?
Text message.
Okay.
Is that it? Can I see the whole thing?
Yes. In fact, Miss Barney, if you want to watch it now, that'll speed things along.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Lewis.
Yeah, I object. Mr. Butler tendered the witness, and to go back now and reopen, I object.
Okay, any objection to the admissibility of this document under the rules of evidence?
No.
Okay. It's certainly within the court's discretion to allow direct to be reopened to add one exhibit, particularly before cross has even begun. So anything further, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, anything before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Tracy, if you would get the jury brought in, I'd appreciate it. We're about to. It's okay.
Y'all gonna give me the big head now, saying you like to do trials with me. I'm glad you do. I like to do trials with y'all too. The gang's all here. Ah.
Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. Ms. Barney, you're still under oath. Mr. Bloodworth, I understand the state would like to offer another exhibit.
Yes, one more exhibit, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Barney, you just reviewed exhibit 2-123D. Is that an accurate depiction of a June 6th, 2022 text message exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to enter and publish 2-123D.
Ms. Lewis.
No further objections.
2-123D is admitted, and it is published. All right. Anything further for this witness, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
We have no questions for Ms. Barney.
Okay. May we allow Ms. Barney to step down, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
May we release this witness, Ms. Lewis?
I think just in an abundance of caution, maybe we could keep her subject to subpoena.
Understood. So, Ms. Barney, you're free to go today, but you may get notice that you need to come back
Okay.
for some additional questions before the end of the trial. Between now and the end of the trial, please do not speak to anyone about your testimony. Don't let anybody talk to you about
Okay.
your testimony. Please don't watch any coverage of the case. Don't listen to any coverage of the case. Don't read anything about the case.
Okay.
Please travel safely.
Thank you.
Mr. Blood.
Your Honor, the state calls alley stakings.
Very good. Good afternoon. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, ma'am. What, ma'am, is your name?
Alameda Staking.
Is your last name spelled Stakings?
No S. Staking.
I'm sorry, there's only one of you.
Yes.
Mistaking. Would you pull the mic a little closer to you? Okay. You can sit wherever you're comfortable. It's just easier to move the mic. Thank you. Please proceed.
Apologies, ma'am. Do you know Kouri Richins?
Yes.
I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
yes, 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 I
We
do.
record everything, so yeah.
Yes,
I
I
saw
do.
that you were nodding, but how do you know Kouri Richins?
We grew up together. School.
When did you first meet her?
I met her in, I think, junior high school.
Since junior high school, about how often do you see or speak with her?
I talked to her pretty frequently.
Are you one of her best friends?
Yes. Yeah. I was. Yeah.
You were?
I am. Yes.
Either way.
Yes.
Okay. Did you and Kouri Richins attend a Finding True Self retreat at the Sedona Mago Center for Wellbeing in Arizona in February of 2021?
Yes, we did.
As part of that retreat, did each of you complete an assignment in which you wrote your life story in third person?
Yes, we did.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 2-4, please? Can you scroll through for the witness and counsel? Ma'am, do you recognize that as the form that you and Kouri Richins filled out during the retreat?
Well, I never read it at the retreat, but that's the Sedona Manga logo. Yes.
And is that Kouri Richins' handwriting?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit Exhibit 2-4 and publish.
Your Honor, we'd renew our prior objections, 401, 402, and 403. I'm not sure that there's enough foundation at this point to put it in through this witness. She said she never saw it at the time, and I don't know if there's enough foundation about the handwriting at this point.
The 401, 402, 403 issues have been ruled on by the court. The court stands on its prior denial of those objections. Mr. Bloodworth, talk to me about foundation.
Your Honor, maybe I'll just or
please
question a little bit.
Yeah.
Over the years, have you read Kouri Richins' handwriting?
Yes and no. I'm mainly through text, but yes.
Are you generally familiar though with her handwriting script-wise?
Not comfortably enough to identify it, no. But it looks like her handwriting, yes.
And is that, Scott, can you go to the top? That logo at the top, is that consistent with the form that each of you individually filled out while at the Sedona Mago Retreat Center?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-4 into evidence.
Your Honor, we object. She said she's not comfortable enough to identify her handwriting, and she never saw Kouri write this or saw it at the time it was done.
Counsel, would you approach for a second?
if she did say she recognized it, that lady would have said, "Are you a handwriting expert? Have you learned to what things to look for?" You know, either way, the one was going to object. So. Kouri had some friends that loved her. She may not have been worth a darn, but she sure. This lady seems well nice, and that other lady seemed very nice. It was very sad. That is very pretty lady. Well, they surely discussed with her before she came. They were going to ask her, did that look like Kouri's handwriting? Maybe they didn't go over that. That would have been a key thing if you're going to hang your case on it, to ask her. And then if she didn't, excuse me, she didn't recognize, then you asked another way. Did you go to the retreat?
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's motion to admit State's Exhibit 2-4 is denied at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll revisit it. Thank you. Ma'am, are you familiar with Kouri Richins' housebreaking business?
Yes.
How so?
We were going to hire her to do work for us. Me and my kid's dad.
And did you understand it was a successful business?
I did. I believed it to be yes.
Did you know whether or not the business was in any financial distress?
No, I did not.
Ma'am, are you familiar with Josh Grossman?
Yes.
How so?
I knew that he was. What do you mean?
Do you know who Josh Grossman is?
Yes, I know of him. Yes.
How do you know of him?
Kouri told me about him.
What did Kouri say about him?
She said that they were having an affair.
And when did she tell you this?
It was about June 2020.
Did she tell you the status of that affair when she spoke to you in June 2020?
Can you clarify?
Was it ongoing at the time?
Yes, it was ongoing.
Did she ever tell you that the affair was broken off?
She did.
When did she tell you the affair was broken off?
My last visit prior to Eric passing, she told me that she'd ended things with Josh and chose her family. It had been over for about 9 months at that point.
Was that last visit you had with Eric Richins on the weekend of February the 20th, 2022?
Yes, I believe so.
And she said then that she had broken it off 9 months earlier.
Yes.
Your Honor, may we just approach briefly to make sure we have a common understanding?
Yes.
Have we got somebody else that has a timeline period problem? You know, it's tough. I mean, imagine that your friend's in jail, excuse me, for killing somebody. 4 years ago. And you still, undoubtedly, this lady still cares for Kouri, because when they asked her, was she a best friend, she smiled like that. She was proud about it. Kouri's mother looks nice today. We're getting the shot of the group crowd here. There's Daddy. And there's Mom. And there's Grayson. See, I said I wasn't going to use nicknames. I can talk about people, but I don't want to use nicknames because what is that word? That was strange. Wonder where Lauren was. She wasn't sitting by Grayson, or she was laying low. Maybe she's on this side this time. What's Mama smiling about? I do feel sorry for this lady. I will say this. Kouri had diverse friends. She had different kinds of people to be her friend. Because this lady is black and that other lady looked like she might be a Native American or Latino. And Kouri was white, so she was, looks like she was a diverse amount of friends also. She could be using everybody around her. So sad that this lady right here is still fooled. And you know, when you've got a friend that does this, you go back and forth. You go, do they know they're doing it? Are they aware that they're doing all these crazy things? Is it like, are they like spacey and not thinking about it when they're doing it? Or do they, are they like writing out a plan of how they're all going to do these evil things? Or does it just come to them as they go? You do wonder that. Because some of the plans seem so thought out. It'd be hard to believe you could just do that, on a whim. Okay, this is how I'm going to do it. But if you have done the exact same scam to a bunch of people, you know the exact order to go in. Kouri was lying to herself about what all property she had. She was really making it sound good. I'm just going to say, I don't have, quote, best friends, but my best friends that I like once every 3 months or so, me and my girlfriends get together and have a margarita. We used to do it more often, but at any rate, there's no way that I could hide from them all this money situation that she has.
I promise that was time well spent. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Mistaking on that visit you mentioned, the weekend of February 20th, 2022. Did there come a time when you, Kouri Richins, Eric Richins, and maybe others were having a conversation about Eric Richins becoming ill on Valentine's Day?
Yes.
Who was present for that conversation?
Myself, Kouri, Eric, Selma, and Wade, our other friends.
How did that conversation arise?
What do you mean?
Who started it?
I can't remember who started the conversation.
How did you come to learn about whatever happened on Valentine's Day?
Eric told us.
What did Eric Richins say?
He said that he thought that Kouri had tried to poison him, but it was more of a funny story. It was like an allergic reaction, is what we had thought it was.
So Eric jokingly, I want to accurately
Yes,
capture
we were laughing at the story.
So did Eric,
along with Eric?
right? Did Eric jokingly say that Kouri Richins had tried to?
Yes, and we all teased Kouri for trying to kill him or poison him or whatever he thought it was.
Okay. How did Kouri Richins react to Eric Richins jokingly say that she tried to poison him on Valentine's?
She laughed about it. We were all laughing.
Did she say anything about what happened on
She
Valentine's?
said, no, that's not what happened, that he had, that it was an allergic reaction or something, or it wasn't that dramatic. It didn't happen like that. Something along those lines.
Did she say how it happened or what happened?
No, not that I can recall.
Just that it didn't happen as Eric jokingly said it happened.
No, but with Eric right there.
Sure. Eric's there the whole time.
Yes.
Understood. Your Honor, I hate to keep doing this. I just want to bring up one other thing at the bench.
No, it's better.
Okay. I'm sorry, briefly, we're going to go back to the Sedona Mago letter. Scott, can you publish, can you bring up 2-4?
Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth. What's the state's motion?
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-4.
Consistent with the court's ruling at sidebar, states Exhibit 2-4 is admitted.
Just 1 moment.
Of course.
Your Honor, I just think under Rule 106, for completeness sake, if we're going to put this in, let's just put in the whole letter.
I'm not aware of what's under the redaction, so would the two of you approve for a second? Let's just make sure I'm. Thank you for your indulgence. Just sit tight for a minute while we work through something. Thank you.
You wonder if they look at the paperwork at all at night before they come. I shouldn't say that. I want her to get a fair trial. So fair they can't find nothing to do an appeal on. That's what I hope for her. So I'm watching. I hope that those people in the Tyler Robinson case whoever's doing the cameras don't ruin it for everybody.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, forgive me, how much time do you need to come up with an unredacted version?
We have it.
Okay. Scott, the screens are muted. Would you show it to me for a moment, please? 1 moment.
Your Honor, we'll put a sticker on it later, but
okay.
That's it.
Okay. The number of this again, one more time, 2-4.
Yes, sir.
The unredacted version of 2-4. Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Is admitted. Published now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we've agreed that I'm going to handle this witness as a direct examination since she's here from out of town, so we don't have to bring her back.
Sounds good.
All right.
I appreciate it. Please proceed.
Morning or good afternoon. Who knows anymore? How are you today?
I've been better.
I'm sure you have.
Allie, will you do me a favor? I'm sincere. You can sit wherever you like. Just
What do you
pull the
want it?
mic closer. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Ellie, my name's Wendy Lewis. I know we've spoken, but we haven't met before, so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So I want to talk about, you knew Kouri, you said since junior high.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And did you do things with her as and Eric as couples or with also your children as families?
Both. We did things with our families as well.
All right. And did you go on a trip to Hawaii together?
I did.
And when was that trip to Hawaii?
I think it was early 2018.
Early 2018?
Yeah. February, I think.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that trip?
Our friend was getting married.
Which friend was that?
Selma.
Selma. Okay. And is something happened on that trip that Kouri was upset about?
Could you clarify?
Did something happen in terms of the travel to Hawaii?
Yes.
And what was that?
Kouri found out that Eric had hidden drugs in her suitcase without telling her.
Okay. And what was it that he put in the suitcase?
Gummies.
And was she upset about that?
Yes. Yes, we were laughing. Yeah. She wasn't crying upset. It was more or less a funny story, but not so funny.
Not so funny story.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, is it fair to say she was not happy?
No, she was not okay with it.
Okay. And what was Eric Richins' reaction? You don't have to get into what he said, but how did he react to Kouri not being happy with him?
He thought it was hilarious.
He thought it was hilarious that he'd put
Yes, his thinking was
THC in her bag.
Yes.
Okay, no, I just clarifying. You're fine.
Mm.
Okay. Now, you said that you were visiting, and you're from California, right?
Yeah. Yes,
You're
I am.
living in California now.
Yes.
To be more accurate. And you were visiting here about a month, a little less than a month, 3 weeks before Eric died, correct? Or is that right?
Yes.
All right. And during that trip, you just talked about some things that happened during that trip when you were staying with the Richins. Did you take THC gummies with them at that time?
Not on that trip. I didn't.
Not on that trip.
I don't believe so. No. No, Eric didn't want me to.
Why didn't Eric want you to? Do you know why?
Yes, he said that he.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you, without?
Sustained regarding calling for hearsay. Can you rephrase, Ms.
Yes. All right. So you discussed taking gummies.
We did.
All right. And there was a concern about taking them. Is that fair?
Yes.
And why was there a concern about taking those?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Would maybe just ask her why she didn't do something or what her concerns were.
All right. Why did you decide not to take the gummies?
I was told they were bad gummies, that they made Kouri super sick.
Okay. Are you aware where those gummies came from?
No, I wasn't aware.
All right. You had taken gummies, THC gummies, with the Richins in the past. Yes. And where originally, you don't have to tell me who, but where were those gummies purchased from?
Well, I was never with him when he got them, but I knew it was from a.
Objection, Your Honor.
Foundation?
Foundation.
Okay.
Right.
Sustained.
You had taken gummies with the Richins in the past.
Yes.
And so had some of your other friends. It was something that you all did occasionally, just like having a drink. Fair?
Fair.
All right. And are you aware of, well, let me rephrase that. Were you all getting these gummies from the same source originally?
Objection, Your Honor.
Pause for one moment. I need a reason.
Foundation.
Okay. Would you please sustained, would you please lay some foundation for whether and to what extent this witness knows about the source of anything that she took?
Again, you were all getting gummies from the same source, right?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I need you to lay some foundation, not
I'm
just
working
ask
on
the
it.
same question. Just break it down.
Do you know where you and your friends were getting the THC gummies from?
It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
You are aware. Okay. And for a time period, you were getting them from one particular person. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the time period that you were getting them from that person?
What do you mean?
Like, was it from 2018 to 2021? Was it from, can you give me a general time for how long of a time?
Would you pause there for one moment? Your objection, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, objection, foundation, particularly as it relates to whether or not hearsay is the foundation.
Right. Ms. Lewis, my apologies. Would you approach for 1 second?
Let me just back up. You said you were aware that they were all coming from the same person.
It's a yes or no.
Yes.
How are you aware of the person that was providing them?
Can you be a little bit more specific?
How were you aware where the gummies were coming from?
That's the same question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Were you ever there when the gummies were purchased or brought or delivered? You were never there.
No.
All right. Did you ever purchase them yourself?
No.
So can you tell me how you knew? Let me just come out. So did someone tell you where the gummies were coming from, or did you have personal knowledge of where the gummies were coming from?
I was told where they were coming from.
All right. Okay. How was it that you found out that Mr. Richins had died?
Our friend Kelsey called me.
Called you?
Yes, I was called on the phone.
Yes. And was that the day that Mr. Richins passed away?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do when you found out?
I cried.
And then what did you do?
And then booked a flight and came the very next day.
All right. So you arrived
I arrived on the 5th.
On the 5th. All right. And how did Kouri seem when you arrived?
Distraught. Like she was grieving.
And you've known Kouri a long time?
Yeah.
And you've observed her on other occasions where she's been upset?
Yes.
Ever anything this traumatic, or was this the first time?
This is probably the most traumatic one I've experienced so far, yes.
All right. Did anything about her behavior or her reaction strike you as unusual?
No.
Were you there when there was a celebration of life held at the Richins' house the night after he died?
Yes.
And how many people were there at that event?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. There was a lot of people.
More than 10?
There were people coming in and out the whole time.
All right. Was this something that was planned, like a planned event?
No.
So it was, can you just describe sort of how it started?
People came to show their condolences and grieved at the loss of losing Eric. That's how it began. That's all it was.
All right. And was there alcohol?
Yes.
What else took place at the event? What were people doing? They were drinking?
We were playing with the kids and talking about memories of Eric.
All right.
Dancing, talking about him, remembering him.
Okay. Would you describe it as an upbeat, happy event?
It was kind of, I don't know. It wasn't a party, if that's what you were trying to ask.
Okay. What would you describe it as?
Remembering his life.
All right. Can you pull up Defense Exhibit 1089, just for the witness? Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I took the picture.
All right. And was that taken the night that we were talking about?
Yes.
And do you recognize the people in that photo?
I do.
All right. Could we publish, or could I admit and then publish? Defense 1089.
No.
Okay. Defense 1089 is admitted.
Okay. And maybe if you want to step down for a minute, if you could tell us who the people are in this photo.
I'd rather not.
If you would just stay close to a mic,
I know.
and
I just
then
realized I didn't have one on.
here you go, Allie. You'd use that when you. Ms. Listen, you should give me your mic.
Just from left to right, can you tell us who's in the photo?
That's Kouri. I can't remember his name, but that's Eric's best friend.
Can you maybe put the mic up?
That's Eric's best friend. I can't remember his name.
Is that Bryce?
Yeah, that's Bryce. Sorry.
Okay.
That's Bryce. That's Allie, Cody's wife. That's Chelsea, and that's Amy.
Amy
Eric's sister.
Richins. Okay. You can sit back down. We can take that down. So how long did you stay after Eric passed away?
I stayed overnight that night.
Were you there the next day when Amy Richins came to the house?
Yes, I was.
All right. And were you there when Kouri was trying to get into a safe that belonged to Eric?
I was.
Do you know why Kouri was trying to get into the safe?
Excuse me, yes.
Why was she trying to get into the safe?
She wanted to see what his will said.
And did she know the will was in the safe, or do you not know?
No, she knew it was in there.
All right. And then what happened?
What do you mean? What happened?
Well, was she able to get into the safe?
She was not. She didn't know the code.
And then was there a conversation about her not getting into the safe?
Objection, foundation as it relates to hearsay.
All right. Who was present when she was trying to get into the safe?
She wasn't even in there at first.
When you say she, who are you talking about?
Kouri wasn't even in there. It was
Who was in there at first?
her brother and the locksmith.
Okay, so a locksmith was called to try and open the safe.
Yes.
All right. And then what happened after that, Court?
Amy and Bryce were leaving, and Amy saw the logo on the side of the truck and ran into the garage to stop Kouri from getting into the safe.
Do you know why she was trying to stop Kouri from getting into the safe?
Because Amy was,
Foundation.
Yeah. Speculation. How,
Well, if she knows why,
but how she knows is the genesis of the foundation and speculation objection.
you were there, correct?
I was.
And you saw the reactions as everyone in the room.
I did.
And you saw Kouri become very upset. Did you see Kouri become very upset?
I did.
Do you know why Kouri was upset?
Yeah, because she was told that it was not her.
Objection.
If you'd stop there, call Strieger said. Sustain.
You did see Kouri's reaction
I did.
to not being able to get into the safe. Let me rephrase that. You saw Kouri's reaction based on what was going on regarding the safe.
I did.
And you saw her, well, tell me, what was her reaction?
Pure frustration and rage.
Rage?
Yeah.
Was she crying?
Yes. She was shaking.
And in your opinion, was that reaction over the top?
No, I thought she was valid.
Did you think she was unreasonably out of control?
No.
Was that reaction unexpected, given what was going on in the room?
No.
Okay. Just one moment. Everybody just have a moment.
Of course.
Let's go back to what you were talking about with Mr. Bloodworth regarding the sandwich. So when you were there, you said that Eric said, what did Eric say to you again about the sandwich?
Can you clarify the question, please?
Yes, you were talking about when Eric got sick from a sandwich, right? You talked about that with Mr. Bloodworth.
I did.
And he told you, what did he tell you?
That he believed that Kouri had tried to poison him.
Okay. Did he tell you, I believe Kouri tried to poison me, or did he say to you, did Kouri tell you she tried to poison me?
No. No, he said, he said Kouri tried to poison him.
All right, and who was there? Kouri was there?
Yes.
And what was her response to that?
She was laughing and she said that's not what happened.
And what did happen?
I don't know what happened.
Well,
he took a bite of the sandwich and got an allergic reaction and had to shoot himself with an EpiPen.
Okay, so they talked about that there was an allergic reaction.
Yes.
Was everyone laughing?
Yes, we were all laughing and we jokingly said, "Don't eat what Kouri feeds you."
Okay, and did Eric appear upset about what had happened prior with the sandwich?
No.
Did he seem scared about what had taken place?
No.
How are he and Kouri getting along when you were there that last visit?
They seemed better than I'd seen them in a long time.
Okay. And with that, I have nothing further.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, any additional questions for Ms. Staking?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Ma'am, let me make sure I understand the travel to Hawaii. Am I right that it was funny at the time because Kouri did not get caught with the gummies in her luggage, but it would have been less than funny if she had got caught? Is that the joke?
Speculation.
Overruled.
Could you ask that again?
You said there were Eric and you and Kouri and everybody were joking about Eric putting weeds weed gummies in Kouri Richins' luggage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is the joke that it was funny because she didn't get caught?
No, it was funny because she didn't know.
I see. Okay. Can we turn to the gathering on March the 5th, 2022, right? The day after Eric Richins' death?
Okay.
And you and others, many friends of Eric, some of Eric's family members, I think were there, right?
Yes.
And people were drinking and toasting Eric.
Yes.
People were also using weed gummies that night too, as well.
I don't know. Not that I'm aware of.
That photo you showed, or you looked at, it was labeled Exhibit 1089. That was at the beginning of the evening?
No, that was towards the end. Well, it was I don't know. It was mid-evening.
Okay, there came a time, right, when Mr. Knutson removed his pants?
Sorry, who?
Do you know who Bryce Knutson is? The
I
guy
know
in that photo?
Bryce. I don't know his last name.
Okay, did there come a time when he removed his pants at that celebration?
Not that I remember, but probably.
Okay. Do you remember if the photo was before or after that?
It was before he was dressed.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 8-8, please?
The witness can see it.
Ma'am, do you recognize that photo or that video rather as an accurate depiction of what was occurring in parts of that evening?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state's going to move 8-8 into evidence, but ask the court not to publish it. What the state's going to do is prepare a vision of that blurs out the face of any children and then publish that to the jury at a different time.
Ms. Lewis?
No objection.
Okay. The forthcoming version of 8-8 that blurs out any minor children is admitted. We'll publish it later.
Thank you, sir. Scott, can you bring up 8-8 Delta 2, please?
Are you able to see it? Okay. Is this supposed to be moving, Scott?
Your Honor, it's not. It is
Okay.
a still frame from that video. The state moves 8-8D2 into evidence.
Ms. Lewis?
No objection.
Okay. 8-8D2. You're going to mark this later with a sticker?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay. Is admitted. Would you like to publish?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach to have a common understanding on something?
Sure.
Just when you think you know everything about Kouri and them, something else happens. It's just crazy. So put a 1 in the chat if you hope they blur Bryce's pants or lack of pants. They're not going to show that picture, I'm guessing. Man, I just want to come up there to eat. Lamesa, you're making me want to come there to eat. My mother said the other day, she said, do you know some people are leaving the country? I was like, they sure are. Kind of the problem, though, is we got, not to be political, but we got it blowing up on all continents. So I don't know where you think you're going to go now. Might go back to the basics and build a bomb shelter. Just crazy. Oh no. Brutus, where have you been? Brutus, where have you been? Did you do something bad? Did you do something bad? Brutus, did you do something bad? You know, he's got his front paws up on the arm of my chair, telling me something. Wait a minute, buddy. Wait a minute, buddy. He's like, it. Now look, you said at 3 we were going to eat at 5, and it's 5:22, lady. Brutus is a big boy. He's a good boy. And he's lying about how hungry he is because I gave him part of my meat at lunch. This is just... It'd be hard for you to just like... Kouri made such a mess with all those finances. No wonder it needs its own trial. Excuse me. All right. Hi. After you, lady.
Mr. Bloodworth, any other questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes. Just going back to the night of the wake.
Mhm.
And have you been to wakes before?
Yeah,
Or was that your first one?
No, I've been to wakes before.
And was anything about this unusual to you?
No.
This is how you've seen people at other wakes right after a loved one had died. Fair?
Yeah.
Was
Yes.
Kouri happy that night?
No, we were trying to be happy for the kids. We were trying to stay positive and keep it light.
Okay, so
for her kids.
And that's fair. And you said you spent the night at the house.
I did.
Who else spent the night at the house that night? Do you know?
Yes, Amy did, and so did Bryce, and I believe Chelsea did as well.
Okay, so just the 4 of you. Other adults went home. Then the kids were there.
Yeah. Yes,
All
and
right.
the kids were there.
Do you recall that Kouri left that event early to go to bed with one or more of the children?
No, I don't recall.
You don't recall that?
No.
Okay. All right. I have nothing further.
No, Your Honor.
Counsel, may we release this witness?
Yes, we may.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I appreciate your patience. Thank you for your time. Please travel safely. You're free to go. Should we talk about scheduling or?
Yes, sir. Let's talk scheduling.
Yeah, I think a brief scheduling discussion would be appropriate. Ms. Nestor, do you mind?
Yes, sir.
Well, he had said that we weren't going to have court tomorrow. So I don't know if that's still a thing or not. I guess he's fixing to let us know.
Rather than use the next 15 minutes to begin the next witness and then have to take a break, we'll just start with that next witness on Monday morning. Scheduling reminder, no trial tomorrow, Friday, March 6th. We will be in recess until Monday morning, 8:30 a.m. Over the next 3 days, please make an effort to not watch, listen, or read anything related to this case. It takes affirmative action, so please be diligent. Please do not speak about the case with anyone. Please do not allow anyone to talk about the case to you. That requires affirmative action as well. And please don't do any searches or research about the case in any way. Please enjoy your weekend. I'll see you again Monday morning, 8:30 a.m. Please travel safely. Please rise for the jury. All right, have a seat, folks. Thank you. Counsel, I have a question that I need to ask you in a private session because it has to do with minor children.
Okay.
And I can't be doing that in a public session. Okay. Anything else on the record today before I do that, Mr. Bloodworth?
A brief disclosure, Your Honor. Yesterday evening, Crystal Bowman Carter, who had testified, notified my office that she had an appointment scheduled with the spouse of a juror that had been scheduled before testimony. The spouse of the juror called her office and said, "Hey, do you still want me to come in or not?" Crystal Bowman Carter advised the potential client, "No, do not come in until after the trial." And that's where it stands. I forwarded Crystal Bowman Carter's text message disclosing this to the defense.
Okay. Anything further on that, Ms. Lewis?
Do you know if that appointment was made before the trial started?
It was.
No.
Okay. Anything else in the remaining public session today, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms.
No.
Nestor, Mr. Ramos?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. If I can have counsel and the litigation teams stay put. Everybody else, 8:30 a.m. Monday morning. Thank you for your patience. Enjoy your weekend.
I figured that we got thrown out too. So let's just remove that. And let me make myself big. Well, Krisha K, if you're in earshot, are you coming back in? She may not even be in earshot. She's still logged in. So this is what we're going to do. On Monday, we will be here at 8:30. On Monday, something happened. I'm not sure what. We'll be here at 8:30 on Monday. Do my little court resumes thing. On Monday at 8:30 a.m. Mountain Time. That's 9:30 Central. Y'all on the East. It's 10:30. So I guess we've done as much as we can do for today. That was very interesting. That was a lot of things. I believe that Krisha will have a live. I think it will at least be by Sunday. She may have one before that. I'm not sure. I know that she's been working on a project that she really wants to put in front of y'all. And so I know the instant she feels like she's got it ready, she'll want to go then, and I don't blame her. So, so be looking for a notification sometime between now and Sunday for a difficult research video. And then we'll meet back on Monday at 8:30 Mountain Time. And we're here for justice for Eric in this case. But always remember, justice for Tylee, JJ, Charles, Tammy, Joe, and also Eric. So we're going to go for now, and then we'll see you back on Monday. And also be looking for that notification for Krisha's Live. It's good.